Okay, that's what we'll do this morning. God damn, it's bright. Apparently, it's very bright today. Good fucking morning. It is the windows. It's the windows behind my shit. That's why it's bright. I know it. Good morning, and I hope you're doing well. Happy fucking whatever. Happy 420 Eve. Do not forget to leave cookies out for Snoop Dogg tonight. Otherwise, your house will be hotboxed. I don't know. Is that a punishment? That's not a punishment. No one's sad about that. I hope you're doing well.
Hail Satan, everybody.
I'm sorry I was gone for like 4 days. What? Zach's mom visited though, and it was so nice. She does not travel ever. She's actually clinically petrified of travel. So the fact that she got on a plane to come see us is phenomenal, and it was so nice to see her. And we got to take her to the zoo, and Zach took her to the museum and shit. It was nice, but I missed you guys, and it's good to be back. How are you? God, it's bright. I just looked at my cam. Fuck, I'm like a fucking beacon. Hold on. I don't know. I think it's the windows. Hold on. That's a little more reasonable. God damn, I looked blue. Oh my god, BDO. I literally just looked at the bag because I knew I wanted to tell you which one I tried first. First off, I haven't had coffee in a week. Thank you so much. Oh fuck, it's the streamer one. I just Lupo, Dr. Lupo. Jesus Christ, I literally just looked at it. Like just now, I was like, I gotta remember this. I gotta say which one I tried. Yeah, it's real. I think I've had the Baymans before. That's why I tried this one. I wanted to try a new one. It's really good. I like it a lot. It's really good. It's if you like more coffee taste in your coffee. I don't know how to put that. It's not like a bold, like it's not like burnt. It's not like a French roast, but it's like flavorful. It's like really coffee. You know? I don't know. It's good. I like it. I like coffee. Yeah, is that a threat or a promise, right? I know. I'm so sorry. That's not even that doesn't even make sense. No, that's not a punishment. I know. That's a my bad. Yes, the Baymans, I know I liked the Baymans, but I tried this one. It's really fucking good. And the beans, oh my god, the beans smell so I opened the box this morning and literally like by myself. I think the box is still over here somewhere. I literally opened it and just went, oh. Good morning, Crispy. Crispy, I'm very much into Earthbound. Like yesterday, I took the day just to be quiet. Like I hate myself for one thing, but I hate how I am in that like when I'm around, when I have to socialize like in person for an extended amount of time, I have to like recharge for a full day. And I hate that about myself. But it's like I feel like strung out. It's weird. It's like in the past 4 days, I did not sit down one time. And I'm not this is just like the weirdest symptom of my like anxiety around when people are in my house. I can't sit. I would wake up at 7 in the morning and I didn't sit down until 8 o'clock at night at least for 4 days. Like my legs are tired. Like I just can't physically sit down. I don't know what it is. I'm just kind of fucked up over it. And so I'm like it sucks, but thank you for allowing me a day to recover. Like it's recover is such a stupid word. But you know how like when you go on vacation, you need a day of vacation from vacation? Anybody else? Just me? I don't know. I just needed a day to like literally I just sat in silence and just like watched streams and I literally watched Earthbound all day. Just chilled out. Good morning. Wait, the combination of Bright and Berry Bomb Ethiopia. Oh, this is the one. Okay, so this is Dr. Lupo's. The combination of Bright and Berry Bomb Ethiopian blends. I'm gonna try it. Yurgachefi. Oh my god. Nope, that's terrible. Blends and balanced with the earthy and robust notes of Sumatra and Guatemala. Bittersweet, wine-like favorite. It is bittersweet, definitely. And I like that. Maybe that's that coffee flavor I'm trying to like pin down. It just is bitter, and I like that. The variety is an heirloom Ethiopian varieties. Oh my god, Arusha bourbon, a tang. There is so many coffee. Okay, I don't. A tang, Pache San Roman. I don't know what any of that is. Medium smooth acidity, balanced, bright process, natural, wet hold, and washed notes. Bittersweet, fruity, spicy. It is a little spicy. But, like, not spicy. I don't know how to put that. That's so weird. It's like huh. It's spicy the way that, like, chai tea is spicy. Like, it's not spicy. I feel no spice on my tongue in my mouth, but, like, on the back of my tongue at the very end when you swallow the drink, it's like that little bit of, like black pepper or something. It is a little bit. Yes, peppery, yeah. Yeah, just a little. I mean, it's literally at the very back end, but it's good. I like it. I wouldn't have thought of that. That's good. Oh, I know, cocky. Did you see that the other day? I think it was the first day he was playing it on Friday. Someone in Zach's chat said they were adding me and they were like, Zach made you the dog or something like that. And I said, good. And they were like, good? What do you mean? I was like, dogs are better than people. Who the fuck would be offended by that? The fuck? Good morning, everybody! BDO, I've never had a bag that I didn't like. That says something about King's Coast because I don't like all coffee. Like I've literally tried so many different coffees in the world and I fucking hate a lot of them because they're weak. I don't want to like if I put in the effort to fresh grind my beans in the morning and froth my milk, I don't want weak fucking coffee. I hate it so much. Yes, it's social burnout. Gotta chill and get centered. That's exactly what it is. Like, gather who you are in your brain again. Yes. Cheers, Steenie Moose. I actually packed a bowl. Look at me. I'm so ready. I cleaned it, packed. She's an adult. Who is she? I gotta dry it off, though, because it is wet. Cheers, Steenie Moose. I love you. Good morning, CJ. Of course I do. It might not run on. The only thing with Facebook is I can't show it to stream. Well, I won't show it to stream because it's my Facebook and it's got all my personal info on it. I don't use Facebook. It's just like ancient and it's got all my shit on it. So I just don't show anyone. Like I won't put up a video on Facebook from on stream because it's like, all my personal info and shit. And it's not that I don't trust you guys. There's just always a creepo waiting to be creepy. You just got to think of that one person sitting in the back waiting to be fucking creepy. Ooh, stream, what game? Motherfucking Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection on Steam, straight up 10 out of 10. Wait, did Zach play that already? I feel like he did. Dude, Crispy, I really enjoy it, and he's really enjoying it. Like, that's the weird thing. Well, it's not weird, but it's, every day after stream, we stand at the back door, and he has a smoke, and we chill with the dogs, and we chat about our stream. We chat about our day. He asks how mine was. I ask how his was. And every night he's been playing this game, he actually, goes into detail about the game. And that's how I know he likes it. Because usually, if he's not so much into the game, the way he'll respond to how was your day was like, stream was good, numbers were up, viewers were pretty good, but I don't think anybody was into whatever. Like, he'll start going into, analytics. But if he likes the game, none of that matters. Like, he just starts talking about the game. So that's a good sign. Good morning, Bacon. How are you? Just exactly, CJ. Yep, exactly. Right, Cocky, I know. They were a sub of his, too. You got news? Sleaze, King's Coast. Let me go grab the bag. I'll grab the bag and I'll show it to you. It's actually a lot of streamers are sponsored by this coffee brand. I am not. However, BDO being the fucking angel fuck he is, he keeps buying coffee for me through the streamers that are sponsored, so they're getting their sponsor hit on it. You know what I mean? So he's spoiling me, but also helping them at the same time. It's amazing. I'm gonna grab him just so I can show it to you. Boom. King's Coast. It's real. And I mean, no, I do not want the decaf. Death before decaf, BDO. We know this. Oh, absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I'd find a way to put caffeine in. Ooh! Just showing the video. Okay, let me try. Hold on. I'm gonna grab it before I... God, this coffee. I can smell it coming out. It smells so good. Oh! I'm not logged into Facebook on my computer. No, this is perfect. I'm not even logged in, so it's not showing anything. Ooh, what kind of spider is that? Wait. It's just titled Nope. What? Why? I can't restart it. Oh, I hate short form videos. I gotta wait for it to like loop. I hate short forms so much. I gotta wait for it to loop before we can watch together. Hold up. Okay, so this is the one I tried this morning, and there's a couple streamers who actually have like a coffee through them. I've tried Co's. Co's was really fucking good. Co's blend. And this is the one I had this morning. It's Dr. Lupo's Lifeline roast, which is hilariously cute because medicine and shit. That's a Dear King's Coast. Can I help you with this label because that's a dead heartbeat in the background? There's no repolarization. Anyways, coffee's really good. But yeah, King's, this is the other bag. This is the one I've had before, the Baymans. This one's really good. Fuck, it smells so good. Does anybody else kind of lose their shit over just the smell of coffee? Fuck. Oh, beans. They just get, I don't know what it is. There's something about it. It just smells so fucking good. But yeah, this is basically what they look like most of the time, the labels. And it's just like BDO is, I mean, I'm not sponsored by them. I just am a huge coffee enthusiast. But BDO is just saying he's literally sent me almost every single kind of coffee they have that's not decaf, and I've never had one I didn't like. And I would be honest with you, I've hated a lot of coffee in my life. Like weak. I just want to taste coffee. Like I just want to taste it. You know what I mean? Sue me. I know, crispy, right? And that's what he was saying to me yesterday. He was saying, what did he say last night? He said at the end of stream, he loves at the end of stream, everybody in stream is like, and it just keeps getting better. Kelsey. Hydrate before you die straight, motherfuckers. How are you? Kelsey, I moved your picture and it's become the centerpiece of my wall. On accident. I mean, I put it on the wall on purpose, but it's one of the most like colorful pictures I have. So I smacked it in the middle and then just started blooming the pictures out from it. So that's cool. Ooh, Murphy, you feeling good? No shit. What was your instigation? Is the decaf any good? I can't have caffeine. I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't doubt that the decaf is good. Like, I bet the decaf's good. So, super. My dogs are farting a lot today, and they are gassing me out. Holy shit. Twice today, I've literally stopped at my desk and had to pause because the farts. I don't know where they are, but they're farting so much today. It's so fucking gross. When I was in college, no shit, in one of my chemistry classes, we got to isolate caffeine out of tea and out of coffee. And then we got to like brew the tea bag and taste it. It tasted exactly the same. I don't know. I've never like I think that's the only time I've ever in my life purposely drank something decaf because it was part of a class, but it didn't taste any different at all. So I would assume it doesn't, but I don't know. So this thing is, stream, you guys have good instant coffee. We do not. In the US, instant coffee is horrific. It's a joke. There's like maybe 2 different kinds of instant coffee in the US. It's like Folgers and Maxwell House or something, and they're literal like vehicle oil. I've had instant coffee in Europe. It's fantastic. You guys got it down. We've lost Hick. Get me 50 cc's of caffeine stat. That's how I feel all the time. Pretty sure the graphic designer cared more about the design than medical accuracy. I'm just saying, you lose a lot of points with me when you act like an idiot and you put a dead heartbeat on a fucking package. I'm sorry, I'm such a nerd. I love the smell of coffee. I just fucking die. Oh, you got a new girlfriend and my band is going on state tour for 2 months? Dude, fuck yes. Oh, we have to I owe Nemo to cheers. I will double cheers. Let's cheers to that. Happy whatever. 420 Eve? Yeah. Yep, that's what it is. Cheers. The farts, though. I can smell them. My God. You know, Murph, what I've noticed, and I'm not saying this is like guaranteed, but what I've noticed with a lot of couples is even if one couple doesn't quit when the other one does, they eventually do because they don't like to be alone. It's real weird. It's like they lose their smoking partner and they just don't want to go anymore. And they just kind of like slowly on accident kind of quit. I FedEx my doggo processed hams. His farts. Oh my God. Ew. It's so hard to find good frames, like frames that don't cost $1,000,000, Kelty. I get it. I still have, like, up on a shelf over here, I have, the Furby that Zoe got me. I have, a painting one of the paintings of Millie that one of y'all got me. I have a couple different pictures that I'm just keeping, like, up out of harm's way until I can afford to frame them, because if they're not, like, a standard size, framing is expensive. Holy shit. It's dumb. It's like robbery. Also, kettles in the US work different than EU, so even if you had my instant coffee, it'd not be the same. I have a European kettle because I'm not a fucking dumb American and I know what's up. I take my hot beverages very seriously. Instant coffee is poops. Dude, but you gotta go to Europe and try it. No shit, Bacon. Have you had instant coffee anywhere else but the US? Because it's actually good. I know. I remember, where was I staying? I think we went to, man, I've been too many places. I think it was when I was in Florence. I think it was Florence. And the little place we stayed at was like, I guess it was kind of like a bed and breakfast. Basically, a lot of people all over the world, probably, I don't know. But in Italy, people will just rent their home and then they just serve you breakfast and stuff. Like, they just rent you a fucking room in their house and then serve you breakfast. But there will be a couple different families there. And it was this, literally, I mean, it was so Italian. It was this tiny little old man who like made muffins and stuff. And he had instant coffee. And I was like, first off, I'm in Italy about to be fed instant coffee. Like, instantaneously, my snob brain started like, wow, 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 what the fuck? It was delicious. It was better than fresh brewed in America. They know what's up. They know how to do it. I don't know, because the shit here's terrible. I get it. Chucky, how are you? Framing's a racket. Jesus fucking Christ, CJ. The hardest part is not smoking after meals. So, Murphy, for real, this is like a piece of advice that my patients used to give me. No, they didn't give it to me, but they'd tell me this helped them a lot. So, like you said, it's like a lot of smoking cigarettes is a lot of the habit and the routine of it. So you kind of probably have a routine. You get up in the morning, take a shit, drink a cup of coffee, or you drink a cup of coffee, have a cigarette, take a shit, take a shower, whatever. You got to replace it with something. So instead of most people just try to eliminate the cigarette and then whatever. Like, if you have set times of day, or like you're saying, like after dinner, I'd always have a good smoke. Think of something that you can replace that you will do just as regularly as you smoke that cigarette. And that becomes the new habit. It's like replacing a habit with a habit. It's kind of mind fucking yourself. You know what I mean? We just started with framing at work. Is it hard to do? I drank instant for a long time because prison. Dude, it's better than nothing though, right? Coffee should be black as night, strong as death, and sweet as love. My Nana used to say all the time, I like my coffee like I like my men, strong and black, not diluted or something like that. The diamond painting I sent you is a standard frame. This painting is long. Oh, yep. Uh-huh. I mean, do not spend millions of dollars. I mean, I've literally seen frames, Kelty. Like, I have a picture. Oh, do I have it over here? I have this little, it's like this big, but it's a drawing of a thestral, like a Harry Potter thestral that Footair did for me. And it's like this big. And I couldn't find a frame that fit it. And I didn't want to like put it on matting or something like that, because it's a beautiful like sketch with ink and everything. It's really, really well done. She's an amazing artist. And I think the frame was going to cost me over $100 for 4 pieces of wood stuck together with nails. Like, just fucking kill me. Kill me. Why can't we import it again? Because we have no taste and we probably don't. Like, it's probably like, the coffee lobbying or something. Toast anime. Chucky, I'm good. I slept so hard last night. Good morning, Lorelei. Good morning, Anubis. Good morning, Dead Cal. How are you? Replacement's been working nice. Instead of smoking after a meal, I do the dishes. Nice. Seriously, that makes me, I mean, I never know. Like, I get all these stories from patients and stuff, and I hope they're real, but people could be bullshitting you. Fun fact, the reason why Frappuccino exists, Frappuccino. What is that? Why do I Is that like the milkshake from Starbucks? That's a milkshake, right? That's a coffee milkshake. I don't like sweet coffee, so I don't. Yeah, it is. Yep. Why Frappuccino exists now is that during a Nestle conference in Greece in the 80s, they were showing off instant coffee with hot water, but they ran out of hot water. So the guy showing off the coffee decided to mix it with iced water, and the Greek frap came to be, and eventually came to the US and became the Frappuccino, and we fucked it. It's just a milkshake. Yeah, it's a crappuccino. It's literally, I mean, if I want a milkshake, I'm gonna go to a burger stand and I'm gonna get myself a fucking ice cream milkshake. I'm not going to Starbucks and spending $9 on some watered down bullshit. Fuck that. We got a guy working with it. Oh no shit. Drinks his coffee black, no sugar. That's my preferred way, but my ulcer makes it so I have to put cream in it. There's glitter in my coffee. It really is the herpes of the world. Good morning, Zoe, my love. How are you? Good morning, Nick. How are you doing? When I went to jail and then prison, I was obviously forced to quit smoking cold turkey. Oh, really? Funny thing is, it's the 23 one, yeah. Funny thing is, there was a very little withdrawal. That's just telling me how psychologically addicting. It's literally, the more studies they do on cigarettes, the more they realize it's more than anything a psychological addiction. There is a chemical component, but it's very much psychological because it becomes just part of your daily routine, part of your habit. And it's like eliminating, my cup of coffee from my day. You know what I mean? It's like, what now? What do I do? How do people shit in the morning without a cup of coffee and a cigarette? Not even nails, probably just glue. Oh, I had to fight my jackass landlord for my deposit back. But did you get it? Cause fucking A. I went like 4 days ago. And there was nothing. Do I have something in my PO? Is this your way of saying I should go to the PO box? Usually, this is the thing. So normally, like for the past 3 years, Zach set up so he gets alerts. He gets emails anytime anything is delivered to our PO box. So then we know when to go pick it up. But literally, the other night he was looking through his emails. He hasn't gotten an email in like 4 months. We just happen to go check it once a week. But something's wrong. Like something's going on where we're not getting those emails anymore. So if you guys send either of us something and we for some reason don't say anything, it's because we haven't checked. Please let us know. Like it's just something's wrong with the alerts. He's not getting them anymore. What's a frap in Greece though? Most I pay for a frame is 50, 100%. Yeah, $100. Fuck that. I didn't even spend that on the art. So when I was in Greece, I had cappuccinos every fucking day. Oh my God, hold on. This is actually pretty funny. That Facebook video keeps fucking crashing on me. Why? Because Facebook sucks a dick! I'm trying to get it to load. I have a picture of myself and my mother in Greece. So my mom, myself, my sister, we are very addicted to coffee. Like coffee is a way of life, you could say. I can't remember a moment in my life that I wasn't drinking coffee. My mom is the type of person that she has a pot of coffee ready from 5 a.m. until 8 p.m. every day. Like there will always be a pot of coffee. And if you don't brew a fresh pot, if you finish that pot and you don't brew a fresh pot, you will suffer the wrath. Like coffee is just a thing. And when we went to Greece, one of the most interesting, oh my God, Leaf, are my alerts super low? Fuck, they were. Leaf! Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive and giving an A swing so fucking long. I appreciate you. I'm sorry. That's a baby.
Thank you.
I turned my alerts up. My apologies. One of the weirdest things about traveling to warm culture climates is that hot coffee is not part of said warm culture climate for the most part. Unless you're like in Italy or something like that. People don't really bend over backwards to have a hot beverage when it's 24/7 warm where they live. So there are some places in the world where it's really, really hard to get coffee. And when my mom and I went to Greece, we found one like a latte place. I don't know what you would say, a cafe. This was in Mykonos. We found a cafe, and every morning my mother and I would get up, go down to this cafe, and we would order 8 cappuccinos in these huge trays because they only had this size cappuccino. That was it. No other type of coffee at all. And we would get 8 of them and go back to our room and just fucking pound them before we went anywhere. But I couldn't figure out why they tasted so good. Like the whole time I was there, I was like, this is easily the best. Like I'm not a fancy coffee person, but it was the best cappuccino I've ever had in my entire life. And like once every couple of months in the US, I try to get a cappuccino and I'm just really sad about it. And I remember that I'm not in Greece still. it was I don't even know how to explain to you how fucking delicious it was, but, the reason was you guys use, like, canned, sweetened, condensed milk to froth for your cappuccinos. No fucking shit, it tastes like heaven. Oh, I can't find the picture. Oh my god, yes, I did. Just kidding. Uno momento. This is worth it. It's so funny. It makes me laugh because the look is just like I look so different too. This was 2014. That hold on, let me that is my mother and I in Italy in 2000 or not Italy, that was Greece, 2014, with our cappuccinos. And I clearly had not had enough yet and was sad. But yeah, it's a way of life. But that's all I had when I was there, and I don't remember if it was I don't remember if there was even options, to be honest. I use a particular search engine so much I get $15 in Starbucks every month. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck glitter. It's everywhere. CK drinks or coffee black, no sugar and sparkly dude, I do. I don't even know how glitter got on it, to be honest. Like seriously, I don't use glitter on my keyboards because I don't want it to get like in my fucking keyboards or in my mouse. I don't know how that maybe it was on my sleeve. There was glitter in my coffee, I don't know. Bobo, my love, how are you? Smoothie King has coffee? Wait, is it like a blended drink though? Most of it? Oh, you got most of it back. Okay, I had some days due to pay off. He tried to charge me for damage. Then I sent him a video of the room I'd taken. Oh, fuck yes. I do that. I do that now. I used to take pictures, but now I take videos of the entire place before I do anything. Yeah. Did you know that the man can't be called a fiancé unless he's from the fiancé region of France? Otherwise, he's just sparkling boyfriend. A prosecco, if you will. Well done. That's pretty good. Well done. Dude tried to claim that the divots in the carpet from furniture was damaged. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Absolutely not. When you were in Greece, you wrestled a hog? No shit. Why? What? You killed the Joe. You make some mo. Terrible Terry Tate office linebacker. That's real, though. I mean, that's my mom. Yeah. It's pronounced frappe. Oh, okay. Frappe. You put the instant coffee in a glass, sugar to your taste, and a little bit of coffee, and then you use something like a frother. Yeah, that's what I assumed. That we have specifically for it. It's basically a frother with a disc rather than the coils. You whip it until it becomes foamy, and then you add water in or milk with ice cubes. That actually sounds pretty good. Doesn't a hot beverage on a hot day do something to cool your body down? It does. Yes. And that is so weird. Yeah. There's something about that. Like your body. So if you drink an ice cold beverage on a hot day, your body actually starts to burn calories and warm up to warm up the cold liquid. Even though you're like in 90-degree weather. But if you drink a hot beverage, your body will start to try to cool it down. It's fucking stupid. But yeah, that is a thing. I would ask where it is, but I don't think we're going to Mykonos when we stop in Greece. Oh my god, Mykonos. Mykonos is, I believe it's one of the biggest and one of the closest islands to the mainland, to Athens. And it's commonly referred to as the gay island. I guess there's a large gay population. I don't fucking know. I didn't feel that there, but who the fuck knows? But it was, all of Greece is phenomenal. All of it. I think Mykonos has like a really special place in my heart because that was my first stop. Like we had one night in Athens and then we took off on the ferry and stayed in Mykonos for 4 days. And I'm going to die in Greece. Like you guys know this. That's where I will die. It's my favorite place in the whole world. It's so fucking just everything. I don't same Gorg. No, I do not function. And that's my mom and I. Like I'm not kidding you, Gorg. When we travel, like my mom always all the trips that I've done, these international trips, it's my mom and then some doctors and nurses and stuff that we both worked at the same hospital. We all kind of go together as a travel group. And my mom and I have gotten to the point, we used to let one of the nurses, Alexei, he would kind of like, figure out where we're going to stay and do all the travel stuff because he really loves doing that. Like he loves coordinating it all. But he doesn't depend on coffee like a fucking lifeblood and would not. Like, we ended up in places, like, when we were in Germany, no shit, the town we were in did not have coffee. We had to go buy coffee and a kettle and put it in our Airbnb and, like, make coffee, which was fine. We just ended up, like, donating a kettle to the Airbnb, which was cool. But yeah, that was none. There was not a place you could get a coffee anywhere in the anywhere. Like, it just didn't exist. It was I mean, it was a tiny village at the base of the Alps. Let me just explain on that one. Literally, probably population 30 human beings. So, no shit. Why would they have a fucking coffee place? Like, but because he would do that, my mom and I now take over. And I do at this point, and I'm like, no. Where we stay will be within walking distance of somewhere Katie can get caffeine. Otherwise, you're not going to like me. Comprende? Young. I hope you're having a good day, honeybean. I think they might be snuggling Zach because he's in bed still. But they were farting out here and gassing the fuck out of me. It's a coffee smoothie. Does it actually have coffee in it? Crispy's my Prosecco. I fucking love that so much. That's adorable. Haven't been fighting horrendous tooth pain? No. Syrinx was having a toothache the other day too. I wonder if it's like the pressure change because the seasons are changing. Because my sinuses do that when like the atmospheric pressure changes happen when it like goes from spring to whatever or from winter to spring, my sinuses get fucked up, and your sinuses are literally like they're all up in your gums, and if they're inflamed, it makes my teeth hurt like fuck. I had a shitty landlord who said I stole his DirecTV satellite dish because he couldn't afford to give me my security deposit back. Fuck off. That's illegal. Did you get it back? I would not want to fight a boar. Why would I want to fight a boar? Why would I do that? Oh, you're gonna go to Pompeii? Oh my god. So there is a really cool place in Pompeii. Oh my god, Kel. I gotta think of what it's called. No! You know me. I always look up the sex stuff. Of course I do, because sex is amazing. But I cannot remember where you go, but it's in Pompeii, and it's ruins that are like now a museum, and it features a plethora of, I guess, what do you call them when they're like frescoes, paintings onto the plaster of the walls, the cool like murals on the walls and shit like that. And they're sometimes made with mosaic pieces as well. They like I'm trying to, how do I describe this? In Pompeii, prostitution and sex work was absolutely normalized, very regular, very like if being a sex worker was not looked down upon, you were kind of looked up upon. And this is one of those buildings where it was a brothel, but the walls still have the original art, some of the original art that was on those walls while it was a functioning brothel before the volcano went off. And it's like Kama Sutra, but Pompeii style. It's just like it's frescoes of people fucking each other all over the walls. It's phenomenal to see, though. I mean, you can stand this close to something someone painted from Pompeii days. Like, you can see the brushstrokes. It made me cry. Like, it'll make you cry. I did the same when I went to the Isle of Delos in Greece. Stream probably knows what I'm talking about. Anybody that's been to Greece probably knows what I'm talking about. It's the island with the fucking dick museum. But it allegedly has some of the oldest ruins in the world. And you'll just be walking through a field, and all of a sudden, you're standing on a mosaic floor where the walls have just crumbled down. And it was built by someone blah, 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 years ago. Like a human did that. And it's just fun. And it's still in perfect condition. I mean, it's phenomenal looking. And you just get the fuck off of it. Like, do not walk on the mosaics, obviously. Like, do not walk on that shit. But it's like you just stumble across. I mean, I don't know how to put it. It's phenomenal. It's pretty cool. Super uncommon. I mean, I found it quite everywhere. There's beer everywhere. Beer is very easy to find. I just lie down in fetal position until someone poured coffee in my mouth. I mean, seriously, it's like, when you wake up in the morning, the first hour, you're like, okay, I can do this. And then that headache starts to set in, the caffeine headache, which is clearly we all get it. Like if you drink coffee regularly, you addicted, we get the caffeine headache. And it's like, once that sets in, there's no helping it. At least with me. It's like a cup of coffee doesn't make it go away. Once that headache's in, I'm fucked. I'm done for the day, and it sucks. Mark Twain's recipe for German coffee. What? Hold on. Mark Twain's recipe for German coffee. Take a barrel of water and bring it to a boil. Rub a chicory berry against a coffee berry. Rub 1 chicory berry against a coffee berry. Then convey the former into the water. Continue the boiling and evaporation until the intensity of the flavor and aroma of the coffee and chicory has been diminished to a proper degree, then set aside to cool. Now, unharness the remains of a once cow from the plow. Insert them in a... Help me. What's a once cow? I'm just going to read it and not try to understand it. You tell me what this means. Now, unharness the remains of a once cow from the plow. Insert them in a hydraulic press, and when you shall have acquired a teaspoonful of that pale blue juice, which a German superstition regards as milk, modify the malignity of its strength in a bucket of tepid water, and bring up the breakfast. Mix the beverage in a cold cup, partake with moderation, and keep a wet rag around your head to guard against overexcitement. Mark Twain's a fucking legend, dude. What the fuck? No, Cinnamon was really good. What am I smoking? Ooh, new strain. I think it's Cindy White, actually. Not a new, it's new, but, you know, a strain I've had a million times because Cindy White's phenomenal. I think it's Cindy White. Oh, no, it's Velo. I got Velo again. It is Velo, Velo. It says it is total THC 22.96, allegedly. THCA 21.65, allegedly. We all know how that is. But I just did one of the $65 ounces because it's 420 tomorrow and I was waiting to get paid. So maybe I could get some special weed if I could afford it because 420. I don't have the energy to do anything like super special because we just had like guests for a couple days and I'm fucking just, my brain's done now. But I would like to smoke myself stupid with you guys. So I'm going to try to get some cool weed tonight. We'll see. Chucky, I am because we have those around here. Okay, so that was the first. 2, I hate to advertise. Don't. How do I say this without being a dick? I'm so in love with your wife. You can always pimp that hot bitch here. I'm so like obsessed with her talent and her art. If I don't do it once an hour, feel free to. She's phenomenal. Stop. The fact that you love your wife is fucking hot. Like, stop it. I think that's cool. Ask her on frames, though. She has a mild upset. No shit. Dude, and that's me. Like, I'm all about most of the stuff, most of my art and stuff that I make, I try to make out of reclaimed objects. I try not to buy art supplies because I feel like that's kind of like, I don't know, I don't need to buy more stuff. There's tons of stuff you can make art out of. I'm all my cosplay, for lack of my SFX stuff is always just scraps of things I find around the house and I like, you know, paint them or whatever. Where's my pen? I'll ask her. Thank you. They are dumb expensive though. Framing, unless you find one that's like standard, you know. Dude, I get tooth pain when my sinuses are fuck trouble. It's the worst. I didn't get the security deposit back. Fuck. But I embarrassed the shit out of him in a very busy Piggly Wiggly checkout line. Dude, I mean, fucking A. What the fuck is he thinking? Jesus Christ. Give me some of that ancient hentai, I'm saying. I mean, and then you can go to the Isle of Delos and you can see all the dicks that the Romans knocked off statues. Acidius! How are you doing? Long time no see. Amazing what you can accomplish while being correctly medicated. Isn't that incredible? That's the only thing that stops me from feeling guilty about being medicated. I never get the caffeine headache, but it might be the side effect of the blood pressure meds. Probably, because honestly, that's what the caffeine headache is the vasoconstriction of all your vessels. Because caffeine is a vasodilator. And if you're constantly drinking caffeine all day, then your vessels are constantly dilated. And the moment you take that away, they're going to... And just that lack of blood flow that your body is so accustomed to having the excess of causes the migraine. But yeah, if you have blood pressure meds, that probably is what does it. Maybe it's a steak, but they're putting it in a vice and squeezing blue milk out of it. I don't know what's happening. I get the feeling he didn't speak German and somebody just fed him LSD and said it was coffee. Oh my God, Mayo, is your butt okay? Mayo said, PSA to all, please don't eat Taco Bell if you have to work the next day. Are you okay, honey? Loznay, Beulah, my love, how are you? I just use dead trees for my art. I use a lot of dead plants. Like, I have so many, like, leaves and bones. I use a lot of dead stuff too, actually. Leaves and plants and bones. I showed all of my jewelry to Zach's mom and aunt, and they were obsessed with it, and it was so goddamn flattering. I gave them both a piece as a gift. And his aunt chose one with bones in it. I was like, I was just so, you know, I like weird stuff, but I guess just, years of being made fun of and bullied for the weird stuff. I just assume to this day that no one else likes weird stuff. And I'm the only person in the world. And the fact that she picked the one with bones, I was just like, such a boner right now. Race, tears, love, how are you? Oh my God, Bobo, that emote is beautiful. That Zagam, it's artist is Zagam's Devarian. That Devarian emote is beautiful. The with the bunny, that is so good. It just is beautiful. Like it translates so well on chat for how detailed it is. Damn. Coffee's great if you feel like you're about to choke to death because of allergies. 100%. Yeah, coffee actually. This is like it's not a like still go to the doctor if you're having an asthma attack. But if you're in the middle of an asthma attack, drinking a cup of strong black coffee can help vasodilate and help deliver oxygen to areas of the body that's not getting it because you're in the midst of an asthma attack and you're having bronchospasm or whatever. Caffeine, but the point of a black cup of coffee is the heat helps as well. Cold coffee doesn't have the same effect as hot coffee. Hot coffee, because the heat as also vasodilates, so you're getting like a double effect. But that can help you like while you're on your way to the hospital or whatever in the midst of in the midst of an asthma attack. Kind of fucking wild. I'm traumatized. I've never had Taco Bell in the UK. Oh my God, Papa Senna, show that Taco Bell some dominance. Oh, Murphy, I've always wanted to get into woodworking. That is like, if I ever have a home where I have the room to do woodworking, that's my dream. I love raw wood. I think it's the coolest thing. Like anything made out of raw wood where you see the knots and all the flaws in it just gets me. I love it so much. Get me a coffee black. Scalpel, scalpel. Scissors, scissors. Coffee stat. Cheers. Cheers, cocky love. Dude, Cinema was hard. Hard agree. Cinema said, thanks. I love my wife dearly and totally support the thirst. She's pretty amazing, in my opinion, smoking hot. In many opinions, smoking hot. Her art and creativity are probably my favorite. Honestly, her brain is hot. Yep. Yep, I agree 100%. Dude, Murphy, we have an art section in the Discord. I love looking through there at people's different art that they create. Absolutely. Japita, how you doing, Honeybean? Something joke about Katie loving the raw wood. Oh, something. Shit, you're right. I love wood that's really like flawed and naughty. Idiot. Good morning, Bolvi. How are you? My ex would just wait until she was almost turning blue before allowing me to rush her to the hospital. What the fuck? I mean, if she wasn't your ex, I'd be like, get her on the phone. We need to have a talk right now. The thing a lot of people don't realize is that, like, when you're in the midst of like an asthma attack or something similar, the longer you wait, you're just letting your body get damaged. You know what I mean? Like, you're not winning some secret contest with anybody just sitting at home being like, yeah, I started having an asthma attack and I just sat there and I roughed it out. But your body goes through so much trauma and damage in that time that we could have just stopped from happening with a fucking inhaler. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. Speaking of asthma, I finally got my results from my pulmonary function test. Oh, fuck yeah. The result was gold standard 1 or something like that. I love this. I thought that meant something good. Then I Googled it. Do you have an appointment with a pulmonologist to go over it? Splinter. Oh my God. No, Lizzie. No. I can't even read that. Splinters. Good morning. I just took a huge hit, Viana. I'm burning. But spiritual cheers with you. I love you. Cheers, my love. I hope you're doing well. I missed you. I'm feeling somewhat lonely today. Maybe go on a walk or something. Sometimes when I'm feeling lonely, just going out and being around other people, not people I know, helps me feel like less, you know? Like I'll just go to the pet store to buy crickets, but just being around a couple people and having that really short conversation with the cashier. I just realized I'm wearing one plug. What happened to the other one? Why am I like this? Let's not talk about it. I'm gonna put it in the one you guys see the most. In June? Jesus. Well, CJ, here's the good news. So, if it was a life-threatening PFT result, you would have had your appointment the same day as the PFT. So the fact that your appointment to get it read in June means that it's nothing killing you right now, which is good. It's probably so what a PFT normally does, if you guys don't know what a PFT is, a pulmonary function test is essentially measuring whether or not you have a restrictive lung disease or an obstructive, restrictive versus obstructive, and then the severity of that. And then looking at the graph and all these different tests, the doctor can kind of summate what your disease process is, if there is one. And like I said, if it's life-threatening, literally, we don't send you home from the PFT. We'll say, just chill in the waiting room for a minute. And then I go take the paperwork to the doc. I say, hey, this looks bad. The doc reads it and goes, yeah, it is. Let's have a quick 15-minute chat. The fact that they didn't do that, real good sign. Ooh, Murphy. Fuck yes. Wait, is it gay to oxygenate your brain? I don't know. Are you touching your butt at the same time? Everything is gay, though. The gay agenda infiltrates our lives, according to the whatever. In other exciting news, Matt Damon's shooting a movie around my workplace. No shit. That's, him and Ben Affleck have their own, studio. They have their own film studio that they started in order to get, the people who aren't actors paid better. I don't know how to put that. But I watched a whole thing about Matt Damon talking about it. He's like, yeah, years of being in the film industry, you watch people like me getting paid millions, and then the people that are working the hardest on the side getting paid minimum wage, and it makes you nauseous. So they started their own, the crew, I guess you would say. Yeah. They started their own film company just to try to up the standard, which I think is really cool. One of my Navy buddies' wife turns off her insulin pump when she doesn't get her way. I'm sorry. I just had a stroke. Let me read that one more time. Big Bill's Universe. One of my Navy buddies' wife turns off her insulin pump when she doesn't get her way.
Hi, gay.
No, wrong one. No.
Sir, whose tail is you digging in with that? Show of hands, which piece of tail cousin off of my comment section gonna sit up there and let him dig in your butt with that? Not me, because you're not fixing to line up my chakras with that.
I think Anubis put it perfectly. Pardon fuck?
Turn it off, Willard.
I don't know what to do with that. That hurts my brain. Viata. And that's your prerogative, and I fucking love you. Feel free to be silent as fuck. I love you. I'm sorry, booby. Right? Yeah. Small positive interactions with strangers is oddly satisfying. It really is. I think it goes to show that as much as a lot of us are very much shut-ins, there's something to humans that we do need on a very basic level. Human interaction, human to human interaction, is something I think vital to being human for most of us. And I don't go, unless I have to buy weed or something, I really don't go out because what the fuck am I going out for? So I get it. I can sometimes feel very kind of isolated. And so I'll just I'll make an excuse to go get something at a store or something, just to have like that little around humans. And it doesn't fix everything, but it takes the edge off. It takes that icky feel, Viata, I was gonna say the same fucking thing, but I didn't, and I'm so glad you did. I mean, leave her alone. That problem will sort itself out real quick. I fucking love you so much. I was gonna say the same thing, but like, I love, I don't know. How many years have we all been together now, and I still assume you're not as dark as me. I still am like, you know what, Katie, that's too dark to say. And then you guys go and say it, and I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not, though. What a cunt. In the worst way. I don't know what to say about that. What a bitch. So she was no shit. This is what Bill said. It took a couple trips to the ER before he figured her out. She was doing it on purpose for like she was, what is that? Munchausen? Is that Munchausen? When you like make yourself sick for fucking attention? Ew. Time for a bye-bye. Life's too short for that level of nuts. Bashful. Guess what? Chicken butt.
Turn it off, Willard.
I don't. I know. Gold stage 1, not gold standard. Google tells me that it's mild COPD, but I don't really trust Google. So that is probably like, how do I say this? So COPD, or chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. Basically what gold stage 1 means is it's an obstructive disorder. It's a significant obstructive lung disease process. And then what the doctor does, like the pulmonologist, is they get in real close and they look at all the fine details of all the graphs and everything from the tests that I do on you. And then they like can, they're the big brain. I don't diagnose. I don't even read the test. I can read them because I've done them a million times. But like, it's kind of like an X-ray tech doing the X-ray. They're not allowed to tell you what's going on, really. Like, they can probably see it at a certain point because they've worked in it for so long, but there's a doctor who reads the X-rays, and they're the ones that like have the liability to tell you what's going on. So usually that's what that means, is you've got a noticeably significant obstructive disorder of some kind, and the doc will be able to look into it. But it's not life-threatening. Otherwise, they definitely would have made you an appointment way faster. Is it me, or I just sit there and watch she goes down? I mean, he didn't know. Imagine. What the fuck? I bet she's the type that, like, dumps a condom into her puss. I got an MRI coming up for my shoulder to see if I need surgery. Oh, no shit. Is it still bothering you like fuck? My mom got hospitalized like 8 months ago due to a 6-centimeter mass. Holy shit. They told me she had stage 3 lung cancer. Turns out a month later, they did multiple biopsies and no cancer cells showed up. So for months, they've been flushing her with antibiotics. Mind you, she had a double organ transplant, kidney and pancreas. Damn. And still have no idea what kind of infection or whatever's going on in her lower left lung, even with the bronch flush, and 2 more spots have grown since. So wait. So there was a 6-centimeter mass. Are they spots or masses? Damn. I mean, it's not cancer. That's like the best news you could ever get. Like, everything else from that point on is FUBAR. They'll figure it out or they'll find a way to manage it. But, like, you know what I mean? I think I've told you guys about this before, but, we do bronchoscopies where we, like, can put a little camera down into your lungs and look around, or we can put a special camera down that sucks, and we can, like, suck mucus out of the deep, dark, like, bronchial points of your lungs if you can't cough. Or we have one that does biopsies, and that one's the coolest / scariest one to me. It's microscopically small, but because it's also got a tiny camera on the end, you can see it. And basically, you put the camera down into their lungs, and then when you want to biopsy, this little bar comes out, and it's got like a little chomper on the end of it. It looks exactly like the chompers from Mario. And we sit there and do this and chomp at the sides of your bronchial tubes in your lungs, trying to get a tissue sample. Fun fact, your lungs and bronchial tubes don't have nerves, so you feel none of this at all. Even though we do sedate you, but you would feel none of this anyways. You don't have nerves down there. But yeah, it's wild to watch. And then they pull it out, and then the RT sits there and puts it on a slide, and seals the sample and runs it to the lab as fast as possible. It's a pretty fucking detailed procedure, and they are thorough. I mean, I think I've told you guys this before. I've bitched about it before. One of the longest procedures I've ever had to be in. It was 10 hours, and it was a fucking bronchoscopy. It was a EBIS, I think is what we call them nowadays. But it's essentially a bronchoscopy where we're taking samples and sending them to the lab. But because it's a serious thing. We're searching for cancer or something, and it's very time sensitive. It's like usually you have 2 pulmonologists who are performing the bronchoscopy and taking the samples, and then you have 2 respiratory therapists. One is taking the sample from the doc and preparing it on the slide, and one respiratory therapist is that moment running it to the lab, quite literally physically running through the halls to the lab, because nothing can get it faster. Like, we couldn't send it to the tube system. It's got to go there immediately. And it took 10 hours. We got 8 samples in 10 hours. It was fucking wild. My legs, I mean, that was the day I learned you need to bend your knees. That's all I have to say. That was the day. But it was, I mean, because I was the one doing the slides, so I wasn't running. It was wild, but they are so fucking thorough, you know what I mean? Like, lung stuff, they're insane about. Because it's like, your lungs are like your lungs, heart, blood, all of that is so finitely connected that if cancer is in those places, it's going to go everywhere else really fucking fast. So they're very serious about it. So if they have done those biopsies, they've done those tests, you got an EBIS or a bronch or something like that. I don't know what they told you got. But if it says EBIS or something like that, that means they did the slides. They did the slide run. They took as many samples as deep as they fucking could in your bronchial tubes. And if it's not cancer, you know what I mean? That's awesome. Seriously. If that gives you any semblance of peace, cancer is the worst case scenario. Everything else we can handle. What up, Saber? How are you? Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. I went on a thing, but it's important. Dude, Zucarion, for real though. I think about that a lot. It's okay, CK. We'll say the quiet part out loud, and this is why I love you. Check that life insurance. Malingering, yes. They only want the attention if she turns it off and goes, okay, I'd imagine she'd get real annoyed. Yeah, she just turned it back on. She doesn't actually want to die or get sick. She just wants the attention, which is psychotic. Hi, Kyrian. How are you? Kyria, how are you, love? So should we call you Dr. Classy? Absolutely not. I am not a doctor. That would have been another, 6 years of school. Shoot me in the fucking taint first. Hell nah. I knew there was a resub. Evil fucking toaster. You remind me of how long I've been here, and that's wild. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive and giving any swings for 80 months. How old am I? I love you. That's insane. I love you, and thank you. It does good. I'm glad. It's honestly anytime we see a spot or a mass or anything abnormal anywhere near the respiratory or pulmonary system, that is, I mean, really any organ system, but those systems, because they're literally feeding every part, every fucking inch of your body with blood, if it gets to your blood, you're done. If it gets to your bones, you're done. And so they take it so fucking seriously. And if they say there's no cancer, they got all benigns, then it's deal withable, you know? I hope that helps you because I know it's scary anytime there's anything like that. I remember when my mom got breast cancer, when you get any kind of breast cancer, she was confirmed breast cancer. They do a full body scan. I can't even remember how many. She had PET scan, MRI, all these different scans to see if it's gone anywhere else, if it's gone malignant or if it's gone if it's moved to different systems. And they found stuff that had my mom not been diagnosed with breast cancer, she would not know about, but now she knows about because they did this full body scan. And they went and tested everything, and everything came out benign. She's fine. But she's got a couple spots on her lungs, a spot on her liver or some shit like that. And we all got the news. We're like, mom's gonna die. She was fine. They tested it all. It was fine. But they have to do it. They're gonna do it. If you get especially if you get confirmed any kind of cancer, they're gonna do everything because they have to narrow it down. Where the fuck has it gone? Can we isolate it? Can we cut it out? Blah, blah, blah. But if there's no cancer, for real, that's big fucking win. And the thing about your respiratory system, pulmonary system, when I say pulmonary system, that means lungs, heart, blood, if that makes sense. Pulmonary system is the oxygenation network. If there is cancer anywhere in there, it will be everywhere in there. Does that make sense? It's such because if you think about it, like your lungs and your heart are the arguably the first and most oxygenated part of your body. They're getting the most perfusion of any part of your body because this is the central hub, and then perfusion is as your blood moves out and then back in, blah blah blah. That the moment a cancerous cell starts to develop and multiply in that area, it's like that. It is it's instant and it's the entire system because it's just so ripe with circulation and perfusion and blood flow and oxygen and shit like that. So, like, you know what I mean? So it's not like they could have done a bunch of biopsies and missed the one fucking like millimeter of alveoli tissue that might have had that one. Like, that wouldn't be possible. It will be everywhere in the lungs if it's anywhere in the lungs. And this is stuff that like I don't think doctors don't tell you on purpose. Honest to God, I don't think they're given time. I used to work in a PFT clinic, a pulmonary function lab, and it's insane. I would get an hour to an hour and a half with a patient, and then the pulmonologist who had to read the test and then have an appointment with the patient got 15 minutes per patient. Because those clinics are just turning over money. The managers of them are never a doctor. They're never anyone medical, and they're just turning over. They would push me all the time. They're like, can you take that hour and a half pulmonary function test and get it to 45 minutes? I'm not shitting you. They tried to get me to do that, and I was like, fuck off. Because, yes, sometimes I get done ridiculously early with a patient because they're, like, they've done it before, they're old hat, all this, blah, blah, blah. But sometimes I spend an hour with a patient who is claustrophobic and crying. Go fuck yourself. Like, absolutely. Like, it's just insane. And that was a small clinic. That wasn't a big hospital environment. But it's just insane how the greed removes the humanity. I don't know what's going on. This was years ago. This was like 10 years ago. Shoot me the tape first. Anime, I'm so sorry. Don't waste the good coffee. We need cures. Yeah. We need people like interested in actually looking into things. They just have so many patients now and no staff. Our experience since COVID has been so bad since COVID because there's no staff here in the Midwest. Missouri's struggling. It's horrible. I mean, I've heard that there's certain states that literally are in a panic mode right now because they don't legally have enough doctors to support the population of the state because the state made like, trans gender affirming care illegal. So, 90% of the doctors were like, we're moving then, peace. And the state's like, oh, we didn't think about that. It's wild. And on top of that, like all of these nurses, I mean, I literally went full-time streaming, I went full-time streaming, meaning I quit my job at the hospital June 23rd, the year of COVID. And then COVID, what happened in the following March. Sorry. So yeah, I quit it in the June the previous year. And then COVID came around in March. And when I quit, like I mean, we've never been paid well. Like, nurses are paid horrifically, and no one in the hospital is paid well unless you're in administration and you don't have a medical license. Like, even doctors, I know everybody thinks doctors are rolling. They might be if they didn't have $500,000 in loans when they came out of school. Maybe. They're not rolling. Nobody's rolling. It's not a thing. And then, having the whole COVID thing just full fucking exacerbated everything that was already a problem. Like, it's not like we went from, we're happy times in the hospital to COVID. We went from strife and people already going on strike and quitting and fighting just to, I mean, I've told you guys this before, but I don't know one nurse or respiratory therapist who doesn't work at multiple hospitals unless they have like a really, really well-earning significant other. They always have more than one job because that's the only way you can pay all your fucking bills. You're not making enough at all. You never are. No hospital. It's insane. Like, it might look like you're going to make a bunch, but you're probably going to end up living in an area where the cost of living is so astronomical that you're going to spend it all in your fucking apartment. It's just wild. And so I can't imagine. This is all I want to say. I'm sorry. I'm so wordy, but I cannot fathom the mental state of healthcare workers in the hospital, like in the inpatient hospital setting right now. because they're short-staffed. We've always been short-staffed, though. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't imagine what it is now. We were never fully staffed. We've never been fully staffed. We're always short-staffed because they, like, at the beginning of a shift, what most hospitals do is they have a points system. So, like, depending on how severe a patient is, meaning, like, how much care they need, how much one-on-one care they are, they get more points. You know, so, like, if a patient is on a ventilator, they're going to get X amount of points. If they're on a BiPAP, they're going to get this many points. If they're on a CPAP, this many points, so on and so forth. And the points just mean that's how much time you're going to have to spend with the patient. And at the beginning of every single shift, everybody gets together in an office. We all have our little backpacks on or a purse, whatever. And we stand there and our managers add up all the points for each floor. And they literally send staff home to the bare fucking minimum of the points. Like, literally, to the point where you are on the legal bare minimum of staff. Like, any less staff, and someone could come in and shut your hospital down, and they do it every fucking night. And it's insanity because some of these people commute 2-3 hours into work to be sent the fuck home. I knew people working at Hopkins that literally lived in Pennsylvania, and they would be sent home. But that's... That was a big yawn, Bubba. Did you just have a lot you needed to say? That's my boy, Vash. Thank you so much for starting the class, keeping the class alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. I appreciate you and love you. Sorry, I heard your resub, but I was in the middle of a thought. I fucking love you. Thank you, bro. It's just terrible. Yeah, it's a broken system. Yeah, it's just a broken system. Cheers, love. My brother's a traveling nurse. Oh shit, and he was able to choose to go anywhere in the US, but he just started looking into his next contract. And now it's slim pickings and the pay rate's going down considerably. I'm sure there are still some states that have it bad though. Oh, tell him to come to Colorado. I'm still getting contract offers for $200 an hour to go work as a traveling respiratory. Ooh, you're on my cord, bud. As a traveling respiratory therapist in Denver. Yeah, they're big. I mean, $200 an hour. No one makes that. I was making $20 an hour, my dudes. That's base pay for someone who works in a hospital, and you can't with that. It's a point system, exactly. Yep, and the point system just tells us it's a way of like guesstimating how much time you have to spend with a patient. So, for instance, like if you're a patient who has a CPAP, I'm literally going to spend probably 15 minutes with you in the entirety of a 12-hour shift. You don't need me for anything else. So that's like 1 point. It means that one time tonight, I'm going to have to come to your room and put your mask on, make sure you're comfortable, check out your machine, clean it up, blah, blah, blah. And that's it. I'm probably never going to have to see you again. But say that we have a new patient who's never used a CPAP before, but the night before, they were snoring off their fucking mind. So tonight, the doctor's ordered a CPAP. They've never, ever worn one before. This is their very first time ever being on a breathing machine. They're probably kind of cranky because they've had fucking horrific sleep apnea their entire life, and they are chronically fatigued, blah, blah, so on and so forth. And I pop in there cherry-faced with the shittiest CPAP in the world and a stock mask from our fucking equipment room, and I go, ta-ha-ha, my points say 15 minutes. 10.5 hours later, and you're holding their hand as they sob into your fucking shoulder, telling you about their tragic childhood where their dad locked them in a closet and there wasn't enough airflow and they almost died. Ah! So that's what I mean by maybe 15 minutes, but also that might become your best friend all night long. You don't know because there's no way to calculate that level. You know what I'm saying? And that goes up and up and up from there. It just gets worse as you go up the scale, like from CPAP to ventilator. If it's a brand new patient fresh out of surgery who has a fucking flap, meaning that like we had to remove so much of one part of their body that we took another part of their body and like connected it to that part to try to cover up what we removed. So I remember one very clearly. His entire pec muscle was disconnected from here and swung up to his jaw like this. So imagine like you just a nice big fresh breath. Now imagine this. Like, but on the points, it just says someone with no respiratory issues on a ventilator. So theoretically, that should be 4 points, meaning 4 times in that night, I'm going to go check on them, make sure they're fine. But I'm probably going to live in that fucking room. But there's no way to calculate that. So you are always fucked. And on top of that, you get new patients all night long. So the points only go so far. They're really designed just for managers to cut costs as much as possible so they can make their bottom line and make a bonus at the end of the year. That's literally the only reason. They claim It's so they make sure none of us are getting our asses kicked out there tonight because we're a team and we're a family. But none of it. It's all bullshit. Because, I mean, literally, I could come in to 0 points on my floor and by the end of the night with 27. You never know because hospitals don't close and all the shit happens at nighttime. You know what I mean? It's just kind of fucked up. It's very misleading. Hello, Void. It's a Void doggo. It's a Void egg. Is that a... Would you lay an egg? Would you lay a little Void egg? That'd be weird. I'd be into it. A little like egg-shaped trick. Oh my god, cute. The nurses just rejected the 5% pay raise from the government because it's such a slap in the face and it's still a relative pay cut. Good. He was told to never go to Colorado for some reason. Also, Washington State. Ask him why. I'm very, very curious. Oh, I'm super curious. I want to know why because I've worked in both of them. I'm super curious. Let me know. Will you ask next time you talk to him? I'm so hella curious. Those are my states. And honest to God, the worst place I've ever worked was Baltimore. Washington was Washington was, so pay isn't everything, but everybody needs to pay their bills, all right? Like we all need to keep a fucking roof over our head. When I was working in Washington State as a new graduate, I was making upwards of $42 an hour before all of the incentives to, like, if you work night shift, you'll get like $2 an extra an hour. If you work NICU, for instance, like with little babies, you get like $10 extra an hour because NICU, I don't do that shit. Little babies, so scary. I love the babies. They just scare the shit out of me. And it kind of like the scales go up like that. And then that was just at, a large-ish hospital in a suburb of Seattle. When I worked at Hopkins, the regular pay that all of the therapists were making was $22 an hour. And they were working harder. They had to do way more fucking shit. They were exponentially smarter because it's Johns Hopkins. Johns fucking Hopkins. They have a bajillion dollars. They do everything. So by working there, you get paid shit, but you learn everything. There's nothing I don't know now about respiratory. Like, I can't do everything, but I've heard of it probably. Just by working there, like, they can do anything. Whereas the other hospital I was working at, like, I was mainly just holding the hands of heavy COPDers on like, ventilators, you know what I'm saying? It's just, and I'm gonna let you guess why. Because we're doing the exact same job. It's literally the exact same respiratory license that is nationally accredited. Medical license is required for both jobs. Although at Hopkins, I sure did hold someone's heart that was beating in my hand and cardiac massage it. And at Evergreen, I did not do that. We don't even have cardiac surgeries at Evergreen where I was making bank. I just want to guess because I guarantee you probably, unless you've lived on both sides, you probably wouldn't guess it. Motherfucking Kim put that 9-month sub on that
Prime! Don't forget your Prime subs, motherfuckers. Bezos makes too much. Thank you. And hail Satan.
Pay's better now. I know. My mom told me everybody got a big raise. She's still working per diem every once in a while. Johns Hopkins, that's not impressive. I smoked weed with Johnny Hopkins. I wouldn't have wanted to smoke weed with Johns Hopkins. I think he was a slave-owning motherfucker. And Johns Hopkins is the hospital where Henrietta Sacks was like... How do you just summate in a couple words what happened to that poor woman? I just realized the music was muted because it's like, YouTube's like, are you still fucking listening? Go fuck yourself. Yeah, she was used as a guinea pig for DNA theft. I don't know how else to put that. Yeah, I just didn't want to like go into all the, like it's, yeah. It's the unions. That's literally what it is. Unions. The unions they're a blessing and a curse. I've seen, like, the unions get you paid what you deserve. So on the West Coast, at least in Washington State, we were paid real well and we were taken care of. At least enough that we didn't have to work multiple jobs because we had a union fighting for our pay, like to have competitive pay. And in Seattle, there's a lot. Did I say Saks? Lax, thank you. There's a lot of hospitals, like big, you guys know Virginia Mason, and that's where Grey's Anatomy was filmed. and Washington University of Washington. Like, there's a lot of big major hospitals in Seattle, so they have to keep up with competitive pay. Otherwise, you'll just leave and go. Like, if one hospital's paying you $20 an hour and one's paying you $40, and they're within 15 minutes of each other, I'm sure you know which one you're gonna pick. And on the East Coast, there are no unions at all, so hospital admin is all you got, and they don't give a fuck at all. And their excuse is, well, I mean, having Johns Hopkins on your resume means you can work anywhere. Yeah, but while I work here, I can't eat. Like, you have a 24-hour cafeteria and I can't afford the $5 footlong. You know what I'm saying? Oh, fun story though. One year for Christmas, they gave us all $5 gift cards to the Subway in our cafeteria, and none of us could get anything because the $5 footlong changed to $6. It was so funny. Yeah, her humanity stolen. Yes, that's such a Pendragon, exactly. Henrietta Lacks had the blueprint of her physical self stolen from her. Yes. Yeah, to put it lightly. It felt... That's a really good question. It felt like terror. I mean, I had gloves on, so the tech, like, it was, I'm assuming slimy because it was real bloody, but it was like a water balloon, but made out of, like, leather, but, like, wet. I don't know how to put that. It was, because, you know, like, you can tell it's definitely full of fluid, but you can feel the structures and, like, the heart wall, because it is a muscle. So it's, oh my God, it's kind of like if you took, like, a water balloon and stuck it between two chicken breasts, like raw chicken breasts. I know that's gross, but it's similar. Like, there's cavities in it that have fluid that's moving around, but the walls of the heart themselves literally are like two chicken cutlets. They're real thick and very muscly. So it's, yeah, it's that's a good question. I don't, yeah, I think that I'm trying to think of, like, just something in life I could compare it to, and I can't think of anything else. Just thick walled. It felt bizarre. Almost like I shouldn't be able to squeeze it, but I could. You know what I'm saying? You nearly dated an HR administrator. I'm glad you didn't. I've been in some of the strongest unions in the country. All in all, I was not a fan, but I understand why. And that's the thing. There's a dark side. Like, I guess I should finish that thought. I said, on the one hand, they do protect your pay and they do get you paid well. But on the other hand, they protect the worst employees from getting fired forever. So, unfortunately, in some environments, if you have a shitty boss that doesn't really, like, know how to interview people or know how to character judge, or I don't know what the fuck, I don't know if I could do it, but for some reason, there's some bosses who just can't hire right. I don't know what the fuck's going on. You can end up stuck working with that person for the rest of your life. They'll never get fired. As long as you never do something horrifically, like, malfeasant, or, you know, as long as you don't go out of your way to kill somebody, you're never going to get fired. That union will protect you, and I hate it. Like, I completely understand that you have chaos in your life, and your kids are in and out of jail, and that your husband's a piece of shit, and so on and so forth. But that doesn't mean that your coworker, should have to suffer you calling in sick 2 out of your 3 shifts a week, every fucking week, for the rest of time. But people are insanely selfish, and they don't give a fuck. I remember one night, so I worked night shift, so I would come in at 7 at night, get report, and then that person would go home, and they'd come back in the morning. And no shit, multiple times this happened with the same employee I worked with. I would come in, and in the middle of a report, she'd just be like, I don't think I'm going to come in tomorrow. And I'd be like, oh, are you not feeling too good? I just don't feel like it. And then she would wait until the next morning to call in to the managers. And I can't, like, they can't take my word for it. They can't do anything, so they can't get coverage, so then I have to stay an extra shift. It's insane. I saw it so many times. They just don't. Nobody cares. That's the culture and atmosphere of a lot of hospitals these days, because it's just they're so overworked and they're so fucking tired. Cut and Run, thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the classy alive and giving any smooths that prime motherfucking sub. I appreciate you. Don't forget your primes. Last year, the NHS gave out a little treat to say thank you to the staff in the hospitals. This was all during the strikes, demand for pay raises, even just please. Please, we don't want to pay for inflated parking for 13 hours at our own job. It was a single tea bag. Wow. I don't even know what to say. I was at UAW. What is that? What is UAW, Viana? Is that like an actual union? Huge fan. I agree. I think unions are absolutely vital because as we stand right now, no one else fights for people. No one else has any standing to get you pay that you like a living wage, I guess is how to say it. Like they're not going to make you rich, but they're going to get you paid enough to afford a fucking apartment. Like I agree with you, which is why, there's companies like Amazon and shit like that who fire people if they whisper the word union to each other. Oh, had a guy fall asleep on post and morning crew showed up and found him. Oh no, what happened? Was he beat to shit? Oh god. My union definitely keeps some folks in a job who should really not have a job. Yep, and that sucks. It sucks, but the alternative is, you can't afford to live. That HR admin was an HR admin for NHS Bristol. What are you trying to do over here? Is it break time already? Oh, it is. Do you need to go potty? Are you farting? Thing 1 and thing 2. Oh my god, you shock me every time. Get out of there. That's my computer. She shocks me and it makes my keyboard short out. Get, you fucking electric pieces of shit. Go. I love you so much. We'll take a break in a second. United Auto Workers. It's the union. Okay, cool. I'm ignorant, so thank you. Oh, thank you, Pendragon. The union. Okay, cool. Yep. I thought it was. That sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember. He didn't get fired. Wow. Wait, a tweet from the CEO of Herman Miller. Do I want to know? Do I have to get rid of my chair? Yeah, I probably want to know. No, what did they do? Here they have trouble keeping employees in some hospitals. Instead of fixing the bad conditions and workload, they just raise the salary and fire workers because of the now higher. That's Lars. That was my hospitals too. Like if you were, a 30+ year respiratory therapist with every skill known to man, you could run. You could do an EBIS. You could run an EBIS. You could fucking run ECMO. You were charged. Like you could do everything. They would fire that person to hire a new grad. Because they don't want to pay out what your year's experience. They don't care. They'd rather have a new grad running out there fucking wild ass west, the Wild West medicine, instead of someone who can literally like feel an artery with their mind. I don't know. I don't understand that. I do not understand that. Vash, that's what I would have assumed happened. What up, Rod? I'm having one of those days. Good news with the eye doctors. No glaucoma or macular degeneration. Good. Just a prescription for mild distance lenses and a prescription for cheaters. Oh, reading glasses. Yep, but still I'm aggro. I want to tell people they're stupid and banal ass hatters. Mental health day based on little sleep, I'm guessing. I feel that spiritually. I felt that way yesterday a little bit, which is another reason I kind of took like a quiet day, Little Black. I get it. Like I was just listening to like, the late night hosts that I listen to in the morning when I'm chilling. And they're talking about all these states passing all this anti-trans legislation. Like, is it Kansas state just passed? They literally actually are passing the bills to allow coaches and teachers to examine your 8-year-old's genitals to make sure they have what is deemed by whomever to be female or male genitals before they're allowed to play sports. And these are states with pretty lax gun laws. Just throwing that out there. I'd be in jail for murdering people if someone tried to touch my 8-year-old if they said they wanted to play softball. I don't think my child's genitals have anything to do with softball. They passed it for real. Like, I think it was, I want to say it was Iowa was like fucking around with the idea, or was it Ohio? They were fucking with it. I don't know if they passed it or not, but Kansas straight up did it. Tennessee is fighting to eliminate labor laws for children as well as marriage laws so that you can marry kids. And no shit, there are like actual video with audio recordings from the court proceedings. And there's just this old white dude like, I know 12-year-olds that are married and they're quite happy and still married. And I'm just like, you fuck children! You fuck children! No one's saying it! He's fucking children! Ah! Ah! You know? He's fucking kids. He's straight up saying it without saying it. I fuck kids, bro. 12-year-olds getting married. What the fuck is going on? Fucked. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get so mad, but I have so much fury over the dumb. It wasn't Missouri. Thank you. Me, Vash, any fucking day. Any fucking day. Agree. They took everyone's bonus, yet she still got 4 million. Oh, yes. Oh my God. Yes. This was that dumb white woman, like telling them, like, I want you guys to stop talking about bonuses. It's time to work hard and join together as a team. And stop asking for bonus if you're gonna get a bonus. Meanwhile, she's like rolling in millions and doesn't give a fuck. Yeah. Evil Toaster, they still use words like, I can't even think of one, like tranny. Those are the words these people use. I don't think they've expanded their vocabulary in 45 years. Reading off the table. I think, honestly, that's what that comes like, prove me wrong. You know? Prove me fucking wrong. Brittany. BB molted. Vash, I think, and I'm not right. What I say is not fact. Thoughts aren't facts. But I think that the government and like the media and just like the fuck nonsense of it all has kind of brainwashed us all to think that we hate each other when really we all want the exact same thing, regardless of party and stuff. But they've like, used us like tools to get us to not look at what they're doing. So if we're just mad at each other for being a Republican or whatever, then we're not looking at what's actually happening. It's what there's a word for it. It's not distraction. I was trying to think of different. I mean, it's a distraction, but there's a different word for it. It's like a switch something. Misdirection. Thank you, Cake. I love you. That is exactly what I was trying to think of. It's misdirection. I think that's what it is. Because I have a shit ton of family who's Republican, and a lot of them like ended up sucking Trump's teat, so we don't really talk anymore, which sucks. But before that, I mean, they still claimed Republican, but we would have conversations that were totally like, a real conversation where it wasn't just two people fighting or trying to convince each other of their whatever. And we literally agreed on 90% of what we were talking about. But they would be like vehemently like, I claim red. And I'm like, why do you have to claim anything? Like, look for the person who just represents what you like. I don't understand the team mentality of it, but I think that's what, the media and whatever has done to us is created that team mentality, which is sad. Cognitive dissonance, yes. Wagging the dog, that's another good one, yeah. If anyone other than the designated doctor or known and trusted carer wants to see a child's genitals for anything other than genuine medical and or safety care, you're inappropriate at best and a pedophile at worst. 100%. 100%, you're a fucking pedophile, bitch. Yeah, no, I'd be in prison. I'd be killing people. Like, I confirm, I don't have any kids, but if someone tried to see, if an adult at school asked to see my 8-year-old's genitals before they were allowed to play a sport, I would be in jail for murder. There's an excessive amount of corruption on both sides of the aisle. Yeah, I truly think that, yes. Anyone who's extremely one way or the other on any topic, I think, is kind of mentally ill. And they're kind of just like, I don't know. I don't understand that extreme, like, anyway. Extreme anything is not great. Correction is the vast amount of corporations across all industries that lobby the fuck out of anything that progress. Yeah. I blame Halo. Oh my God, can you imagine? In the UK, we call that throwing a dead cat on the table. I've heard that one, yes. That's a good one. I've heard that one before. Where have I heard that? Probably one of my Brit friends. I don't know. What I find crazy is that so many people call drag queens groomers. I don't understand this. Groomers and child molesters, but don't talk about the pedophile priest epidemic, while also encouraging people to go to church. So, encouraging families to bring their kids to their priests where they're hiding how much abuse goes on. There have been, oh God, there have been virtually 0 cases of drag queens abusing children, but thousands upon thousands of priests abusing children. Why are they protecting their creepy priests? I don't know. I think about that a lot. And it's like, they claim that meaning like, this is the idea that they're all dying on, I guess, the hill, is that, being trans or dressing in drag, as they're claiming it is, or something like that, is grooming children. But sitting in a court as a 60-something-year-old man saying you're totally down with marrying 12-year-olds isn't a red flag for anyone. Like, I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I feel like I have I have a decent level of common sense of just being able to, like, problem solve. And, it's like drag queens are just out there fucking owning the makeup game. That's what I see. I don't understand how they don't know what grooming is. They use the word grooming the way they use the word woke. They just repeat it over and over until their voter base accepts that the new meaning, which is nothing. I mean, it's just nothing. We don't both sides here. That's a dog whistle. There's one side actively trying to take rights away and one side that's actively trying to help. What do you mean we don't both sides here? Who both sided? What happened? What happened? It's the transgenders and drag queens that are the issue. I hate that mentality. Ignore us. We aren't the issue. Look over there at UFO. Now let me check them genitals and put a ring on it. The kids yearns for the minds. Owing to be married. The old. I'm just saying, it's an idea to put them all on an island and let them hunt each other. Do we have an island? You can't fight fire with fire. Both are wrong. I agree. No, I mean, you can't. I don't have any answers. I just think about these things a lot. The world is very conflicting. If they're extreme, they're either vulnerable or they're consciously extreme and deliberately exaggerating false information. Lots of alt-right fascists are smart and know they're wrong technically. They just don't care how they get power. I think that's a big part of it. I think that's a huge part. People that want to be in power will get it and get it. They'll do whatever they can to get it. Like, that's their goal, is the power, right? I saw a TikTok comparing drag to pro wrestling in terms of performance, and I love it. Oh, that's amazing. Drag, I honestly think drag's got to be the hardest performance-based art in the world. Is there anything more difficult in terms of the whole thing? Like the doing your own makeup, creating, sewing, putting on, and maintaining your own costume. No bitch ain't doing that for no drag queen. That is homemade motherfucking crafts. And then also putting together a show and not sweating off the aforementioned makeup in said show. Ballet's physically demanding, but other than that, like, skinny. I don't know, man. Drag just seems like the whole, because they have to do it all. And a wig. On top of everything, they have to wear a 50-pound wig on their head. Well, they don't have to, but most of them do. Or a lot of them do, I should say. I shouldn't say most. There's a lot of Elizas out there. You guys know what I mean. It just seems like a lot. It seems so, because I was in theater my whole life, and theater is fucking hard. And that's not wearing 10 pounds of makeup and a 50-pound wig and a corset and tucking my dick into my butthole. I can't even, like, that's a lot. They're going through a lot. And then being queens. And I don't mean drag queens. I mean, like, fucking slaying the stage. And acting like their penis isn't in their butthole. And by in their butthole, I mean tucked back. Obviously. It's just how I picture it stays. I feel like because people blindly follow churches, the church pushes the groomer idea that comes up with some excuse for the priest in one way or another. They just hide them excessively, and it is gross. Well, and that's, Peter brings up such a fucking good point. The weirdest part of it all is that, like, the people who are fighting against the rights of trans people and just the queer community as a whole, the way that they like present us to their, constituents is my entire identity is apparently based on my sexuality and my presenting pronouns. I get like literally they're like that is my defining feature. And it's like what you were saying about drag. Like they assume that drag queens, it's all sex and it's all sexual and everything is just the point of it is sex. And it's like sometimes, yeah, but 100% of the time, abso-fucking-lutely not. Are you kidding me? I've seen music videos that are more sex than any drag I've ever seen. Motherfucking Bowman! Fucking Christ. You and Toaster today with these fucking epic subs that are giving me anxiety. How long have I been here? Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving any swings for 88. I love that number. 88 months. What the fuck? I'm gonna have to come up with 100-month sub things here in the next couple years. What the fuck? That's insane. Y'all are insane. I love you and thank you. I'm sorry I was on a tangent with my brain. Holy shit, that's a long time. That's just pretty famously don't care about facts and logic. Words mean nothing. They're the kind of people, I think you're right. I don't want to lump people into a category, but I think there's a lot of people out there, especially people in power who like to be on a pedestal and talk. They're the type of people who they've never listened before. They're the type of people that are always just waiting for their turn to talk. Like you could just be telling them about how your mom just died and they are formulating what they want to say and they're just waiting for your mouth to stop flapping because they have something more important to do or more important to say that's interjecting in the conversation, whether it's one-upping you or whatever. I feel like that's just a pervasive personality trait amongst some of these people. I just wish the world wouldn't pay attention to these fucking asshats and hopefully make them go away. I think honestly, like if something happens with Trump, just anything that makes it so he can't run for office, that will shut him up immediately because no one will care what he has to say if he can't run for office. The Republican, oh yeah, it's fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, the Instagram, oh yeah. The tape, I can't. I had to, oh my God, Cake, did I ever tell you I did that to my boobs one time for a play? One time without putting down like a bandage first. I just have to hold my nipple for a minute because I still remember it. One time, I played a man, and the first show, the first show is always fucking chaos, and you're like trying to get dressed and trying to do all these changes in the back, and it's not smooth. And in all the rehearsals, I had not taped myself at all. And so when the show finally hit, I was like, okay, today's the day. And we just did duct tape with no ace bandage underneath it. And I swear to God, I lost like a few layers of nipple skin that day. I was just in the back like, because I was afraid if you did the quick, I would literally lose my nipples. Like, I didn't know what was going to happen. Ace bandages, my dudes. Seriously, if you taping that shit down, ace motherfucking bandages. Dude, Viana, I know. I'm going to have to think of something cool. I wish we could have the what if machine from Futurama. Dude, same. I'm rewatching that show right now. Drag queens are a gift to this world. Wait. Are a gift to this world, and I feel sad for anyone who doesn't realize that. I agree. I pity the fools. I pity them. I used to go to drag shows in my hometown every week. Shit was awesome. And it's phenomenal theater. It's like musical theater on crack. I agree. And I've honest to God, I've never been to a drag show that felt sexual. Like it didn't feel, like a strip show, I guess. It was like light burlesque at best. It was amazing, but I never felt sexual there ever. Drag queens often use a gaff or a pair of pantyhose with one of the legs removed to bind back their genitals, or that's honestly fucking genius. I know there's like special underwear that drag queens or trans women or otherwise can use to help maintain the tuckage. It's crazy. As a person that doesn't have a penis, I have a spiritual penis that I will shove down your throat if you're an asshole, so shut the fuck up. But as a person without a penis, like, I always assumed it had to hurt like a fucking bitch. I have learned since being an adult and playing with many penises that they are so much more hardy than we ever knew. I mean, guys pull on that shit, twist it around. It's crazy. Penises are wild. So little worries. Oh, God, it was... narcissism. You right, though. You right. Fucking Mikey's soundtrack. Thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it a swings, honey bean. 48 fucking months. I appreciate you. The most perverse part of it is like, why are you looking at me and thinking about me fucking someone else? Yes. Why are you sexualizing me when I could be doing the most mundane thing, like going to a thrift store with family? Yeah. Yep. They look at you and are immediately thinking about your bedroom activities. And yet we're the ones that are perverse and, you know, against the Bible or what the fuck ever. Make it make sense. Who do you want to be president? Nobody. I don't know. I think the United States government needs to be like reworked as a whole. Because the president, I mean, as far as I'm not a political science person by any means, but just in my years of living here, feels like mostly just a popularity contest, like the head of the snake that looks pretty, while the body does all the nonsense and the bullshit in the background. No matter who it is, it's just a new head. It's like new makeup. Sometimes it's like shitty, clumpy mascara, and sometimes it's like fine ass fucking mascara, but it's always mascara. You know? It's kind of what it feels like from the outside in. I don't know. I just don't get the hate. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like when I was selling stickers and stuff, some lady made a huge scene since we had pride related stickers. And then 3 people came up to us after it and were like, I was going to say, I mean, so Toaster, you're welcome to steal this tactic if you'd like. But what I've started doing, if someone comes into my chat at least and says, you know, it's always like, first time chatter, are you trans? Or some, you know, some first comment that you know is going to lead to a negative interaction probably in the chat. If they say anything terrible, before I ban them, I make sure to just scream in a very annoying voice, oh, somebody's jealous. And then I ban them. That might work IRL. I don't know. You're very welcome to steal it because it disarms them. They don't know what to do with that. It's worked a lot. I've done it IRL once so far and it's fantastic. I don't know what it is. It's just not what they're expecting and it's not what they're looking for and it really throws them off. It was a big yikes. Look at my work we were talking about the other day when you asked if priests know the arguments I study. The Bible is historically an incredibly complex text. It's very intersectional and queer positive. The anti-gay marriage priests know all of the arguments, but what's a key theme throughout the entire Bible? Toppling and challenging violent oppressive institutions. So they figure out how to colonize the narrative and play into everyone's distrust of everything that's outside law. Yes. Good morning, Genova Love. How are you? Generally, it's fine, but there's also those that describe to the NFT school of thought, no fucking tucking. Like, are they against tucking? Like, I shouldn't have to fucking tuck? I don't think anybody has to tuck. I would never be offended if someone didn't tuck. I don't give a fuck. I look for genitals no matter what, just because I want to see your religion. Like, I'm just curious, but I wouldn't care. Would anybody care? Would people be, like, offended if you didn't tuck? The Jonas Bro? I'm sorry, that's not happening. I couldn't name a fucking Jonas Brothers song. Why would you do that to me, computer? Out of here. Your 4th grade president with no... Exactly. Please tell me about your bedroom activities in detail because reasons, quote unquote. If churches actually preached the political agendas of the Bible, we wouldn't have any institutional church or monarchy or government we have right now. So they got to manufacture it. Yep. Yeah. Which includes kitty fiddling. I hate to laugh at that. It's just a funny word. Because apparently there's an abandon of people who are perverts and those who enable them. Yes. Oh, Genova, dude. Those gave me chills. I just cold sweated. These are the worst first messages. Can I ask you a question? Can I tell you a joke? Exactly. And monogamy, that's exactly how we feel in America. Like, that's why a lot of the pervasive opinion is voting doesn't matter. I know a lot of people that say that. I know they don't literally mean voting doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in that they're probably just going to pull some bullshit and get whatever they want. Probably. I stared at her with no reaction, and she stormed off and told her husband, told her husband that we have nothing to buy, and he just stood there like, don't listen to her, to which I said, I'm not. You want to know? Okay, we have to take a break because literally an ad's about to run, and I fucking hate that shit. But real fun fact that you're going to love, Toaster. So, I used to work in a baby birthing center. I used to catch babies, and it was crazy. I don't know how to like word this. It wasn't a statistic or anything, but I would easily say 9 times out of 10, if a mom gave birth and was like, we're going to be natural and we don't want to start with any vaccinations in our baby's pure, beautiful body, but go ahead and cut the tip of their dick off. I swear to fuck, 9 times out of 10, that husband was back in the hospital with his newborn within 5 days saying, she's sleeping. What vaccinations do we need? Which is both awesome and terrible, because it's awesome because I know this child will now be protected from things like fucking polio. But this woman, her entire life, is going to tout that her child is vaccination free and super healthy. Which sucks. I hope they have a conversation someday and he pulls out the paperwork. But that happens so fucking often. I was a child catcher. Facts. If everyone who was eligible voted, voting would work a whole lot better. But only something like 40% of people vote. Exactly. Yep. And they're trying to make it harder and harder and harder and harder. It's so stupid. I don't know. Have you heard about how they're like, I've been literally on the news. They've been talking about how they've been going through and like, say a college campus is in a voting district. They'll split the campus in half. So now one college campus. So all these kids living on college are in 2 different districts, and one is like miles away to vote at and one's on campus. So they're helping like literally eliminate an entire voter base because these kids don't have a car and can't get to their fucking voting. It's crazy what they do. It's crazy. I can't with it. I've had a lot. Oh my God, BDO, you're right though. Did the music just do it again? What's happening? Maybe it's, hold on. I'll put on something different and then we'll take a break. 1 sec. Thank you, BDO. I know. I just miss you guys. I can't help it. I said it a lot, but the best first time chatter we got was some asking, can I drop a link in chat? Dan was like, what is it? Oh, I just wanted to drop a link in chat. Dan, I would rather we knew. I'm just going to drop some links, and posted a bunch of links from LOZ emotes. That conversation is so infuriating, though. I know that fucking conversation with someone, and you're just like, are you about to post a snuff video in my chat? Can you not post a snuff video in my chat? All right, quick break, my dudes. Stand up, stretch your dicks, get a beverage. I'm going to get some coffee or something. No more coffee. I've had 2 cups. Too much caffeine for the day. I'll be back in a few minutos. Pack a bowl. Do what you need to do. Stop it. Do not stop it. Spotify. I'll BRB. I handle Haka Loogie. My allergies are so bad, but I have to say, the Flonase makes a difference. So I basically live off of Flonase all the time because my sinuses are always fucked up. And I ran out of it while Zach's mom was here. And just like because his mom was here and we were busy, I kind of forgot to get any for like 2 days. And I cannot, like for two days in a row, I would wake up first thing in the morning and just sneeze for 15 minutes. I couldn't stop. And it literally, I felt like a tickle. Like up in this, I felt like a little, like a buzz. And I was like, oh my God, this is the worst thing I've ever experienced in my whole life. It was terrible. And then I got my Flonase and I haven't sneezed since. So if y'all are suffering allergies, give Flonase a try. Shit's phenomenal. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's just an allergy nasal spray, but fuck, dude. I cannot live without it. I just, uncontrollable sneezing, and then just like, it's that sneezing where you don't even have time to blow your nose, so you just have like a clear snot running off your face. Vissy, my love, how are you doing? How are you, my love? I waved at your plane. I did. I was literally, when I saw your tweet, no shit, I was outside and I went, you probably weren't there, but I waved. Where's my, oh, sorry. Dude, Rod, no shit. I've been using Flonase now for so many years. I couldn't even tell you when I first started using it because when I run out of it, it's immediate. I just get hit. But it's cool because Flonase, it's a once a day. It's not something you use like, it's not an as needed kind of thing. It's a once a day nasal spray. It's not It's not a steroid, and it's not like Afrin. So it's not like, you can't. You could obviously abuse it by using it multiple times a day or whatever, but you're not gonna, with Afrin, you get like that weird, you can get that refractory, you can get addicted to it essentially. And your nose doesn't work without it. It doesn't do that. It doesn't have that mechanism in it. It's not a dilator. It's more like some sort of antihistamine that doesn't make you sleepy. I don't know. That shit's just great. And during fucking allergy season, holy shit. I have Vicks nasal spray as well. That's what I use when I'm really congested. Like if I've already been hit and I'm just congested as fuck and the Flonase wasn't enough, that's the best. Yep. It's like just enough menthol or something that it like pops my nose open so I can breathe. Ugh. Was that the last trip? Waved anyways. Hi, Taco. How are you, love? Do you? Vash, try Flonase. I mean, I'm not a sponsor, not an ad. I know the pain of having the first part of your morning just being boogers. I'm still a snot monster, but at least I don't sneeze myself stupid anymore. It works. Man, my dad lives off it too. My dad has he's a welder, and they have a lot better protection nowadays, but originally they did not have great protection for like their lungs, like ventilation protection and stuff like that, or they just didn't require those guys to wear any protection. So he's fucked. I mean, my dad just sounds like all the time from years of working construction and inhaling like welding fumes and dust and whatever. And he lives off it, and it's the only way he can breathe. Recovered from fluid in the lungs, then Saturday and Sunday had norovirus. How the fuck did you get norovirus? Stop it. You're the fish in Finding Nemo that's allergic to water. Do you have allergies too? Like, do you have like hay fever? Because that's just the universe shitting on your brain. What the fuck? That's not kind, universe. If you want to hear the most ironic thing ever, I'm allergic to allergy medication, is what Loop said. That is so fucking fucked. I'm sorry. That's shitty. Really? Fuck. That sucks. Norovirus, essentially just mad diarrhea. It happens like, that's the one that happens like in restaurants and stuff and people just like piss out their ass, right? Norovirus. There's another one that starts with an N that does something different. I believe norovirus is the one that gets in restaurants, right? Is that one? There's two different ones and I always mix them up. There's one that like I know restaurants have literally been closed down for having and it starts with a fucking N. Or is norovirus... Hold up. Yes. Yep, that's the one. You get it ends up it's insanely contagious. And so what happens is if a cook has it, just by being around all the food, I mean sweat, perspiration, the fucking heat coming off your body, all that is so highly contagious. It gets in the food and then everybody gets it and they'll usually shut down a restaurant. If anyone in the restaurant has it, and then they have to hazmat bleach that shit. It's bad and it's super, super, super fucking contagious. Like, insanely contagious. I discovered this when I was like 12, trying to take Benadryl for my allergies, broke out in hives, and started wheezing. That is not the appropriate response to Benadryl. I don't mean to laugh. That's just fucking like horribly ironic, man. I'm sorry. That sucks. Then gastro? What do you mean? Gastro what? Enteritis? Gastrointestinal, gastro what? I think gastro just means digestive system. I don't know. Doc, I think I got the opposite day Benadryl. I don't take Benadryl either. I don't know if you would consider it an allergy. Maybe. I guess maybe, technically. But anything that has an antihistamine in it that will make you drowsy, like anything that has a drowsy effect to it, hits me 5 times harder than everybody else for some reason and lasts 50 million times longer. And I can never figure out why. I have no clue why. I don't get it. It's the strangest thing. I don't know. I don't like NyQuil. If I'm sick with the flu and I take NyQuil to sleep, I'm hungover for 2 days. I feel like, and I'm not taking anymore. Like it was just that one night of it. But same with like Benadryl, anything. My mom, I don't know she's a fucking monster. She can take Benadryl at work. Like I remember her getting like horrible allergies. She'd pop a Benadryl at work, she never felt drowsy, wouldn't feel a fucking thing. She could work on that shit. If I take a Benadryl, I have to make sure for the next week I don't have anything important to do, and then I have people on call for my dogs. So I tend to avoid it if I can. Like, if I don't need it, I won't take anything that has sleepy stuff in it. Because it just never goes away. No shit, I tried Claritin once and it made my sinuses worse. How so, Trouble? Like, what do you mean by worse? Yucky. That sucks. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have an allergy to any medicine. My sister's allergic to, what is it? The Cillins? Like penicillin, moxicillins. I didn't have those two symptoms, but I was really warm but shivering at the same time. Back of the neck and head pain. Eyes felt like they were on fire. On Sunday, was in and out of sleep like 5 p.m. Called paramedics. Vitals came back normal, but temp was over 40 C. Holy shit. Are you on? So you're on a bunch of antibiotics for it now then? Yeah. It's a bacterial. I mean, it's a virus. So it's like, antibiotics won't do anything, which sucks. Things that have a drowsy effect make me loopy and completely unable to sleep. That's kind of me too. I'm kind of the same with painkillers. Like painkillers, I remember when I got my wisdom teeth removed and I was on painkillers, it didn't kill the pain, it just made me fucking loopy. BDO, you're lucky. However, count your blessings because your allergies can change every 7 years, all of them. Because you know how your body is technically has done an entire turnover of cells. There's like, if you have a new body technically every 7 years, that also means your allergies can change every 7 years. So like food allergies and stuff like that. Don't go eating peanuts and killing yourself to test it, please. But for real, everything can change. So you can develop, that's why people can develop like adult asthma and shit like that. Gastroparesis, isn't that where your intestinal system paralyzes and you just don't digest? I have to read cough medicine pretty carefully because once I wasn't paying attention and they put Benadryl in it, oh my God. What do you do? I mean, what do you do if you, like most people take, like seriously, what do you do? Like, what do you do? If those things actually like do that to you, what do you do? No shit, I took Claritin non-drowsy. Holy fuck, I was fighting to stay awake. That's me. I hate that stuff. Dude, I used to love Prodigy back in the day. Hold up. They wouldn't take me to the hospital because no beds, so was on a course of paracetamol and ibuprofen. I mean, that's basically all you can do with a virus, unfortunately. I want to make sure the volume's not too bad. Or too low. It'll be one or the other. Can you guys hear that? Let me know if the volume's too low. I never know. I just went from Spotify to YouTube and they're totally different volume levels, I guess. Are hazelnuts all right? Sure. Unless you were previously deathly allergic to them, in which case don't go testing. I had to go on an opiate painkillers for a pinched nerve in my back, and those made me unable to sit still. I ended up walking almost 4 miles before it what the fuck? Did it kill the pain? I wonder why painkillers would make you, like, have nervous energy, I guess. Ooh, what the fuck? I like this. This is pretty good. I had to go on that's why. I wonder what would do that. Like, what mechanism would painkillers do that? There was a bit of lower chest, upper stomach. So the reason medics were called in case if it was adrenal crisis. I mean, good. I mean, you know your body better than anybody, David. And I firmly believe if you feel like you need to call somebody, please call somebody. I'd rather them come and say it wasn't serious than you not call. I won't even say the alternative. You know what I mean? Fuck that. The service is there for a reason, right? I need a pack of bowl. The only things I've developed thus far, high blood pressure and diabetes. A1C was 12.6. I mean, honestly, BDO, at a certain age, I feel like everybody's going to develop that to a certain point, unless you're like a marathon runner or something, you know? And, you know, not that I have to say this to you, but tall people, right? Our bodies, our entire lives already had to work like double time just to get perfusion to our extremities. So as you get older and your body gets tired and your heart muscle gets tired, you know, still got to do the same shit, but now it's X amount of years old and stuff. But yeah, tall is, it's hard on your body. We don't live as long, unfortunately. Honestly, I might be very slightly allergic to chocolate. Like, what kind of chocolate gives you a weird tingly feeling in your mouth? Because it might be shitty quality chocolate. Because I've listened to a lot of YouTube podcasts about like the food industry and chocolate in general. It's very fascinating. It's not something I did on accident. It's actually really interesting. But the vast majority of commercially available chocolate out there has no chocolate in it at all. It's like a chemical compound and wax. Most chocolate is over 50% wax. Wax. The fuck? The fuck. And it might be something like that. Hopefully. Oh, David, you had it back then? God. Charismatic voice. What's the charismatic voice? Is that like the voice, but charismatic? It dulled the pain. I was talking to diagnostician. Weird word. He said it was probably the neuroreceptors, the opiates target being wonky. That is really bizarre. I'm glad you're okay though. Yeah, being tall is like, it has its pros, but like it's not good on a body. We break down. I mean, it's just fact. Being over average height means you break down faster than everybody else. It's just harder on your. It's like we're It's so sad to say this because I know people who have had this dog that passed away way too soon because of this thing. But we're the Scooby-Doo dogs. What are they called? I'm just blanking on the name. We're the Scooby-Doo dogs of humans. Great Danes. Thank you. Yep. We're the Great Danes of the human variety. Like, we're just like everybody else. We just run a lot hotter. We run hard on accident. Like, we have the same heart as everybody else, but it's got to pump to a lot more inches. So it just gets worn out faster. Yeah. I know. Rod, you're one of many people I've had who have had Great Danes that passed away way too early. It's so sad. They're notorious for it. See, Nemois, I just packed a bowl. Would you like to cheers? I just packed a fresh one. Food grade wax can give people ulcers. I believe it's non-digestible. I thought the increased mortality of tall people was just from being asked, how's the weather up there? It's fine. I'm doing great! It's actually Cadbury's, which is culinarily real chocolate. Try to get one of those bars that's like one of those organic, frou-frou-y, like health store brands that's like 90% cocoa, just as a test. Because those tend to have like the least amount of additives or anything in it. And they might, just to see if you're actually, because that's like the highest percent cocoa. Like if it gives you a tingle, then you know it's the cocoa and it's not something else. Pure Michigan Diamonds, I have Velo. It's such a boring name, but it's decent weed. Cheers, y'all. You're gonna be Santa tomorrow. The fuck? What are you doing tomorrow to be Santa? David, that only counts if you go outside. It's motherfucking 420, bitch! Don't forget to leave out milk and cookies for Snoop Dogg. Oh, is Cadbury made by Hershey? Hershey's the devil. We get the UV rays first, I guess, but you have to go outside for that. I've never had chunk dog. What kind of weed? Like, what's the stats on it? I don't want any sun. I don't want skin cancer for sure. I was trying to figure out when you took your nature photo. Which one did I post? Hold on, I'm trying to think. I looked through a lot to post that one last night. I gotta look. I have to look. Hold on. It's at least 6 months old because I don't go outside in the winter here because winter is a miserable time and Colorado hates me. So I have no idea when it comes to that. Let me see. Hold on. Open Sesame. Oh, I took that. Actually, I didn't take that 6 months. Well, what's this month? April, end of April. I took that when I went home to see my sister. December 3rd is when I took that one. Yeah. Vissy, I wouldn't come out till June if I were you. Honestly, the weather's still gross and sad and cold. And it makes me gross and sad and cold. It's seriously, like, we had snow this week. We were pummeled with snow this week, which made for a mud hellscape. Our weather's just so shit. It makes me so depressed. Like, I need heat and sun before I fucking, like, climb off a cliff. Outside, you mean where the people are? I agree. At least you can get it in America in some places. And honestly, it's still stupid expensive. It's a pretty peppy sativa leaning hybrid. One of my faves. This one's at about 22%. I know, that's me too. I say this like that's me too, honestly. Every time I read a pack, I'm like, it's allegedly 20, mine's 22 too. 22.96% allegedly. But like I've told you guys this a million times. I've had strains that say they're 30%. I've had strains that say they're, 19%, and the 19% will literally slam me on my ass, and the 30% I won't feel. Paris is July. So, yeah, July. But that's literally like 4 days. But seriously, it's just disgusting, and it's mud. It's just mud. I live in a mud hell. It's just mud hell. I get that. No, honestly, Yeet, I have the same reaction eating, what is it? The music just paused. Grapefruit. That's not what I meant to do. I fucking love grapefruit. Where is that music coming from? Stop it. And I don't stop eating it because of this, but I do get like when you gotta like rub the back of your tongue against the roof of your mouth a little bit, like that little weird itch. And I've always gotten it eating grapefruit, but I will still fucking get down on grapefruit. This is loud. Why? I don't give a shit. I still do it too. I get you. As long as it's not killing me. Ooh, mayo. Thank you. Hold on. I thought I saw a link. I just wanted to pull it on the right monitor. The only thing is, because we play games every once in a while, if I pull anything up on the wrong monitor, then audio gets captured by the VOD, and then the VOD will ban us all forever. Oh, wait. Is this the one I played the other day? This is. You gave me this the other day. I really like this. I liked it, and I added it to the playlist. I was like, why is it coming up on my playlist? I like this a lot. I added it to our playlist, actually. The tits. Yes, I like this one. No shit, you get that with nuts? The itches in your sinuses? Gross. ClassyKatie, thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it anything for 78 fucking months.
Holy shit.
That's a really long time. You guys, what's with these old fucking subs today? My Jesus fuck. I watched the Power Rangers. The Power Rangers episode of what? You've never had weed before? Have you ever been interested in it? Wait, I was told by the allergy doctor that I need to take meds if I want to avoid risking becoming allergic to everything. I'm sorry, what? That's okay. It's literally 1 minute to 4:20, if it's not 4:20. I have a little analog clock on my monitor, so I never know exactly the minute because it's small. But cheers, we're there. Thank you, love. Crispy's wearing the same shirt as Zeke. Shut up. What is Zeke wearing today? I didn't even look. Is it a Twitch one? Mayo. I mean, I don't mind listening to it again, obviously, because I really liked it. This part. I think I did the exact same thing, but I do like it. Wait, everything Tom Heck does is awesome. Mythroid and OXT. Is it Tom Hack? Tom Heck? Who is that? Do I spell it like that? Like Tom at CKHC. Oh, is it Drop Frames one? That's fucking beautiful. A medical test. Katie, I can't eat grapefruit or use ibuprofen. What's wrong with me? What happens if you eat ibuprofen and or grapefruit? What happens? So you're saying I should come to Colorado and get baked with you? That would be amazing. But you have to pick up apple cider donuts on your way. That is the ticket. They are just required to get into the state at this point. um, honestly, it's probably something super simple, but my mind immediately goes to the paracetamol allergy where people's bodies start to set on fire from the inside out. And they only live for like 5 years after that. And it's usually the very first time they ever take paracetamol. But I don't know. I get way too weird with things because I worked in a weird place. Probably something really simple, right? To chamomile? Oh, I've never had the opportunity to try it. In Australia, there's strict route. Oh, really? So is it still like a big crime to have weed there? Damn. I mean, I think I'm one of those people, I like to try everything. I'll try anything once, as long I'm not gonna go try heroin until I'm like 85 and already on death's door, like whatever. Then fuck it, whatever. What am I gonna do? Become addicted at 85? I don't fuck with that kind of shit. But I like when I travel, I try everything twice. Like give it a try. But don't let anyone ever pressure you, and don't let anyone like OD you. Like you can't OD on weed, but you can smoke enough that you feel like you're ODing. And I don't want your first experience to be like that. So, if you ever would like some tips and tricks on how to try weed for the first time, my community is pretty fucking dank. We're not the only one in the world, but we're pretty dank. And I have helped a few people through like just getting into weed for the first time and not overdoing it. Because especially with weed nowadays, like I don't care where you are, you're getting legal weed probably, like weed coming from the States or otherwise where it's legally grown and hybrid and crazy strong. It will fuck your pants off. Cheers. Oh, wait. Oh my God, Sorolin, I know this one. I know this one. There's something in grapefruit that makes it so your medications don't work if you eat it, and I don't remember what it's called. I've heard of this before though. That absolutely, I know exactly what you're talking about now. There's something about grapefruit that it can make it so your stomach doesn't. Oh, what does it do? Fuck. Does it like kill the enzymes in your stomach so it can't break the pill down or something like that? Fuck, dude, I've heard about this before. I'm waiting. Wait for what? Cheers. Bitch, stop. I gotta finish the sentence. Otherwise, it'll never happen again. 85th birthday, where's my hair? What kind of donuts do you and Zeke like? Let me think. He likes crullers and like old fashioned glazed. That's his two favorites. Honestly, I'll eat any fucking donut. I have yet to turn down a donut in my life. But if I had to pick a favorite, hmm. I mean, I don't know if we count these donuts, but have you guys had, what are they called? They're like, they're a croissant donut. Chris donut. What are those called? Those are fucking cronut. Do we even consider those a donut, or are those in a different level? Those are so good. I don't know why. I don't get it. They're fucking good. But I kind of just don't consider it. Like, if there's donuts and then there's cronuts, it's two different things. You know? I tried heroin early 20s once. No shit. Half a line of Chase the Dragon. Didn't feel anything, so not touched again. I'm glad. I'm very glad you didn't feel a thing. I mean, there's nothing like a good fucking chocolate glaze. I kind of am on the same level. Like, the more fancy a donut gets, I tend to, like, not like them. You know, like, I went to... Ooh, I'm getting it. Hold up. Fuck, wrong monitor. I went to... What is that, like? That donut place that's in Portland that's, like, is famous, but, in my opinion, heavily overrated. Jesus Christ, not mute. Voodoo, I think, is what it's called. I went there, and I didn't like anything. Yeah. I just don't understand putting fucking Captain Crunch on a donut. It seemed excessive. I don't know. Sure. Bacon on a maple donut was all right, but yeah, dude, same. Maple glazed donuts are amazing. I'd take a maple glaze with just a piece of bacon. it being on top of the donut, it's just hard to bite. Like, my teeth don't meet in the middle, in the front, so I can't do, like, a nice I have to, like, fucking pull it at a weird angle. It's just, like it's very gimmicky. I can see how some people like, there's probably some people that find, like, the most texture appeasing, mouthfeel in there somewhere. It was a lot of extra shit for me. I'd rather have something really basic that tastes phenomenal than something that just is excessive. Turn it up a little bit. Thank you. I'm really enjoying it, but my volume's not your volume, so thank you. Dude, Mutagami, I totally get that. Mutagami, I'm so sorry. Matugami, I will say your name correctly. I'm kind of the same way. Like, I just did it way too early. Like, I think everything I've tried in my life, I tried before the age of 18. Thankfully, because if I would have gotten in trouble, I would have been fine. Like, it would have been wiped from my record, thankfully. But by the time I turned 21, I was pretty much bored with most, like, drugs. Like, that, and I've read this, and I'm not a pharmaceutical, like, smart person. I'm not smart about pharmaceuticals. That's definitely, like, ICU nursing. Nursing knows way more about meds and stuff than I do. But, there's something about being bipolar and ADHD in terms of how my natural neurochemicals work that drugs like Molly and ecstasy have zero effect on me at all. Not that I've allegedly tried them, maybe, who knows. There's no effect at all. I don't have an effect from it. And if I do ecstasy, the only difference between ecstasy and Molly or what is it called? What's the MDMA? Is as far as I know, is the speed component. Ecstasy has some sort of ephedrine or some sort of speed upper component to the MDMA that gives you like energy as well. Whereas MDMA is just like the feel good shit. And I feel neither. And the ephedrine actually counteracts with my ADHD and makes me sleepy. So I end up just going to sleep, but I don't feel nothing. So it sucks, but also I'm kind of thankful because it's definitely like made it so it's not really worth it for me to try drugs at all. Like I just stick with weed. I'm good to go. High blood pressure. So, okay, two different calcium channel drugs, amlodipine, dipine, and indaomide. Fuck, dude. Drugs are hard. Nurses are geniuses when it comes to this shit. So it's the calcium channel drugs. And why is it just grapefruit or is it all citrus? Because I don't know why I'm feeling very familiar with grapefruit being an issue with some drugs. I feel like I've heard that talked about a lot. Just in the hospital atmosphere in general. I've been and it was great looking, but flavor hit or miss. Yes, exactly. Mercutio, I feel like the same. They were really cool looking. Like, they looked very neat. You wanted to Instagram them, but the taste was like, whatever. I think probably my favorite donut's probably like, does an apple fritter count? Apple fritter? They're fucking delicious, dude. A tall, shitty, it has to be kind of shitty black cup of coffee and a good apple fritter. I don't know. There ain't nothing like it. It's like the perfect texture. I don't know. They're so good. I don't have any other. Like, I think that's probably my favorite. Like, if that's considered a donut. But other than that, like, just a chocolate glazed or a chocolate old-fashioned glaze. They're fucking good. With a cup of coffee. I wish I added that to my list and played my list, but for some reason the list won't play after that song, and I don't know why. I liked that, though. Thank you. I was trying to pull up the Veracity one. Hold up. Ooh, the fucking picture of it squeezing a tomato like a heart is sick. That's dope. Is there much of a difference between smoking weed to getting hash brownies? 150 million %. Huge difference. Yes. I'm so glad you asked that. I didn't want to go into too much detail about like your first time if you ever get to try it because I don't want to scare anybody. Like, I never want to scare anybody. Weed will not kill you. Like, you cannot consume enough THC for the THC to be poisonous. The only way weed can kill you is if a crate of it falls on your head and breaks your neck. Seriously. But you can smoke/consume enough THC to feel like you're going to die. And I have heard, this song's really good. I've heard so many horror stories of people on edibles specifically. Simply because, would you like to know the difference? I don't want to like go on a fucking tangent if you don't care. Seriously, if you'd like to know the difference, I will go there because I love talking about it. But there's a huge difference in edibles versus smoking. Huge. To the point where in Colorado, where they legalized recreational weed, I believe first, if not one of the first states to legalize recreational weed in the US, they literally, every time I buy weed, I get a little pamphlet stapled to my bag of weed that's a warning pamphlet about the consumption of edibles. Because once it became legal, for some reason, I think because smoking in a lot of people's minds, smoking anything is just, we just are like, that's got to be bad for you. You're inhaling something other than air. But eating something, like, what's that going to do? It's just a gummy. So a lot of people that have always been hesitant about consuming weed, suddenly it was recreationally legal. They just went all ham on gummies. And the thing is, you can get a gummy that's, hold on. You can get a gummy this big that's 10 milligrams, and you can get a gummy that looks exactly the same but is 110 milligrams. And they're identical. And you'll get 10 in a bag. And I mean, you literally are supposed to consume half of one gummy bear. Who the fuck does this? And people that are unexperienced, they get the munchies, they end up consuming the whole bag, and they literally lose their fucking gourd. And the problem, how do I put it? Like, I think like the biggest hurdle around edibles is that nobody can tell you how long they're going to last or when they're going to kick in or how strong they're going to feel on you specifically, because everybody's digestive system is so unique to themselves. You know what I mean? Like, some people digest stuff, some people have a hella fast metabolism and are just like rail thin and eat constantly and can't put weight on. And some of us look at a jar of peanut butter and can't fit in our clothes the next day. Solidarity, my dudes. It's just like our metabolisms. And then on top of that, I personally do not do edibles ever, really, because it's so fucking hit or miss whether or not I even feel it. And then if I do, I don't know how long it's going to last. Like, if I do an edible, I have to know that I don't have to do anything that involves driving or going anywhere for at least 2 days, because I could literally be high for 2 days. You just have no idea on nothing. I mean, the strongest edible I've ever consumed says it's 2.5 milligrams. And most bitches in here are eating 100, 200 at a go. I don't know. It's everybody's system specifically. So not only is it your digestive system, sorry, I feel like there's a hair on the corner of my mouth from a dog. I kissed them. Not only is it your digestive system, but also your blood viscosity and your very personal blood-brain barrier, and how that is designed to protect your brain from neurotoxins that you might accidentally consume. So, like, as hunter-gatherers, we might be just like starving and go and pick some berries that look like berries and eat them and then fucking die because they're poisonous. You've got protection. Your brain has some protection. It's called your blood-brain barrier, meaning that anything that goes into your bloodstream has to be the perfect, like, those toys when you were a kid and it'd be like blocks you put in the right shapes, like a star block and a square and a circle. This would be like the most faceted fucking sunshine with like a million spikes all over it. It is so wildly specific and small, and like so fucking wildly specific and small, basically, for what goes into your blood to actually cross over into your brain, because your brain has no blood on it at all. It just has vessels feeding it oxygen. There's no blood on your brain. So in order for things to cross the blood-brain barrier, that's why pharmaceutical companies exist. They go in, like, pharmaceutical chemists go into the science of how to develop something for you to consume that will actually breach that blood-brain barrier, be the right shape to fit those tiny little fucking block holes. And so when you consume weed in your mouth hole, obviously it has to hit your stomach. It has to go through the entire digestive system process that everything else does. And so with some people, like I assume with myself, my stomach acid is such a pH that it actually compromises and breaks down the THC before I can get high from it, which is why some edibles, I've literally eaten a chocolate bar that was 250 milligrams and felt nothing. Like, I got no effect at all. And then these 4.5 milligram ones or 2.5 milligram ones fuck me and send me to space. I think it's just the form of the THC or whatever it is. My stomach acid might break it down and kill it before I can get high. But once your stomach breaks down the food you've just eaten with stomach acid and bile and whatever, whether it's chocolate or a gummy bear, what have you, a cookie, it has to break the entire thing down into molecules, just like food, molecules small enough for absorption through your intestinal lining. So that whole process has to go down in your stomach. So depending on how fast, or depending on if you've eaten before you take the edible, that's going to take a certain amount of time. And there is no absorption happening in your stomach. Your stomach is just like a holding and breakdown tank. And then it starts to slowly push whatever you've eaten into the intestines, and your intestinal lining is where molecules are actually absorbed into your bloodstream. And that's another fucking barrier. So your intestinal lining is like wet tissue paper water balloon, basically. And there's also little tiny block holes that are very, very specific, special shapes. So only certain things can go through the intestinal lining into your blood and be carried off as nutrition, and some things can't. And so the whole science of getting it perfectly, you know, created to do all of that and then make it to your brain and then breach the blood-brain barrier as well is crazy. And everybody is so unique. Like, we're really similar, but also super unique in the way our bodies work, just depending on your own personal diet, how you've grown up, your mom's digestive system. Her fecal bacteria is probably your fecal bacteria, and the enzymes in your stomach, what you have, what you don't have, what your natural diet is. Like, say you're a hardcore vegan and you don't eat anything with gelatin in it, and then you go eat a weed gummy that is gelatin, you're probably not going to feel anything because your stomach is going to say, we can't do anything with this. We don't have the enzyme to break down animal gelatin anymore, and you're just going to poop out a half-full gummy. But we don't, like, you know, who the fuck's giving a nutrition class ever? So that's like, it's hard. I don't know. There's no one answer fits all for edibles ever. And that sucks. And I don't know if this is just part of me being like really, really OCD type A or what have you. But when I take a drug or whatever, I like to be a little bit more in control of the experience. And the reason I prefer smoking is I know that if I take a hit, I'm going to get high within a few seconds and I'm going to be relatively stoned for a good hour. And then the next 30 minutes is the come down where I'm going to get I'll start yawning a little bit. I get a little sleepy. And then the next half hour is nothing. I'm not high anymore. Max 2 hours, I'm going to be stoned from a hit off of a bong. And likewise, I could smoke this entire bowl right now at this exact moment, and I will only be high for 2 hours. And I like that. I like that control of it, that the effects are immediate, and I know they're not going to last for days and days and days, and it doesn't matter what my digestive system is. You know what I'm saying? That I prefer that control over it. But there's a lot of people who have like lung diseases or asthma or whatnot that just cannot smoke, so they depend on edibles. So I totally understand why they're there. But it's not for me because I don't like that the unpredictability of it. Stronlin, right? It's not bad, right? I kind of like it. I've never had weed tea before. I don't do edibles anymore because I have to eat so many of them feel like 300 milligrams, maybe more. It's such a waste. Smoking just makes so much more sense. 100%. I agree. So grapefruit, Seville oranges, pomelo, and figs contain a chemical called this is the one I was thinking about, huh? Furanocumarins. Furanocumarins. I'm probably saying that totally wrong. This is what causes the drug interactions. According to the NIH website and a Canadian sports nutrition website. Yes, I knew I'd heard of it before. The whole grapefruit thing really just not my area, but it's weird, but cool. Most of the edibles here are like 5 to 10 milligrams each, which is nice for dialing the dose. Some brands and types, gummies, chocolates, etc., seem to hit way harder than others. Same. I've taken a 10 milligram like chocolate, and then those 2.5 milligrams microdoses. Those fucking slam me on my ass. I don't know what it is, and they slammed Eliza too. Like, I'm not alone. So if you are one of those people who can't smoke because you've got a lung thing and you like edibles, but you're finding this unpredictability and unreliability. So one way that I've found to kind of work around it, because I do have edibles on hand just in case I get really bad cramps or a really bad migraine, because they definitely can help a lot with that, is I've found that one way to work around that entire fucking really complicated digestive system that I briefly explained is instead of getting an edible that you chew on and swallow, get an edible that you suck on and let dissolve in your mouth, because then the vast majority of it is actually sublingually and mucosally absorbed straight into the bloodstream via the mucous membrane of your mouth. So what I think it is those microdose candies that send me to space. They're little sucky candies. They're just little hard candies. They're literally like a little cube like this big, versus like chewing on a gummy and swallowing it and having to go through that whole like acid and all that shit. Maybe. I don't know though. I'm not an expert. That's just like my theory. And you go to bed and you wake up sober, and I like that. I have absolutely woken up high from edibles before, and I don't like that at all. Me too, Scott Coyote. And that's for cramps and stuff like that. They're fantastic. Vissy, I have them. So next time you visit, These gummies here are legal. Let's see. Which ones are these ones? Which ones are legal? It just took me to like a search page. It just took me to a search page. Are teas useful? Like weed tea? I don't know. I've never tried weed tea. The problem with I guess, like the hurdle you have when preparing anything that has THC in it and you're preparing it hot is that at a certain temperature it does degrade and destroy the THC molecule, which is kind of what a lot of like people that do baked goods with THC and stuff, that's the huge hurdle they jump is, cooking the food but not destroying the THC at the same time. Cuz you know what I mean? It's essentially doing this. Like that's destroying it, but I'm inhaling it and getting it before it instead of it just going up into a oven's ventilation system. You know what I mean? So I don't know how you would do that, really. Hi, Mag. How are you? I can get high off 10 to 20 milligrams of edibles, but don't use them a lot. Usually vape since I can't smoke. See, and I don't get high from vaping. I've tried so many different weed vapes. I don't get stoned at all. A friend of mine got violently high, oh my God, off an edible and basically spent the entire time freaking out until it wore off. Oh my God, Snoring again. I have a story about that. Why is my music's being a douche today? Who? It was a friend of a friend story, but it was a true one. It's not. I mean, it's not like something you would be like, that's not true. But it was a dude. So what happened was a couple friends of this dude's were throwing a party, like a house of kids that lived together in college. Were throwing a party. And they made a shit ton of edible cookies. Like they made a bunch of weed cookies or weed, just we called them like fucking hash brownies or hash cookies back in the day. They literally just threw a bag of weed into the cookie mix and made them. So they probably weren't all that great and they probably weren't all that strong. However, they put the tray out and they thought it would be funny not to tell anyone that they were weed cookies at the party and just to see if people ate them and then secretly got a little fucked up and blah, 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 blah. I know, you can already see where this is going. Trust me, it's worse than what you're imagining. So, their good buddy, who is, in general, quite a prompt human and shows up on time everywhere, shows up a little bit early to the party, sees that big old plate of cookies and thinks to himself, like, yum, and eats the entire plate of cookies, which I cannot remember. At one time, I did know how many milligrams it was. It was over 1,000 milligrams of weed altogether that this person consumed. They had never consumed pot before, and they were a semi-professional boxer. And, unfortunately, but fortunately, if you're an athletic person, you probably have a really, really efficient circulatory system and digestive system and whatnot. And that weed kicked in real fast, and that kid boxed every single person at the party to the floor. No charges. However, the kids were living at the house who allegedly put out the cookies. They're in jail for poisoning. That's illegal. I don't care if it's just pot. You don't poison people with drugs. Period. Where's my calm the bitch down? No. No.
Turn it off. Turn
No.
it off, Willard.
No, let's turn it off, Willard.
Calm the bitch down.
You know what I'm saying? That's poisoning. That's poisoning someone. They didn't know how far their fucking nasty joke was going to go, but holy shit. I mean, he was like one of those, I saw a picture of him. He looked like one of those kind of meatheads who, like, he probably had to eat an astronomical amount of calories just to maintain his size. You know what I mean? Like, he was so... And so he's probably one of those guys who would literally probably buy, like, a meat and cheese plate and just eat the whole thing and then go boxing or something. I don't know. I had brothers who did this. I had brothers in wrestling and shit who would, like, bulk up and then get really skinny and, like, spit candy out. It was crazy. The cookies are for everyone, though. I mean, you can't depend on that. There's always one bitch who's gonna eat all the cookies. Don't poison people's fucking cookies. That's what you get for poisoning the cookies. I mean, you can't. That's poisoning. It was just, I mean, it's straight up. It doesn't matter what it is. You can't put secret drugs on a table. Shut up. And I think there were minors there too. Like maybe a kid was there. Like it wasn't a wild party, you know. It was like a dinner gathering. The chicken breasts. Yeah, that kind of shit. What people don't understand is even giving you... Wait. Is even giving your mate 2 shots instead of 1 is spiking. I mean, you just don't secretly intoxicate people. Yeah. If you want to play the cookies, bring your own. I mean, I agree. Don't get me wrong. I would probably... Like, if he hadn't already boxed me to the floor because he was hallucinating off the plate of cookies, I'd probably be like, yo, you fucking pig, did you just plow through an entire plate of cookies before anyone got here? Why are you like this? I'd say the same thing. I'm on your page. Like, isn't that the secret? Is bring to the party what you want to eat and then just like fucking eat it? That's what I always did. Like, bring what I want. And then at least I know there's one thing I want. Yeah, no, I agree with you. No, it's just straight up fucking rude. No, I get you. I know. It's like on the first page of fucking etiquette. Second page says, don't secretly drug people. Close your eyes. I so hard agree. Yeah. No, I get it. Oh God. I feel lucky. The only thing I do when I get too drunk or high is send dirty PMs on a spicy website. I've never done anything very interesting drunk or high, to be honest. I don't think. I think I'm more interesting the more sober I am. In a bad way. I only ever ate drink what I brought to parties, even hid shit in my car. Not that I didn't trust my friends, but you never know when someone's gonna be that guy. I mean, I just like, if you bring something you like, at least you like it. You know what I'm saying? My first word was cookie. Like, no shit, my first word on the planet Earth was cookie, and I still would not plow through a goddamn plate of cookies at a party. Like, it's all over fucked, but also. If you're gonna drug someone, at least tell them. Common courtesy. Right? I can't with that. Ooh, but the word you're looking for to bridge the cooking dosage of efficiency is bioavailability. Thank you. I knew you'd told me that word before and I could not remember what it was. This is how readily the endocannabinoids can be broken down and absorbed. It has a lot to do with liver function, gut biome, and vascular health. Boosh, bitch! Thank you. I appreciate you. What happened to you on Monday? Wait. Zach's mom's been here for 4 days. I've blacked it out. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm so fucking stressed out when people are in my house. I have no idea what happened in the past 4 days. And my anxiety level is just like... I've gotten so drunk I blacked out. I've done that one time ever. Never again. I mean, honestly, I think I kind of stopped drinking after that because it scared the shit out of me. You got a naked picture in your work email? Wait, is it from someone at work that you know? Wait. Deets. You get 1 cookie, and if there are still cookies 2 hours later, you may have another. Cookie consumption must not exceed 2 cookies. I agree, unless clearly otherwise stated by the host. Like if you walk in and you go, oh wow, those cookies look great, and they go, we've got a fridge full of them, eat as many as you'd like, then I think the limit goes up to as many as you can fit like this. 1 hand lobster. And then the look on their face will tell you how much they were exaggerating about the cookies in the fridge. And then, you gauge whether or not you can go back. You know what I'm saying? Is it a dick or a titty? It's a stack of cookies. It was not someone you work with? Okay. I mean, that's kind of better. Me and my mom were talking about me and my friends being irresponsible drug users as teenagers and how we weren't like driving around feeling invincible. Instead, we were like, oh my God, that cow's going to kill us. And we'd stay in a parked car for 6 hours until the not threat passed. We used to do the same. I used to see ghosts. Or I'd like see a face in the crack of, like I'd open the refrigerator, in the crack where the door hinges are. I'd see a face or something. Oh my God. Oh my God. So Vissy, if you don't know the person and you're not like worried and you haven't like blocked them or deleted them, this is something I've started doing because as a female presenting human being on the internet, I get a lot of dick pics, like excessive dick pics. And like if you're here, like I don't want it. Thank you, but no thank you. I've seen a lot of dicks. It's just medical at this point. I'm worried about that weird color on the left side. Like, go get a scan. JK, but really, respond with that. It's totally disarming. Okay, so my sister's a nurse, and she says that spot under the left ridge of your cock is something you should get checked out immediately. That's all you gotta say. It's fantastic. You can still be hard, but, like, that's all you gotta do. I've never had a response. Not once. It's flawless. And it's not like I'm hurting them, like, the worst case scenario, they go get checked out. Best case scenario, like, they go get checked out, and they stop fucking messaging their dick to random people on the internet. Like, thank you, that's where your pee comes from. I mentioned the liver adding a hydroxyl group in digestion and uptake. It really changes how it gets metabolized and transported around the body to different organs. Oh, no shit. Interesting. When I bake cookies for a party, I tend to make six to 10 dozen because I do the same. I tend to, if I'm going to a party with like cookies or something, I bake enough that you can take a handful. But oh my God, Arcane, I was going to say, I knew a story about this. So I have an aunt. I don't know how to say this. She's just kind of universally hated by the whole family. She's just a bitch. She's a cunty bitch. She's just a bad person. I don't know. I'm not going to protect her. She's a fucking cunty whore. But we went over to my whole mom's side of my family. They are butchers. They own like a huge butcher, not huge, but it's like a semi-large butchering company on the West Coast in Washington State. And so every time we had family get-togethers, I just have these memories of these enormous like banquet tables, mountains. It's like Harry Potter food style, but everything was meat. Like every form of sausage and steak and cut preserved meat and head cheese and anything you could ever imagine on a table. Like not a vegetable in sight, you know what I'm saying? Maybe some rolls. That was it. But that was family shit. But one year they did that whole spread, and then one of my cousins, I guess, did a stint on a crab boat and came home with like, pounds of king crab legs. And so for this little family get together, I don't even remember what it was. It was a small family get together. They cooked a portion of these king crab legs. And no matter where you are, king crab is fucking expensive. And I think the farther you are away from the source, the more expensive it gets because it's huge and really, really heavy. That shit is pricey. And I remember, it was later on. The reason we were all pissed. So my grandpa, that's his favorite food in the entire world. He loves crab. And my grandpa had already had a stroke, so he was in a wheelchair. So we were trying to get him situated in his little picnic table seat and like get him all set. And then we were like, all right, we're going to go make you a plate. And my bitchy cunt fuck aunt was in line before me. And she literally took 8 king crab legs and put them on her paper plate on a mound of potato salad and looked at me and said, he won't remember eating them anyways, and walked away. And there was a line of like 20 more cousins behind me that had gotten zero food. And I've never, this was over 20 years ago that this happened, but I've never forgot it. That's not the reason she's a bitchy cunt fuck piece of shit. There's so many other reasons. That's just like a sample. That's her father, by the way. My grandfather was her father, who she cried when he died. She was like, Daddy, oh, Daddy. And to this day, she won't stop talking about how much she allegedly looks like him. Fucking horrible human being. It was amazing. I mean, it grows them big. All my siblings are, except Corey, are quite tall. Maybe that's the meat. Who knows? I didn't have a lot of salad as a kid. Now that I know that trick, I know how to react for the next time I send a dick pic to people. Just be like, that's Jimmy. Don't look Jimmy in the eye. My cookie recipe makes over 90 delicious cookies. Fuck yes. I don't bake often either, but when I do, I make a lot and I freeze it. I freeze a lot of it. Okay, wait. Did I miss? I want to make sure I get all the Vissy story. Hold up. Okay, yes, I'm getting it all. Okay. I send interview confirmations for a separate company. Okay, so I have 2 work emails. This one is only for confirmations. I've emailed them a final interview and they replied to Wait, so he'd already gone to multiple interviews before this point? Yeah? Is this a final interview? I'm gonna reread it with that in mind. Okay. Vissy, you have no idea how much money I would have paid to see your face opening that email. So much. I'm crying. Oh, let me reread this. I'm sorry. I couldn't finish. It's just for those just listening. Allow me to poetically. Oh, I can't. I send interview confirmations for a separate company. I'm sorry, I can't read. For a separate company. So I have 2 work emails. This one is only for confirmations. I've emailed this person a final interview, meaning they've had 2 to 3 previous interviews that were successful. This is for their final interview, and they replied only with, quote, "When I get hired, who gonna suck on this?" Accompanied by a full body man nude. Full body? Wait, full body? The confidence is off the scale. I don't, What'd you do? And then what? But why? Can't breathe. I'm imagining like Dwight Schrute too. No shit, just like with the, like the flash, but like flaccid also. What's in a full length mirror? What happened? I know this is a really, really good ghost song. Should not be associated with this, but good song. Was it a clean mirror? That's a good question. How dirty was it? Well, crap. I just got talked to by HR. How was I supposed to know you're not allowed to say MacBook in an office and have it called the Scottish laptop? What? That's pretty good. You're on a fire today, Leaf. Jesus Christ. A full bottom. It was a full frontal in a dirty mirror with a lip bite. Is it toothpaste? Or is it just a free jizz? Is it toothpaste? Or is it just a free jizz? Nobody knows. Wow. Oh my god, Frem. Shut the fuck up. Frem wins. So previously I had stated that my response, if anybody sends me an unsolicited dick pic, is to immediately give them a panic attack about the possible cancerous bump or lump or colorage on their penis somewhere. Frem's is better. Gotta read it. Hold up. I saw a recent funny way to deal with dick pics. Respond with, quote, "Why would you send me a child's penis? I'm reporting this to the police." And then they say, "No, that's my penis." And you respond, "Liar, that is a child's penis, and I am reporting this to the authorities." I'm going to write that down because that's the best I've heard ever. Oh my god. There are no words. That's That's fantastic. I have a Post-it note on my desk right now that just says, quote, "That's a child's penis," end quote. And that might be the weirdest Post-it I've ever stuck to my computer. Ever. Ooh, side note, settle something. Does Rod have top or bottom energy? Is it weird to say I don't think of Rod as having a sexual energy, so I've never, like, none of it? No. There's something in my brain that when my man friends are married goes, "Oh, look, a puppy without hair. Cute. You're not like human, and I don't know. It's it's just something in my head. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? You just like, yes, you're a Ken doll. You become a Ken doll. Yeah. I think it's like a safeguard in my head, like, oh, not a sexual creature because that's never gonna happen. Kind of thing. You know? I've always done that though. I don't know. Also, when I'm in a happy relationship and I am sexually appeased in that relationship, I don't really view anyone else as sexual. Like, I just kind of think about my partner's penis 24/7 and whether or not I want to suck it now or then. Mania's fun. I'm very tunnel but I don't know. What does that even mean? Top or bottom energy? What does that mean? Does that mean like extroverted or introverted? What is this? Is this one of the Jung tests? Best I've heard is to send one back. I mean, you ladies have a collection of them, right? Just say, if you like dicks, this is a good one. I could send dicks forever. It's probably disgusting how many dicks I could send. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that it's like asking me to think of my brother as having top energy or bottom energy. Or like be asking me about that of my sister. Like it kind of makes me feel gross to even consider. I don't know. Unlike a large portion of the Republican Party these days, I don't think about people's bedroom activities unless I myself am going to participate in them. Weird. I know. Boring. I know, though. Frem, right? Yeah. Yeah. Do they like to take or receive? If in that case, I'd say Rod is a both. I don't think Rod would say no to pleasure to stay on one end or the other. Rod seems adventurous, if that's literally what we mean by it. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, he fucking wouldn't say no to a bad time. He wouldn't be like, "Don't touch my butt, that's gay." He'd be like, "Does it feel good? All right." You know what I'm saying? And like, pooch. Yeah, a switch. Is that the term? Yeah, that's what I would say then. If that's what we're going by like top energy or bottom energy. Just because Rod's not the type to shy away from experiences. Like, he's always down for anything. So I feel like he would do that in most, like, most people are that way in all aspects of their life, not just like one. But I don't know. Who the fuck am I to know? Again, he's like my brother. I don't think of his penis, which I know is weird, but like, you do you, boo boo. None of gun. The only thing I kind of do is when I see couples in public, I do have a brief, like 15-second, 30-second moment wondering, like, how do they fuck? But it's not a sexual thing. It's just like curiosity. It's not because I want to participate in any way, shape, or form. I'm just like, huh. And then I walk away and it's over. And then I move on. But I do that. But other than that, no, not really. It's a self-defense mechanism for males. When you go to a party with your girlfriend, you make damn sure your eyes slide off the other gorgeous girls like you're trying to look at Cthulhu. I hope I never put off that. Like, Zach and I like to hit on people together. And we compliment people together. That, I think, is the healthy way. Like, if I think a woman's beautiful, I compliment. If he thinks a woman's beautiful, he compliments her. Like, and I don't feel threatened by that. at all. Like, I don't know. To each their own. Taco, you're a badass. Shut up. Your butt is your butt. Yes, facts. We're not supposed to be positive, Rod. We're only supposed to make. That's true. I don't know how to. I'm really bad at demeaning people. I work on not doing that because it's a natural instinct. It's hard to just go into it though. Power bottoms terrify you? Wow. Why? Wow? Why? Chat, you're beautiful and have threatening auras. Yes! Magnesium used to tell me I was volatile a lot. I don't know why. I end up dating bisexual girls because we click better. So often I'm the one getting elbowed and being told to check out. That's me. I mean, seriously, I'm just like, look, babe, look. I try to be subtle, but Zach is both deaf and completely unobservant. And so sometimes I literally like sock him in the fucking temple. Look at the boobs! It's so hard to get him to subtly look at something beautiful with me. You have no idea. Like I literally have to pinch his nipples. Oh, there's no whispering to that man. Ah! It drives me crazy, but I do that all the time. But I'm not like I'm not like, look at that fucking hot ass hoe, I'd fucking nail that. I'm just like, I want to be on and her. And I don't know what to do about it. But and we disagree. I don't feel insecure about that though. I don't. But also, and this is just me, like I'm not saying everybody should be this way. People are beautiful and unique, and this variety is the spice. But for me personally, like sex has never been about love, and I think that's a big part of it. And sex is like boobs, butts, hips, the sexual appeal. Like none of that is the emotional part for me, so I don't feel threatened by any of it ever. Like you can find a lot of people hot and not like them at all. Like there are some gorgeous people out there with probably horrific personalities. They have too much raw power. They must be stopped. I don't want to out Zeke, but I'm pretty sure he's a power bottom. I mean, he doesn't take it in the butt, but he definitely is in control no matter where the fuck I put him. I want to stay for all this gay talk, but I need to go walk my dog. Oh my god, Potato deserves love, though. Give Potato love for me. All done. Whatever love that is consensual with Potato, to be honest. So you're not going to art galleries very often? I mean, once you've seen one, like, when you know, like, what are you doing going back? Unless there's a new exhibit, like, the fuck you up to? You know what I'm saying? My husband, I do like an art gallery, though. My husband could walk face first into a boob and still not notice it. Dude, same! What the fuck? I'm not shitting you. Like, I've watched women in bars do the unnecessary, like, touch on him to get by him, and they look like flawless angels that have risen from hell with their, and I'm just like, babe, 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 babe. Zachary! Look! Boobs! Like, we have to make a code word that I can just scream loudly at him at some point because there's no way to hint. Like, you can't. Like, my sister and I almost developed a sort of body language where we would almost, like, not have to speak to check out people together. Like, my sister and I both check out everything all the time. Like, we appreciate a beautiful body. And my sister and I can barely side-eye each other. And it's almost like we've already both done it. But, like, I just have to look at her, and she knows. She knows by the look on my face there is something to see in the vicinity. Look at it. And it's so frustrating when people don't get that. I always get asked if we bang at her cosplays, and I deadpan tell them they're insane for thinking that. Do they have any idea how much those things cost? Plus, I doubt she'd be comfortable with corsets and weird bra magic. People have asked me about that of my SFX stuff all the time, and it's like, absolutely not. I'd have to buy new sheets. I have nice sheets. Do you know what would happen if liquid latex got on my fucking thread count? Done. Done. Semen's one thing. Liquid latex? I was a fuck no. Bisexual friend back in the day. Dude, I'm such a good wingman. Me, no. What you do isn't being a wingman. You cockblock by getting there first. That's harsh. Potato is the love. Thank you. The big difference between a top and a power bottom is who initiates sexy time. I feel like everybody has a different definition for it. I get it, 100% ass man. I don't know if I have an ass or a titty. Like, I don't know if I can prefer one or the other. I just like people. Okay, Vissy, I will. Years ago, I read this post from a guy who was responding to a quote, most embarrassing moment you had during sex, end quote. And his partner was like, quote, how do you feel about period sex? And he was like, what do you mean? Like petticoats and stuff? Petticoats? What? That's beautiful. That's just fantastic. No, that's adorable. Nope, that's adorable. That is precious. Dude, Viana, right? With literally it's eyebrow raises, like a nose flare, a twitch of the mouth, and you've got the entire conversation over, or an mm-hmm, mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. You don't, and it's like, it's so hard to do with someone who is deaf and oblivious to the world. That combination is so hard to work with, let me fucking tell you. I'm not in pain. Hi, Lord Hybrid, how are you? That's so fucking, tonight we fucking like it's 1892. Oh my god. Allow me to comb thine pubes. He thought 1800s period piece rather than menstruation period. Yeah. Oh yeah. I got petticoats. Like, she should whip out just a red bonnet on period days. Just fuck. Just totally normal the rest of the month, but period day. Then Good morning, dear. It's time. Why are you like this? Oh, it's fucking great. That's great. Earn his Red Wings. No one wants to eat blood. If you can't perfect the nonverbal cue, I don't want to know. I'm kind of into that too. Like if someone just can't catch a verbal cue, like I'm just going to experience it by myself. I'm not going to yell at your face. And then like those kind of people, they'll hear you tell a story about it later and they're like, I was right there. Why didn't you show me? And it's like, you were in space, dude. It doesn't work if I have to literally scream at you to tell you what's happening. I don't know how some people aren't like prey animals looking around them all the time. Like, who blinks? Not me. Be aware. I don't know all these names. A service top. I didn't even know what a power bottom I thought a power bottom or a top was just like the person with the power and where their position was they liked in sexy times. I don't fucking know. Did you see the Romans invented the dildo? No, but I did watch a documentary about female prisons and they have to make their own tampons and it was really fucking sad to watch. Oh my god, my phone's about to die. I need to plug that shit in. Imagine wearing a corset on your period. I've thought about it. I almost wonder if it would have helped. I have no idea. But like, you know how it's just like the muscles like, like what if you could just fucking constrict that whole area? But probably that would cut blood flow and make it worse, right? I don't know. I would assume horrible. I mean, no one wants to wear tight clothes on their period. I would assume it'd be terrible, but I don't know. It'd be cool if it helped. Or maybe it squeezes it out like a fucking toothpaste. I'm sorry I said that. I'm not a hat person, but I totally wear a top hat and a monocle. I can't wear hats, I have too much hair. They don't fit. When was the menstruation period? I think it was either right before, if not directly after the castration era. Somewhere around there. Well, that's Lord. I didn't want to go into the details of it, but like, periods aren't blood. It's a mess. I wouldn't munch on it. I don't want to. Therefore, I wouldn't put that on someone else. Also, when I'm on my period, I don't feel very sexy or like sexy times. I know some uterus havers get horny beyond reason during their periods. You do you, boo boo. For me, I'm like, if you look at me, I'm going to burn the house down and leave with the dogs. Don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Cramps. It's a submissive top. Isn't that the opposite of what I was learning earlier? I mean, the TikTok links work, but if it tries to get me to log in, that's when it doesn't work. I'm so tired of short form. I hate it all. I wish it would go away. It's a stupid form of content. Like, just make it normal. Like, it can still only be a minute and a normal YouTube video. Like, I don't understand why we have to make short form. Fuck! Hate it all. I've had a really hard time with it today, and it's just fucking upsetting. I'm way guilty of disassociating, being oblivious to my surroundings for long periods. Yay, trauma. And see, I'm like, yay, trauma. I can't. This is, and Najil, kind of like I was talking about at the beginning of stream earlier this morning. I was saying, like, the reason I needed yesterday to just, like, literally just sit all day and be quiet and calm is when I have guests in my house. I physically can't sit. I've been this way my entire life. It's nothing new. I feel like I must entertain and I have to babysit, make sure they're okay. Are you good? Are you having, like, I don't know what to do. And if I sit, it's like physical pain. If you force me to sit, I can start crying. I can physically actually just start to cry if you force me to. It's horrible. And so for the past 4 days, I haven't sat down. Like, I literally wake up at 7 a.m. I don't sit until 8 p.m. when I eat dinner, and then I pass out. I just don't sit. So I was so fucking tired yesterday. I was like, I just need to sit in silence. Like, my legs hurt. It's crazy. It's just a weird anxiety response. And I think it stems from, like, being anxious, for one thing, but also, like, you know, growing up, it was very understood that if you're sitting, you're lazy. There's always something to do. And so if my mom was around or my dad was around, you wouldn't sit because they would find something for you to do if you were sitting. You had to immediately start looking busy. And that developed like a weird OCD thing now. If people are in my vicinity, gotta look busy. I'll cry. It's horrible. It's horrible. I don't like it. It's the worst. Vissy, that's because they're my love. And I can sit with Rod. There are certain people in my life that I'm like, I've grown close enough to that I feel calm enough to sit and I can, but you know what I mean? When it's just not people you're generally around, or, I mean, it's like technically my fucking in-laws. Like, what's worse? You know, you gotta put on a good show. I don't know. Clean the house constantly. And we had the mud fuckery the day before they showed up. So literally 12 hours of just mud in my house. I had to clean. I just can't. I can't have someone walk in my house if it's muddy. I'll go crazy. I'll go fucking crazy. I'll go fucking crazy. Scott, right? Isn't it all about how it's fitted? Like, they used to be professionally built for your body. Hi, Cal. How are you, love? When I still had the plumbing for menstruation, the last thing I wanted while activity dying from pain was a penis, right? And what honestly scares me the most is the jostling of sex, because I get nauseous on my period. Like, the cramps mixed with like taking all the pills to try to kill the cramps and then the migraines and shit. I can get real nauseous just from getting up and walking. The sex motions, oh my, I've never puked during sex and I don't want to do that. That just feels like a terrible time. You say you want more visitors? Not for a week. Isn't trauma the best? We're all traumatized, man. We're all doing our best. I can't decide watercolor or crochet. Do you feel like you have a lot of energy or do you feel more like mellow and chill? That's usually how I judge my crafts. Like, crocheting or like I do, sewing and stuff like that, that usually means I've got a little bit more anxious energy and I feel like I need to do something more, a little bit more physical, like using my hands. Watercoloring is so much more like graceful and light and more about the thought process behind what you're going to do before you do it. It's much more if I'm feeling like, and yeah, I would watercolor then. That would be my choice. I think it is break time, actually. The dogs hadn't bugged me yet, so I was kind of pushing it. Living with my mother-in-law feels like that. I can never relax because she complains that I should be cleaning. I can't with that. She lives in your home? If she said that to me, I'd be like, bitch, if you can lean, you can clean. Get the fuck out of my house. Sorry, I'm a bitch. This is why I don't have any. Dan doesn't like a dirty house when my parents come by, but their house is always dirty. Honestly, Zach's mom doesn't give a fuck. Zach's family is so kind and so warm. But I grew up with the type of women that they look at your baseboards. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if one of my aunts has a silk glove in her purse. Like, and it's for no reason other than their own psychosis. And like having grown up with that, I remember like leaving my mom, a friend of my mom, like an adult friend's house as kids, going with my mom, and in the car ride home, she'd be like, "Did you see?" Bop, 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 bop," and it'd always be like something was dirty or something was this or something was that. And growing up with that makes you neurotic about your own environment. Like it's like if you can't lick my baseboards, I can't let you in my house. Who the fuck is licking my baseboards? I have two 85-pound poodles that live in a mud pit and come in my house. Of course, I own dogs. Like my house looks like a dog, but if you come over, it won't. And I will have spent 13 hours on my feet making it so, which is crazy. I know it. But in order for me to have a good time, I have to do it. You have to let me do it. Otherwise, like for me, it's like that excessive period of spotless cleaning my house before someone comes over allows me to enjoy that person when they're over. And if you don't let me do that, I can't enjoy that person. I am so neurotically thinking about the baseboards and whether or not someone can lick them that, like, for instance, if they went pee, I would go get Windex real quick and start cleaning something before they came out. Like, in those 15 seconds someone went pee, I would clean something real quick. It's psychotic. I know it. I'm well aware. But also, a clean house feels nice. But nobody lives spotless. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's very unrealistic to assume anyone lives spotless. Nobody does. Right, Mickey? Yes. Yeah, it's everywhere. I mean, and the fucking like sneer and this nasty snide comments afterwards. I just feel like, fuck, dude. I'm not gonna deal with that. She's 71. It's my fiance's family home. So she came home with the house when we bought. She came with the house. She's like a dog. Love her to death. She's an angel, but she's too picky. I mean, it sounds like she needs a hobby other than staring at you. Maybe get her some adult coloring books. The level of cleaning I do for company is directly proportional to how many times they've been to my house. Very much so. Yep. And whether or not it's my in-law, but very, very much so. Like, it's all has to do with like a comfort level with that person. Like, for instance, if Rod comes over, or Vissy comes over, or one of my close friends comes over, like I mean, I don't live in a way that there's dog shit on the carpet. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's probably mud clumps from my dog's stupid feet. But both of those people have dogs. They'd be like, "Ah, shit, dude, I know what that is." Like, they'd probably pick it up. Like, it is definitely, it's a level of like the comfort you have with that person. Yeah, I agree. I guess when spring cleaning comes around, the in-laws get an invite. I absolutely hate cleaning. Oh, dude. I don't know if I really like cleaning or if I'm just like addicted to the result. It's so nice just to be in a clean environment. And by clean, I just mean sanitary. I'm not like psychotically organized. Like, obviously crafting back here is nonsense right now. It's just like, I know there's not bugs in my house that aren't in a cage somewhere. Basically, I just don't want to feel gross. You know what I mean? But there's a certain amount of just dirt that's in everybody's house all the time. There's going to be a few dishes in the sink. There's going to be some laundry next to the laundry machine. Like, but for some reason, like if someone you don't know well comes over, you have to pick that up and pretend that's not real. Like, what are we doing? We're not better than them. It's such a weird, but I do it too. It's such a weird psychosis. My former mother-in-law made me clean her house that she wasn't living in to her standards. Yeah, fuck that bitch. Dude, that's us, Kinger. I have so much dust. When I first moved here, I was becoming neurotic about it. And at this point, I had to like tell myself, if I become neurotic about the dust, I'm going to spend my entire life dusting. Living in the desert just means dust. It's just a fact of life. There's no way to eliminate it. Every single day, there's a visible layer of dust. Even if I dusted every day, there'd be a visible layer of dust. So I do it as much as I feasibly can. I try to do it like once a week, twice at most. And other than that, it's just... Yep, red dirt. Yeah, it's the same concept. It's just going to be everywhere. It's going to be on everything. Everybody has it. And if someone judges me for dust on something I never touch, you can fuck yourself. Get out of my house. Get a hobby. Oh, JJ, I was thinking about you the other day. 90 days clean today. Shut the fuck up. Fuck yes. Would it be weird if I cheers to you? I packed a beautiful new bowl. It's $4.25 somewhere. But I know it feels weird. But like this is the way I know how to celebrate. Cheers, dude. That's fucking fantastic. And I'm so excited for you. Do you feel like this is the time? Do you feel like this is the like do you feel good like you're going to have success? I really really hope you do. My friend brought over his janky ass 90s adult coloring book that was clearly trying to get around copyright laws. Oh, that's beautiful. Here you go, Barbie. Get you some paint by numbers. Well, Vissy, and construction dirty, I never feel. I mean, I feel bad because it's like sometimes dangerous, but construction dirty, that's constant. I'm still patching. Like, I feel like my roof is separating from the walls. Me too. The result of cleaning is great, Lizzie. That's exactly why I do it. Yeah. Dog hair is everywhere. I'm guaranteed when they autopsy me, dog hair is just going to poof out of me. Oh, Mickey. My house was not very clean when Kay came over since I'd just been sick for weeks. I felt like just like you. I mean, at least that means feeling gross about it probably means you were getting better, so that's a good sign. Wait, I came across a cool craft that's a variation of paint by number. It's called Viata. I know what it, dude. That's what Kelty does. Celtic Wolf. And I have one on my wall. She made me. They're so fucking. It's beautiful. You have. I mean, the diamonds are so small that unless you literally get this far away from it, you can't tell what it is. It looks like oh god, what is that where you like punched the different threads through? Oh my god, there's a name for it. It's not embroidery. It kind of looks like thick ass nice embroidery. It's really cool though. Dude, they're really fucking cool. We have mice. Oh fuck, Diane does not enjoy mice. The cats or dogs chase them. We have to catch the mice. Because the dogs will knock all this. Oh my god. I mean, mice. Nobody likes mice. That sucks. We see mice in our yard every once in a while, and we get psychotic about it. Like, I'm not all about killing animals, but if there's a risk it's gonna come into my house, fuck that. Just get a HEPA central filter. Dude, weed's not my vice. I feel amazing. I'm so happy. I'm so happy for you. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys. Like, I think all of us have either struggled ourselves or had a loved one struggle with addiction. Being able to overcome that, or just the fact that you want to overcome something like that, that's fucking amazing. I'm so happy for you. It's not. Is it cross stitch? Not embroidery. It's not where you go back and forth and you have a hoop. It's like you have like it almost. This is an X-Acto knife, but you kind of have a handle like this, and it's a needle, and you punch the thread through. And something about the weird hooky needle like pulls it through the opposite side or something. Fuck, there's a name for it. Is it cross stitch? Isn't there not rug making because it's not frayed on the top. It's still loopy loop. It's still looped. Unless you rug, I mean, I guess a rug could be like looped. I don't know. It looks like maybe embroidery loops then because it's not as big as like rug loops. It looks cool. It looks like fabric to me. I love it. It's fucking really cool. They're really pretty. And then when you get up close, you see the fine fucking all the microscopic little diamonds in it. It's really neat. Latch hook. I think that's exactly what I was thinking of, Cocky. Stop it. I think latch hook. Hold on. I'm going to Google it. I think that's literally. I think you just pulled it out of my brain penis. Hold on. Because it's like a needle with a little latch on it, and then it pulls it through the other side somehow. I've never done it. I've just seen it before. Yes. I bet you make carpets this way. Honestly, I bet you this is how you make rugs. I bet you were not off base on that one. Because it looks like it. Yes. Uh-huh. I don't know why. I always feel like I get chapstick on one tooth. Hate that feeling. Oh, no shit. Your grandma made doilies? Like those thin, white, like lacy shits that you like stick somewhere? She made those? Damn, she must have had tiny fucking fingies. I think it is totally made for rug making. I didn't know that because they don't look like rugs to me. They look like beautiful pieces of art you would put on the wall. But like, I would feel really bad walking on a lot of these designs. Just seems mean. A friend was a huge fan of back in the day. I just posted a bunch of pics from the coloring book. Oh, I'm very excited. My Discord. It said it opened and then it didn't. I have a whole tablecloth made that way. No shit. She made that? Do you know how long it took? That's insane. That's so much doily. I don't know what else to call that. That is so much I mean, that's the sheer amount of work that went into that. Holy crap. Like the fine ass little thingy work. That's the stuff. I have like big fucking hands. I don't know. It's so hard for me to do like the fine little stuff. Little stuff. Jealous. Please, Discord, don't be a cock ass. I just wanted to see the cool coloring book that's, breaching whatever. What is it? Copyright? Discord, don't be a douche. Oh my god. It's pretty great. What the oh my god. They're like right, like it's not just me, right? Only my browser decides to be a douche. I mean, only Discord on my computer. It works fine on my phone. These are great. It's Freth Prince. It's the Lakers. I what is go- I can't breathe. Oh my god, it gets better. I want to scroll. Get the fuck out. Stop. I can't. Like that. I can't. What the fuck? I can't. Hey, you guys. Who the fuck invited Pamela again? Hey, get my name! Oh, no. My name's Pam! Oh! I can't. I'm never gonna breathe again. Is it weird that I kind of love it? Oh, that song is absolutely very Dan. It always reminds me of Dan in a good way. I can't. I'm physically ill. Hold on. Can we get a full body run? I mean, they're not okay. Wait. Where are the anything? That is the most like genitalless body I've ever like I just don't that bathing suit must be so tight. Oh my god, Lizzie. The guy with the no jaw. Oh my god, that middle knee, though. I was just upset with the freakishly flat vagina. Like, where are the labias? It's smooth. I mean, it's seriously like I feel like Ken dolls get more definition. That is just like where, but also we have a lot of questions about these angles. Yeah. I don't, is that, I think this is a broken one. Is that who they're saving? Did they save this? Oh my god, that face. Cocky, these honestly, like, I kind of want to print them and do like a full scale painting, not changing them at all, and hang it in my bathroom. Just color it in because these faces give me a level of life that I don't want to say no to. They're so the woman in the middle hates the whole situation. I don't I think this is a mask because where's what I don't I don't know what happened there. That one though. It's so funny. I know. Oh, what happened to Scary? I'm dead. I'm never going to recover from this. What happened? You know what? This is a good screen to go to break on. Quick break. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Stretch your legs. Load a bowl. I don't know what to do. I'll be back. I wanna eat. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a hard work. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a man. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a hard work. Burr, welcome back. A fucking wind breeze came through our yard and just chilled the fuck out of my nipples. Holy crap. Burr! That's that picture. That literally made me cry. God damn, that's beautiful. Thank you for that. Fuck. I might actually, I'm gonna try. I don't have a printer. I have like a printer that prints photos, but I want to somehow transpose those on a canvas and paint those and put those in my bathroom. Those are so funny. It gives me pleasure to look. I love things that make me laugh. They're just the best. Chris Rock has a history of abusive language towards black women in order to curry his favor with white audience. So less sensitive husband, more douche canoe comedian. How famous people are douchebags. They all are so self-entitled. I try not, I mean, I just assume it. I don't know. Unless they outward, I mean, there are some that, like, you know, there's Dolly Partons of the world. Like, there are some fabulous celebrities that, I mean, as far as we know, are just wonderful humans, but I assume base, like, you can only be a spoiled rotten cunt for so long before you start acting like a spoiled rotten cunt. I don't know. But that's just me. Who knows? It's just what I assume. Hi, Gloomy. How are you, love? Rock's only type of humor seemed to be that same old tired make fun of people BS so we can go off radar, and I think it'll be okay. I'm so tired of that humor. It's just, there's so, why? No. No, stop, shut up. That's your dad. Go get him. Fucking idiots. Yeah, the knockdown humor especially. But I mean, there's so many comedians out there that don't do that are fabulously funny that I just don't see how these other ones are still the most prolific. You know? There's a lot of comedians out there that manage to do a real funny set without ever making fun of someone personally or otherwise. Dude, Cocky, that's a wonderful, I mean, those are great. Did I tell y'all I got the biggest tea on my ex that set me free with closure? Wait, what is it? Good. I mean, I'm glad. Good. I never wish ill will on people, but I'm glad you feel free. Lizzie, I know. I said the same when that whole thing was going down. I'm like, I don't think either of them are in the right. This whole public debacle's bullshit. I mean, like, the fact that it was used the fact that anyone's divorce proceedings were used as entertainment is crazy. I mean, they say that, what is it? Divorce is one of the, it's one of the, like, top 5 most life-altering, stressful, like, truly stressful, like, physically, you know, like, neurochemically altering experiences you gotta have in your entire life. Let alone the bullshit. I love Tom Segura. And Tom Segura and his wife, Chrissy P, fuck, they're funny. They are so funny. Oh my god. Lesho, thank you for continuing your sub gifted by Northbound. I appreciate you, love. Zelda and her hand smacking just is already so dangerous. She smacked me good over the weekend. You just gotta start, you start to guard your face. Like, your instincts will either get good or you're gonna lose your eyes. Like, I have gotten so good at literally, get her paw before it, because she's just an idiot. I mean, it never stops. Dave Chappelle still throws barb, but fuck if he isn't extremely, I mean, I'm disappointed. I'm real disappointed in Dave Chappelle because I really, really liked him for many years. He was like one of those, I mean, at least as I'm not a smart, I don't know any better, but he came off as like an intellectual comedian to me. He had some really good points. And then he did the whole thing and just like, there's been a lot of comedians that did that. But again, I'm not like out here assuming every famous person is a good person. I just like, they're just people who do something entertaining. And if they get caught doing something shitty, like, I'm usually not surprised. Everybody's shitty. Come on. Just some people are like super shitty and trash. Like Vada said, like it's just. And when it's someone famous, I mean, they literally make their money off of their exposure and people talking about them, and whether it's good or bad. So I just try not to partake. Because fuck them. Do your shit offline. The amount of ladies he was screwing just made me realize it wasn't just me, it was him. Oh my god, he's truly the biggest POS. Like, try to get people pregnant to trap them and bound. Ew. Oh my god, so you are truly free. Good. Block that number. Fuck that. Neurodivergent comedians with only occasional self-deprecation seems to be what my house enjoys these days. Same. Very much same. I was trying to think of that. Like, what are the comedians that I've been finding lately I really like? They tend to be I don't know if it's just I mean, it's definitely self-deprecation, but it's like self-deprecating, but really funny personal stories they've had, like personal things they've gone through. Those I guess you would say they're like the storyteller comedians, the comedians that are telling personal stories about their life or just things they've done that are hilarious in the most simple way and super relatable. Those like I just fucking love them. Ali Wong's really great if you're looking for a good female comedian. God, Banana Ham Hock gave me this chick who I've been watching on YouTube. She's British and I cannot remember her name. She's really funny. There's a lot of good, I mean, they're small time comedians, but fuck, they're funny. And they're just telling stories of what they've done and they're fucking hilarious though. No shit. Literally, that's what happened with Mooney. I asked if she wanted to get up and those nails scraped. Yep. Lil has this horrible I mean, it's a habit. I guess it's just what she does. But like if we're cuddling, and you're like, "Okay, let's go outside." She launches off of you. So like wherever her hands are, she goes, "Pow!" and like launches off and it's just fucking like, damn, she hits Zach's balls all the time. Good thing we don't need those. I agree. I don't think famous people, I don't think having money shouldn't mean you're a role model, having a check mark on Twitter, like all of the above. Yeah. You're just famous. May Martin, they're excellent. Ooh, let me write them down. Hold on. I don't. Do they have a new Netflix special? I think I might have literally just watched her. Did she wear like the cute little two piece that was like short shorts, but it was like completely matching? It could have been a onesie. And I think she was from New Zealand. I just watched a really funny new Netflix special. It was a female comedian from New Zealand. She was fucking hilarious. I can't remember her name though. It'll always be used as weaponized misogyny, despite JD being a violent serial abuser. The same with Chris Rock. It'll always be used as Will Smith being a black guy who got violent because he can't take a joke, when actually it's him reacting to a dude who's been harassing his wife for 30 years. Doesn't matter who's right. We don't know them. It matters how we turn them into narratives for further misogyny, racism, and other bigotry. I agree. Yeah. Like, and that's the thing. Like, we only are fed what we're fed. Like, we don't know any history on any of these people or what the fuck they're doing when a camera's not on them. Mishy, do you know the one I'm thinking about? The New Zealand chick, she was really cute and super funny, but I'm gonna write this person down. May Martin. They're fucking hilarious. Oh, Canadian. Oh, cool. So new one. Honestly, I'm more excited. I love finding new stand-ups. Like I tend to watch the same fucking stand-ups over and over and over again because so many stand-up comedians have, I mean, I just, to not be totally general about it, they've just decided to make anti-trans jokes that fucking bother me. Or they start their entire new setup with, "Here's how you laugh at a joke. I'm going to teach you how to laugh." Okay, if you're funny, you don't have to teach me how to laugh at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so tired of these I mean, it tends to be like the old school comedians getting up on a fucking stage and trying to teach us, you know, we used to not get picked on, blah, 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 okay. And we used to put arsenic on our face as makeup. Times fucking change. Just my opinion. Hannah Gadsby, is that the New Zealand one? That sounds super familiar. I canceled Netflix after they doubled down on the Chappelle thing. Paying was always optional. I'm not missing any content I actually want to see. I don't remember if I don't think I've ever paid for my own Netflix account. I'm still using someone else's password. Cheers. But to be honest, I wouldn't pay for it anyways because they have the least good options of all the services, in my opinion. They're just kind of shit at this point. Netflix is like, I only go there if I Google a movie I want to watch, and that's the only place it is. Mine's free with phone plan, right? I think there's like maybe 5 people paying for Netflix in the world or something. Danica motherfucking Rockwood. Bitch, how you doing? That hit burned. Oh, there's still smoke in my shit. That was hot. Ow. We used to be able to tell jokes. It's all about the oversensitive woke snowflakes that are the problem, not us that are stuck in the past. It's frightening how well you did that. Bang. I got you, boo. There's different ones in every fucking channel. You got your first tarantula? Oh my god, are you having such a good time? What kind? Tell me everything. Danica, how you doing, boo? I hope you're doing well. Celeste Barber was the NZ chick on Netflix. Celeste Barber. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it just to make sure that's the one I watched. I'm real bad with names. It's the worst. It is. If you haven't watched Celeste Barber on Netflix, it's a new. I think it's a relatively new stand up, right? Her stand up is relatively new. So fucking good. It is. She's fucking hilarious, and didn't knock down once. It was amazing. Like the fact that it's possible and that there's plenty to watch out there that isn't just shit. There's no excuse for. I mean, there didn't need to be an excuse for it, but there is no excuse for it. You guys know what I mean. Bang! Isn't it bang? It's bang! Bang! Damn snowflakes and their cancel culture tries to cancel Bud Light. I know. And Disney. Welcome, Glenn. How are you, love? Oh, it's a GBB. I don't have a GBB. Oh my god, are you excited? They are heavy, heavy webbers, if I remember correctly. Like whatever enclosure you put them in, they're gonna web to the lid. Heavy. I mean, they're one of the. I have a few species that are called the Brazilian. Are they? Yeah, the Brazilian blue dwarf beauties, and they're a dwarf species. But they are a dwarf GBB. They look exactly like a GBB, but they only get about that big, like max size. And I mean, every time I feed them, I'm tearing the top of their enclosure off because they web so much. It's insane, but really, really cool. I love the heavy webbers. Oh, Australian with ADHD and autism. Oh, no shit. Australia. Why do I mix those up? I feel so bad when I do. Is that just me? I'm just so stupid. The webbing is super cool. Some species, I don't know about GBBs. I do know Lesho, though. You know, one of my mods, Kill Zombies. He does have a GBB, and he has taken care of them previously. So if you ever have weird behavior, if you have any questions, I know he does have that species. The only thing, like, some species, I know they don't, like, when they're babies, like, you know, little eggs with legs, they actually are fossorial, and then once they hit, like, midlife, then they become arboreal. I don't know about the GBB, though. It's exciting. I'm excited for you, honestly. You'll just get more. I would almost put money on it. Stream Elements is sometimes a little fussy. Did you see that crazy video of the transphobe destroying Busch light cans in a Walmart? Stop it. A transphobe was destroying Busch light cans in a Walmart. He thought they were Bud Light cans. Got arrested shortly after. I saw one similar, not nearly as fun, but I saw one, I can't remember who it was, some politician, some like bigwig who is actively a transphobe. They take a self video at their outdoor kitchen. You know, when rich people like have two kitchens, one outside with a giant grill and one inside because they're rich. They have one of those, and they go outside and open the mini fridge built into the giant counter and show off all their like craft beers, and they're like, "Oh, look at that, no Bud Light, weird," and they slam it shut, and then the reporter showing it pauses and circles 3 different cans in it and points out that they're all owned by Anheuser-Busch, which is Bud Light, which is Budweiser, which was just fucking great. Not that anyone that cares will see that, but like it gave me pleasure. I love watching people's shit be fucking shoved back in their face. Apparently Disney's now throwing the LGBT events officially. They did have unofficial LGBT weeks or whatever, but now it's going to be official because they're good. Good. I love that they're showing off that they have so much more power than he ever wishes to have. I hope he had to pay for everything. Well, he was arrested. He probably. Oh, gloomy. Bud Light pissed off some people that are anti-trans. Long story short. I don't know. I don't drink beer. It's just stupid. I just know that they're going after Bud. Didn't that guy get arrested for exposing his genitals to a minor during the same incident? Actually, I think he did. Oh, they have a rainbow can. That's what it is. Yeah. I knew it had something. It was some, because people keep comparing it to when people freaked out over the Starbucks cups and they were like, Starbucks cups are too religious for the Christmas season. We need non-Christmas Starbucks cups. And I was like, first off, you're going to Starbucks. Second off, the fuck are you doing? Sure. Yes. Bud Light also hired a trans person for a 48-second ad. They probably made bank off 48 seconds. Can you even imagine? The whole Bud Light thing's insane. They did ad with a trans person having fun. They are not fucking changing their company profile or anything. That's insane. They're just losing their fucking minds. That's wild. Anheuser-Busch is GOP mega donor. That makes it even more funny. Wow. The funny part is all the major beer brands have rainbow cans for Pride. Seriously? I love the Transformers movie. I don't. Why you gotta lie? They keep trying not to drink alcohol that endorses LGBT events. But if you've been in the LGBT community and going to Pride events, you know that like every booze ever sponsors Pride events. Yes, literally every single one. Yep. Yeah, that's what Pride is. Yeah. It just seems ignorant of them to assume otherwise. What the fuck? People are weird. It's like, get a fucking hobby. Let's just grow weed and have a nice nature community in the woods. 10 and 10 would do 100%. Yeah, 100% agree. I'd never lied to the internet. It's legal. It's true. Don't like little trolls come out, like Lister Fiend or whatever, or Pillow Pants, and they like murder us if we lie on the internet. P.S. I only have one leg. The other one's actually a cock shoved into a shoe. I live in pain walking on the head of my enormous penis. Facts. Working on a song called Drink the Punch that's actually about punching those kind of people right now. That's beautifully Kismet? Is that Kismet? I'll bring my cats. Perfect. We won't have rats. No questions. Would a giant dildo be against TOS? If it looks like a penis, yes. That's the short answer. Technically, yes. But if it just looked like a smooth ass rocket, you know, I don't know what it is. But if it looks like anything that is a genital, yeah. Nipples, genitals, yeah, it's fucking lame. Yeah, bad dragon I can totally show. Well, yeah, yes, yeah, because it doesn't look like a dick. No, it looks like dog dicks, but nobody knows that, so to each their own. I think it would be against TOS because they're threatened by it. It's bigger than theirs. Oh shit!
Fucking mic drop.
Oh my god, Danica, can I tell you a story? This is something that Fremery, one of my wonderful community members, shared with me today. So I was talking about how I've learned to you know, I'm sure you deal with this because anybody on the internet deals with this. The dick pics, I never know what the fuck to do. Like I just usually ignore. I show them to Zach, we laugh, and then I throw them away and don't know what to do with them. But Zach gave me the idea because I'm a medical professional to start replying with, hey, I wasn't gonna say anything, but like that spot on the left side looks sus. Get it checked just to freak people out, you know? I don't know. Seemed fun. Did that for a while, but holy shit, today I was given a gift. So much better. So much better. Frem said that they got this from somebody else. I don't know where it came from. So the next time I get a dick pic, you just immediately, like, in all caps, holy shit, did you just send me a child's penis? That's child pornography. I'm calling the police. To which they'll probably say, I'm sorry. No, that's not. That's my dick. And you will reply, that's a fucking baby dick. I am calling the police. You pedophile. And I can't wait. I literally have a post-it note stuck to my monitor that says, that's a child's penis, just to remind myself to respond this way. Because I'm so living for this moment. I am so fucking excited. So excited! The best thing is that they do it because they know you're seeing their dicks. So big moves is pretending you're the mod of the page and that you're a dude. They get grossed out. Well, a couple people in my community said to send dicks back, of which I have millions. I could send enough dicks back, but I want to scare them. It's not like the bet. I mean, it's... Now you've incriminated us both, you and your baby dicks. God. I can't. I did that. I'd save their dick pics to send another dick pic message, and I got reported. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. No, you weren't. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I can't do that then. But I can accuse them of sending me child pornography, because at best, it's just a fucking horrible diss on their penis, regardless of what it looks like. Oh my god, you can send 3 dicks without getting in trouble? That's kind of incredible. No, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't beat me. I'll get a boner. I got nothing wrong with a dick, but I've seriously seen like hundreds of thousands in the hospital. Dicks are medical at this point, and I do just see like, I can see your circumcision scar. I can usually see your religion. I wonder what's going on with that larger nut that hangs a little bit lower. Like, I have questions, but you know what I'm saying? Try not to suck any dicks on your way through the parking lot. 3 dicks? Apparently, the like mock their dick is a thing too. I mean, I just make them pay for it at that point. If they were like, ooh, I'm into this, I'd be like, throw me money or I'm out. There's too many dicks on the dance floor. What is that from? Why do I know that? In a row? A 3 dick strike. That's kind of hilarious. Like, how do you accidentally send 3 dicks? I know, but what's it? Is it just a song or is it like from Lonely Island or something? Why do I know it? Flight of the Conchords. Thank you. That's why I know it. No shit, it's a song, you asshat. Duh. God, Flight of the Conchords. Assholes. Isn't that the one with Alicia Silverstone or whatever? Is it Alicia Silverstone? I think. Yeah, but JJ, wasn't it proven to be wrong? Wasn't it proven to be all a farce? I read that entire AMA. I'm not shitting you. I spent hours reading that AMA. I was enthralled. And then years later, someone said it was proven that this person didn't have 2 dicks or something like that. And I want to believe I am the same. Like, I want to believe because it's absolutely medically possible and actually more frequent than you believe for vagina owners to have a septum up the middle of their pussy, meaning they have 2 vaginas, both of which will menstruate sometimes. It's kind of wild. So it wasn't, I mean, I've seen a lot of fucked up. I've seen a lot of different babies born in the world. There's all sorts of bodies out there. We just wear pants. You have no idea. But I've never seen double dick. Oh, no shit, you never watched them? They were okay, honestly. I've liked everything from Jermaine ever since. But Flight of the Conchords, it was like on the bridge of too awkward for me. I haven't got dick pics in a while, but I don't have DMs open, so it's been pretty great. Man. I get some wonderful DMs sometimes that I'm just like, I don't want to close them. And the dicks don't like offend me. I just feel like there's a lot of letdown dicks out there. You know what I'm saying? Are they really rare? I've never seen one. Never in my life. I've heard that being a sim can be a fetish thing. Like giving people money can be a turn on. It's oh, there's a name for it. It's crayons. It's a money pig. Money pig. Findom. Findom is the term for the, and they call themselves like a money pay pig. Is that what it's called? That's the self-declared term, pay piggy. I'm not, like, that is not me projecting. But there is a fetish where one person will give all of their money and their financial information to a paid person, and they get off on the fact that this person has control over their finances. Now, most of the time in a healthy fin-dom relationship, as far as I understand, the person in control of the finances is not stealing this person's money. They pay this person's bills for them. They pay their insurance for them. They literally financially dominate this person's life, and then they do take a large chunk of it. Like, they also, but the person whose money it is, that's their, like, fetish. Like, they get off on it. My fave is tricking people into donating to charity for tit pics and then giving them pics. Oh my god, of the tufted tit mouse. Shut up. We did that at one point, like way back when I first started streaming, and we had a charity going. And people would, I like put it on the charity thing, like a really low donation amount, and gets you tits. And it was that gif of, oh god, what's his name? From Dodgeball. One of the, oh, it's on the tip of my dick. The main actor, when he gets really fat and he's like, my milkshake brings all the boys in the yard. And it was fucking hilarious. It literally made me die. It was so goddamn funny. Blue-footed boobies all the way. Also, gang, anyone got a favorite easy bonus points if you can do leftovers, relatively low sugar, low saturated fat meal? Not like diet culture low, but just, let's think. I mean, right. I do a bowl of rice with eggs all the time. Would that fit that? That's like the easiest, yummy, and like you just make a shit ton of rice and then every day you kind of dress it differently. Rice is wondrous. I'm a big fan of rice. I just mix like eggs into it and some hot sauce or something or whatever. You could do veggies or something. Rice is amazing. Ben Stiller. Thank you, Ben Stiller. Yep. Like, some of the dicks I've gotten pictures of are truly ugly dicks. Why would you I mean, why? Honestly, like, genitals, they're down between our legs, out of sight of the sunshine and God for a reason. Genitals are fun to play with, but I mean, they weren't necessarily, in my opinion, meant to be out there for display. Rich people fantasy, I mean, fetishes can get wild, man. I try not to say weird because I don't want anyone to feel bad about them unless you're being creepy. Like, don't be a pedophile. Now, I'm wondering what my wife does while a dick pic sent to her, knowing that she tracks down the dude's parents. Oh, and I forgot you told me that, and mails them a printout. Fuck, dude, that's kind of genius. Remember the gender-neutral term for sugar daddy is glucose guardian. I love that. You can't be mad at me when you donated $500 to St. Jude. Dude, right, though? Like, bitch, you're helping kids. Get the fuck out. Hi, Robo. How are you, love? The cat in the cloud gif always makes me think of you crying. Oh, my God. Is that the... That's the one that has Smaug in the background. I can't ever remember if it's Smaug or if it's my disgusting lung sound. Tits and boobies aren't real. Birds don't exist. I mean, that is a real conspiracy I learned recently. I mean, we did not used to have clothes on. False. We were born clothed. We are of sin. Sin. I just put, like, chapstick on and I'm going to get hair all over. Otherwise, I kiss him. I love you. Let me kiss your not hairless. I kiss his snoot because then I don't get the curlies. Oh, I got one anyways. I got one anyways. It's just this stuff. Those fine curlies will get stuck to my mouth. They're sick. I love you. I'll kiss your snoot because it's short. Oh, he's the best boy. Oh, it is the best boy. Thank you. Thank you. It's expensive lotion. Is it good? He's so precious. Stay down, Mike. So people can see the beautiful boy. He's so snuggly. Because of the last, like, 4 days, Zach's mom's been here, so we've been out, like, taking his mom to the zoo and stuff. These guys have been alone a lot, and the last 2 days, they have been like this, like, don't go again. Because we take them everywhere. Like, they're really good car dogs, as long as we never leave them in the car, obviously, for, like, hot weather or something. But they're really good, so we take them everywhere, and they were heartbroken. You're so cute, Bubba. He's a cute boy. You and your bunny bandana. Pee in the sea? Oh my God. I mean, honestly, you didn't miss anything. It is one of the, if not the oldest command on my channel that has no purpose. I don't even know if it's there anymore. Dude, I'm trying to remember the origin of it. Like, why does it even come up? Because I don't remember. Well, Lord, they lick it all off. They always eat my lotion. I make sure to get natural stuff because I'm afraid it's going to kill my dogs. I don't know where it came from or why I even said it, but I think I said something like, I gotta stand up because I can't. I don't want to roll over my dogs. What? Fuck, what did it's like, I don't remember why I said this or where the context is the word I'm like, stop, out. Stop it. You're shocking me and you're going to short out my computer again. Go, go, go. You're so fuzzy right now. Yeah, I would just say, I don't remember what I wouldn't even say though, but it was, you had your personality and charisma. And it was just a gif of me doing that. Personality, charisma. I don't know why though. Like, for what purpose did I say this? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? I can't remember the context of it in any way, shape, or form. It's so old. Dude, Rygar's the one I think who made it. I'm pretty sure it might be on my computer somewhere because he gave me a giant file ages ago that had like all the old GIFs on it. Guys, you're being really needy. You're very annoying right now. Hold on. I literally have a file on my desktop that just is titled Old Stuff Katie Please Go Through. And it's all that stuff that he's given me and stuff like that. And I might still have it on there and we can add it back to the alerts, but that's all it was. And I'm for the life of me, I can't remember the fucking context though. Why did I do that? It was funny. I just like, why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. It's got to be in there somewhere though. I know it is. It doesn't look like me anymore though, which is weird. She's changed. Let me see. Sort by type. Yes. This is good. Let me see. Oh, dude, there's so many. I could scroll these literally forever. It's just ages of fucking GIFs from the Stram, which is cool, but I don't know. It could be really deep in there. But it was definitely that. That's all it was. Something, man, I honestly, like, I feel like there was a joke with it. Like, this is how I find my mate or something. It's all my personality and charisma. I don't know. I don't know why I said it. I literally, it's very strange. My brain is just like, I don't have a lot of personality, lots of charisma. I don't even know where it came from. Oh no. Kills, I thought we were friends. Is she brushing? Or is she sucking mad dick? Is she brushing? Or is she sucking mad dick? Is she brushing? Or is she sucking mad dick? Spoiler. She's sucking mad dick. And I just have to give credit to Kills because this happened. I did not do that on purpose, and I didn't realize it happened until Kills gifted. Which never happens. I suck dick on purpose. I had no idea I was in the... fuck, right? Like there's dog hair all over me now. Fucking dogs. Everywhere. Watch your head, little noodle. I don't want to roll over your pizzies. I know. I don't want to roll over you. Super glue a toothbrush onto the dick. Two birds, one dick. Can you imagine a vibrating toothbrush on a dick? Would that be terrible or great? Oh, dude, the personality and charisma thing was so long. It was way before I ever knew Zach. Literally, it's a GIF from my apartment when I'm in college. I can see it in my head. I was using a window as lighting for my stream. It was right when I started streaming. It's old fucking GIF. Glad, that's what that's what it was. Mayo and I were like comparing how we both puked the previous day. And if you've ever like thrown up, I just had a migraine, but you throw up and then your tongue, like the root of your tongue feels sore in the morning. And when I tried brushing my teeth, like I couldn't stick my tongue out of my mouth. It like hurt from the effort of it was terrible bad. I hate that feeling. But my abs felt great. Oh no, she has no idea. It needs no context. It needs none. Honestly, Kills, that's the best way to do it. Side note, Kills, a member of our community, Lesho, just got their very, very first tarantula, and it's a GBB, and I may have thrown your name out as a source if they have any questions, because you have had a GBB, and I've never had one. So, like, if Lesho hits you up, they just got their very first spoon. It is almost 420. Oh, shit. I shall pack. 420 in, like, what is it? Greenland? And then East Coast? Something like that. Something like that. It's around there. I want to make sure this doesn't blast your ears out. The volume, man. Jesus Christ, it almost blasted my ears out. Fuck my ass. Out with you, cunt. Lift! Thank you so much for summing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it 8 swings. I really needed a burp. Fuck! For 25 months. Thank you.
And hail the Dank Lord, I appreciate you.
Yeah, Mayo, honestly, it was one day. Yeah, I feel great. Thank you for asking, though, and I'm glad you're feeling better. Yeah, I've honestly, like, I can't remember. I don't get, like, stomach ill. Usually if I puke, it's because I have a migraine or cramps. Like, I get pain pukey, I guess. The last time I was, like, sick, like a bug was food poisoning in Germany, I think. Cheers. Oh my god, where's my lighter? It's 420 Tamata. They have no 420 in Europe if they go by their date lineups. 420 tomorrow, I know. It's the eve of. Don't forget to put out cookies and milk for Snoop Dogg. Cheers. Yep, the post-nasal pukey's so bad. Flonase helps a lot with that. Last time I threw up was, oh, fuck, I hate that. For me, it took a few days, but it's probably because I was sleeping like shit. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's sleeping like shit, and if you're puking up everything you're eating, you're not getting any nutrition. Like, it can be a backwards. It can be a horrible cycle. I like to stream for many reasons, but for one reason is that I'm reminded that I'm not the only one with my mind in the gutter. I think most of us live there. We've set up shop, you know? What up, Theory? How are you? I've been lurking. I'm back from traveling to Denver, which almost killed me. The altitude was not friendly to my lungs. We were literally just talking to Zach's mom and aunt about that last night before they left. Or not last night, the night before last night. His aunt was saying at their hotel, they had second story apartments, hotel rooms. And his aunt was like, it's so weird. I don't know if the flight did something to me or if I'm getting sick, but like just that, what is it, like 13, 14 steps up this tiny flight of stairs. I'm so out of breath. I have to sit down in my hotel room and like take a minute. And I forget about it because we've been here so long. I forget to tell people that are visiting, but altitude sickness is a real fucking thing, especially if you literally have anything wrong with your lungs or like, just anything. Could be genetic, could be a disease, could be that you smoke cigarettes, whatever. The altitude sickness is due to the lack of oxygen. It doesn't sound like a lot. Like I think room air, like oxygen at room air sea level is 21%-ish. And then the rest of it's like other stuff. And I believe in Denver specifically, because we're such high altitude, it's like 19 point something or 20 point something. It's like literally just a couple decimals less, or maybe one less, maybe. It's not a lot, but it's enough to make it so what happens is your body feels that it's lacking oxygen, and it will start to prioritize systems for the most blood flow and the most oxygen because it kind of thinks you're suffocating a little bit. And it does take a while to acclimate. And again, that does depend on like the health of your lungs and how active you are. Like I run regularly and it took me a year to get back to my normal running that I was doing at sea level because the oxygen here is just not enough. It's crazy. And on top of that, I think it's also it's a combination of the lack of oxygen and that music got loud and the dry air. Like especially if you're not used to it, like you may think dry air. This is dry fucking air here. It is crazy how dry it gets here. Like, you can watch water evaporate off the countertop. It's insane. My hair dries in a minute. It's wild, and I think it's the combination of all of that because, I mean, it's really weird and it sounds like bullshit, but you actually get rid of most of the fluids that you take in by drinking via breathing and speaking, which is why people like streamers, I go through like 3 of these a day. I'm chugging water constantly because talking at the rate I do and at the veracity I do dehydrates the living fuck out of me. Because you're breathing out vapor that you're taking in all the fucking time. Your lungs essentially sweat on the inside. And so that whole thing can make you very nasty feeling. You just gotta take it easy. Taking it easy. Taking it easy. I felt super sick, but I was like, man, it'll pass. I never actually throw up for medication when I feel sick. But then I did, and I was like, oh shit, I actually have to eat breakfast when I take meds. That's literally why I put a little bit of oat milk in my coffee in the morning, because I cannot eat in the morning. That would make me puke. But if I have to take like pain meds or something like that, I have to have something caloric in my stomach before the med, otherwise I will get nauseous. And what my doctor told me is it's actually like you know how most pills have like a casing on them, like some sort of coating, like sugary coating, because your stomach doesn't have any bile in it because you haven't instigated the digestion process, i.e. smelling good food, seeing good food. You haven't salivated, therefore bile's not being put in the stomach. It can stick to the wall of your stomach and then it like burns on the wall. It's like stuck to the wall and then it's like it burns. That feeling burns, apparently, allegedly. And that's what makes us ill because you don't have anything in your stomach to break down anything if you don't consume something first. You have to activate the digestive process to get it going before you can digest something that's not even food. You know what I mean? That's what my doc told me, which helped because you don't have to eat like a fucking full course breakfast. It can be a glass of milk. It just has to be something with a little bit of fat in it, just enough to get your digestive system going so that when you throw that pill in there, there's already stuff to break it down because your body will not activate a digestive process with just a pill because it's not food. There's nothing to make the digestive process begin. You know what I mean? Do you eat goats? That would make me sad. I really like goats. What up, Timon? You're a beautiful soul. I hope you're doing well. I threw up this morning. I mean, a little. It just happens. Post-nasal. What are you going to do? Milk and cookies? Nah, weed and soda. Weed soda and weed cookies, though. I've never had a weed soda, but I'd be down for the weed cookies. My lungs felt compressed. I was fatigued constantly and nauseous the whole time. I had to bail the first day of my conference. It's very common. Don't feel like it was just you. It's very, very common. We were actually just talking to his mom and aunt about it because they were feeling so shittily out of breath just from the atmosphere here. And I was saying that one thing I learned when I moved here, Scott actually told me this, is that a lot of major athletes, like Olympic athletes, live in Denver the vast majority of the year and train here exclusively. It's similar to like putting that O-ring on a bat if you ever played softball or baseball and practicing with that ring that added like, 5 or 10 pounds to the bat and then taking it off for the game. Suddenly that bat don't feel like nothing. It's like a feather you're swinging. It's a similar concept. So they train here and then they go down to sea level to perform. And what's biologically happening is if you live here or you stay at a high altitude where there's less oxygen for an extended period of time, your body, in order to compensate and bring you back to homeostasis, which I've talked about a million times and I'm sure you guys are familiar with, it will cause your body to almost double red blood cell production to compensate for the lack of oxygen in the air. So you imagine that doubled red blood cell production. That's something that has to form over a long period of time. It doesn't go away immediately either. So they go down to sea level and then they go to the Olympics and they're superheroes because they're getting it's like oxygen crack. You know what I mean? I'm sorry you got sick though. I didn't get it when I moved here, but I think I might have got it and didn't even realize it. It was because I was running and shit and I just thought I felt shitty. Goat is delicious, but they're also super cute. No shit, visited Rocky Mountain National Park. I didn't either. It's just like, I think it's more often than not people do get sick, so I always try to warn people of it. I didn't either, though. And it also might be because I smoke weed. I don't know. I have my porridge because I then might not eat until the evening, and not because I'm not hungry, just because I forget. Samesies. So I got to make sure to eat some protein to make sure I don't make myself sicker throughout the day. That's smart, though. I threw up last night, but it was panic relief induced. At least it was relief. Maybe I threw up in solidarity with you this morning. Maybe. You know, spiritual shit. It's possible. It's hemp derived. Does it have a THC content anywhere on it? Dude, I fucking love falafels so much. Easy. Fucking, there were some 80-something months subs here today, man. It's been a wild ride. Talk about feeling fucking old. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it 8 swings. I fucking appreciate you. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. It's very common. Ha, please tell that to American Airlines. They kicked me off my flight out of Denver because I asked for oxygen. Why'd they kick you off? I know there are some very weird regulations around oxygen on an airplane. Because it's an explosive tank of bomb. The only reason I know this is because I used to work in a PFT clinic, and all of my patients that were on oxygen regularly, like COPDers, if they were going to go on a flight, they had to come to me. They had to do a test. Like, I would put them through a rigorous test of walking up and down stairs, in a hallway with a sat monitor on their finger, and I record their saturation of that sat monitor every second on the second. I walk behind them with a clipboard, and then I have to give them a very special type of tank just to travel with that is still a bomb, but less likely to be a bomb. Oxygen tanks are scary. They can blow through like a 6-foot cement brick wall. It's wild. But also, why the fuck would you get kicked off? That seems wild. You know, I tried ashwanga and that shit made me nauseous as fuck. You know what's nice? Having a lovely lunch with mom. Oh my gosh, what'd you eat? Was it wonderful? Aw, dude, easy. I feel that. Are you building anything or crafting anything recently? When I visited Denver last summer, I remember there being oxygen cans in the grocery store and gas station. I was seriously shocked by the loss of space. That's oxygen canisters. Oxygen's hella scary. You have to have a license just to carry one in a hospital because it could blast through all the walls of a hospital and kill all your patients. They are a literal rocket bomb. So you get a special one that's like way smaller. It's literally the exact amount of oxygen to make the flight, and then as soon as you land, there has to be someone waiting there with oxygen for you. But there's a lot of regulations around it because oxygen tanks are scary shit. And you see anyone with a little sniffer on, they're literally a walking bomb. It's wild. My grandma used to smoke with that shit on, and I was like, Nana, you can't do that if I'm in the house because I don't want to go up in flames with you. Like, that's just ugh, scary shit. The only reason they gave me was that I asked for oxygen after I boarded. That was so literally you asked for oxygen and they fucking kicked you off. That seems not okay. Like that seems like illegal for lack of a better word because I'm not a smart person. Met mom at a diner. Oh, I love diners. Oh my god, she had a Greek spinach pie and I had buffalo grilled cheese. I love spinach pie so much. I honestly, there's nothing like an East Coast diner. Like I don't know what it is. They do it better. They're all, like all the diners, at least in Maryland, they're all owned by Greek families, and so it's like diner food and then Greek food, and it's just fucking good. Ugh, and not fancy and affordable. Fuck, dude. Life is like the oxygen. Life is like oxygen. You get too much, you get too high. Not enough, you're gonna die. Life gets you high. High and subdued like Hindu cows. Ooh, fuck yeah. You're doing a Cure Alzheimer's Fund run by a friend. It's 4 days of people building Gundams. Oh, dude. Fuck yes. That's dope. Hell yes. They wanted me to get checked out by a paramedic to clear me to fly. Interesting. I mean, I don't know the regulations. I'm sure it's different flight by flight. That just seems like such an extreme fucking response. Huh. Hi, Jose. How are you, love? Doing a build. No, it's fine. Building is cool. That's karma. It doesn't seem right to me either, but I haven't been able to find anything specific in airline policies or FFA passenger bill of rights. I'll see what they come back with, but I'm not ruling out a cause of action against the airline. I mean, 100%. Like, it's. I know they've got the tanks. You know, they've got them. I don't know, like, is there regulations around, like, you have to pre-call and be like, I'm going to ask for an oxygen tank. Please don't kick me off your flight for this. Like, I know you have the tanks, so on and so forth. Like, I don't know what those, like, the stipulations are around that. It just seems like such a fly off the handle for asking for fucking oxygen when it's literally wired into the ceiling above our heads on the plane. Just placed my 420 order from work. I maxed out my limit and only have to pay half price. Oh, I'm so jealous. I don't know. I want to go get weed for 420, but like, I should save money because I still have to buy flights to Paris. And they are so expensive right now. And I have weed. It's like, not like I don't have weed, you know what I'm saying? So, seems like this is a spoiled bitch thing to bitch about. But I'm glad for you because you deserve it. You have been that they don't carry oxygen considered a flight risk, but they did a shit job of explaining. I mean, yeah, it's a horrible way. I'm not explaining literally anything. I'd not want to go to. Smells like poop. No shit. No pun intended. Most large cities, in my opinion, smell like poop and vomit and piss. I think the only city I've been in that didn't have like a pervasive scent was Boston, but I think that's because it's usually freezing cold and it's right on the water, so it's super windy. It smells like dead fish. But like every big city, it's people stacked on people stacked on people, and we're gross and stink. So this just exacerbates any problem. Cities stink. All of them. I've never been to a smell good city. Venice smelled pretty fucking bad too. I was like a rotted carcass. It was still beautiful, but fuck did it stink. Oh no shit, Bashful, it only lasts 10 minutes. I didn't know that. Or wait, no, yeet, sorry, I didn't. Fucked up. I didn't know that. Right, Mayo, that's what I'm thinking. You know, it's like celebrating a holiday with alcohol. You have alcohol and you're like, but I have to go buy new alcohol. Like, do you? I would like to go to TwitchCon EU. That would be dope, and I would like to spend a couple days in Paris. But the tickets are crazy, so I should save. Fuck yes. I mean, I will too. I think I've got like half an ounce. Where's my weed? Oh yeah, I've got more than half an ounce. Like this is relatively new because I didn't. I mean, Zach's mom and aunt do not smoke pot, and I'm not one that sits there and like hot boxes a room when little old moms are sitting on a couch with me. So I smoked very little in the past couple days. I've got more than half an ounce for tomorrow. Like I'm well and good. There's how the fuck would I smoke that much? Really? Like that'd be insane. I'd burn my lungs, you know? Right, there's a time to adult. We're just adults. They're actually really big buds. They're like perfect little round buds. Oh, only the pilots. Well, that kind of makes sense. They couldn't put, I mean, tanks, also the pressurization of a plane makes the tank just kind of a bomb in itself. You might need it again and we might run out. What the fuck? It is a long ass flight. And it's, I mean, unfortunately, TwitchCon, they put it right in the middle of like summer break for everyone in Europe when they all go to the fucking French Riviera to get, you know, in the water and cool the fuck down. So, you know, supply and demand. The tickets are, whoosh. I mean, no shit, when TwitchCon, the day TwitchCon was announced, the tickets from Denver to Paris were $3,700. No shit. I've never seen a ticket like that in my life. Like, I've looked at tickets to go to Australia and they're not that expensive. And it's all because of this. And so I signed up on a lot of different like flight tracker websites to give me alerts and emails when things like come down. And they are coming down. They're so much cheaper now. They're like more around like 15, but that's still 1,500. I mean, I've never spent over $1,000 to go to Europe. Anywhere. Thailand was 1,100. My God. Skyscanner's great. Yep, I look at Skyscanner a lot. BDO, it's not really. I looked into flying to like what was it? Switzerland, I think. It was an S country that was really close by, and then one other one. I can't remember, but it wasn't actually. And maybe everybody took that idea. I don't know. Or maybe what Zach was saying is they probably go and they stay there and then go into the city to party and shit, but they stay outside the city because it's cheaper. I don't know. But it wasn't. Sadly. Fuck yes, Kel. That's a good plan. Cheaper to fly to another country and take. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Right, Lord, that's what I'm saying. Like, I nurse a bowl for quite some time. I don't smoke a bowl at a time. Where in Thailand did I go? I went multiple places. We went to. Man, we literally went like the September before COVID shut down. It was horrible. I mean, it's horrible. It's the last like big trip I've done other than going to London to visit a couple friends, and it's heartbreaking to me. But we definitely went to Bangkok, but we didn't stay there very long. Like, we stayed there for like 1 or 2 nights, but none of us are like city people. Like, most of the people I traveled with are like literally retired and have kids my age, but they were like nurses and doctors I worked with. So we kind of made like this little work group that would go places and get way cheaper rates because we'd get like a big old Airbnb and stuff like that. And it was super fun. But we went to Bangkok for a couple nights and just went to like the markets. There's some fucking phenomenal like the flower markets and shit like that you can walk through. Went and saw those. We went to Chiang Mai, which is where like the really big, beautiful Buddha temples are, full of like emerald Buddhas and jade Buddhas and gold Buddhas and like fucking a million Buddhas. Not the giant Buddhas, but a lot of Buddhas. Then we went one other place. I'm trying to remember. I'm really sad that my brain is brain farting. But we went to one place where there was a lot of the giant gold Buddhas, like the Buddhas are as big as a fucking shopping mall in America, where their temple, some of them had been partially destroyed. Some of them were still up, but the temple over them had been destroyed. And then some of them were still like literally active, like monks praying. You were very respectful when you go inside, but God, it was a cool fucking experience. Oh my God, I would kill. Those are on my list. Vietnam especially. I've heard that Vietnam is one of the most beautiful places to see in the world. That's like at the top of the travel list. Like seriously, I want to go so bad. I hope you. Oh, Phuket. That's where I went. Phuket. We went to Phuket. Fuck it. Phuket. Thank you. Yep. I honestly, and that's how kind of, Danica, the way you feel about Bangkok is how I feel about most major cities. Like when I went to Italy, for instance, we always, usually you have to fly into a major city. So we usually stay there for a couple nights, get it out of our system, and then we go off somewhere more remote and cool and fun. And when we went, my mom, my sister, and I went to, trying to think where we flew in. I think we flew into, I don't know. We went to Rome and Vatican City and Florence within like a 10-day span. We went between those 3 places. And when we were in Rome proper, we were taking buses all over the city. We went and saw like the Colosseum, which is a fucking roundabout, which is hilarious to me. We went and saw like some major fucking amazing Gothic, old cathedrals and shit like that with bodies in them and stuff encrusted in jewels, all the weird, creepy, cool old shit. But my memories of Rome are a man masturbated on my sister and I, and then jumped off the bus and lit up a cigarette and made eye contact with us as the bus went away, and we could do nothing about it because we were sardined in the fucking bus. And I saw a woman pee out the back of her body at a train stop. Like she was homeless and just like hiked up her skirts and bent over, and I was like, she's gonna shit in the street, but piss came out, and I still question it to this day. Just not into cities. People are gross. Rome, it's okay, but it's just a city. And everything that you and I presumptuously think of as like grand architectural masterpieces that we really want to go see, the vast majority of them are literally like at a stoplight or they are a roundabout. The Colosseum's a roundabout. And the sad thing about the Colosseum is tourists were destroying it, I guess. They were, like, taking chunks away or just by walking in it. So the vast majority of it you cannot go into or see anymore without hiring a private tour guide. Like, you can only walk the upper rim, I think, anymore. You can, like, look down, but you can't nothing you can go into anymore, and it sucks, and it's kind of a, like, the outside of the Colosseum before you get inside, it's just packed with people trying to sell you fucking gladiator helmets, and they are aggressive. I hate that shit. It's just weird. It's bizarre that way, you know what I mean? I wanna go to New Zealand so bad. I wanna see Hobbiton real bad. But we went to Vatican. I mean, it's still, like, I would go to Rome and go to Vatican City. Vatican City is a pretty cool thing to see. It doesn't matter if you're Catholic or not, like, my mom was raised in Catholic parochial school, her mom, Irish Catholic orphanage, so on and so forth. My sister and I, baptized, loosely raised spiritual, but because of our history, we were like, "We gotta go see the Vatican and see, like, the Sistine Chapel and shit." Fucking it's cool. Like, it's so bizarre to describe because it was the most weird experience. I had no idea what the Vatican encompassed other than the Sistine Chapel. Like, I was like, I guess it's like the Medici rooms or some shit. Like, essentially, it's rooms upon rooms where whenever a famous family got their pope in, that's like a little baby cousin or something, they got to come live in the Vatican with them, and they would get these rooms and design them. So there's like the Medici rooms, so on and so forth. But other than that, I didn't really know what was there. And when you first go in, it's one hallway. If you're looking like down, like bird's eye view, it's down like this. There's one major hallway that you walk down, and at the end of the hallway is the Sistine Chapel. If you have a private tour guide, there are doors you get to take off and go see things like the Medici rooms and stuff, but you got to get a private tour guide because there's no way to mass get all those people anywhere and be safe. But you're going down this major hallway, and as you're going down, there's cross hallways like this, and they're all roped off. You can't go down any of them. But I'm not exaggerating when I'm saying it's like a hoarder's fest of historical sculptures and art and monuments and so on and so forth that, the Roman armies just pillaged, and the Catholics and Christians and the, everyone evil from ever just pillaged and stuck in the Vatican. And it's just literally mounded on top of each other very haphazardly. It looks insane. And because there's so many people kind of like shuffling down this like really narrow hallway, you get a lot of time to just like stare down, and they go forever. And it's just like, like if you did any art history classes ever in your life, I guarantee you'll see a sculpture from one of your books in one of those hallways. I saw many, multiples. The sculpture of, I want to say it's like Zeus and some bitch he's trying to rape, where his fingers are like imprinted into her butt thigh, and it's marble, and it looks, I mean, it's really famous for how fucking gnarly realistic it looks. That's there. It's just like in a corner outside gathering dust of some little courtyard. And the bathtub that allegedly Cleopatra died in is right next to it, in a corner of dust. I mean, the real ones. It's the rape of, I don't know. I can't remember who it is. All I remember is the butt, but I can't remember who it is. It's not the chick, it's not Laurel. It's not the chick who turns into a tree, right? Is she turning into a tree as she's like reaching away from him? Is that the one? Whoa, no shit, Kel. Microsoft just dropped its advertising from Twitter over the $42K monthly API costs. I kind of get it. I understand. Was it Lita? Hold on, I'm going to look it up. Is it see, I don't know. Zeus rapes like everybody. Like, he'll go rape someone if he finds out one of his people raped them because he's like, how dare you rape them before I raped them? I don't know. Zeus was just all about it. Sorry I said rape so much. I know it's really triggering, but Greek mythology, dude. Rape. Crazy. I don't fucking know. Is it Lita? It didn't immediately come up with the ass grab sculpture, so I'm skeptical. Hold on. Wrong keyboard, Catherine. I'm just gonna try a rough Google. It's one of my favorites because I got to get this far away. I could have hugged it. I could have climbed on it if I wanted to. That's how haphazardly this ancient ass art is kept. It was in a fucking courtyard that was just unused in a corner. I have pictures of it somewhere. It's fucking wild. Which one is it? Where's the ass grab? It's just giving me. Oh, there it is. It is. Fucking Reddit. Who is this? Just tell me who did it. Who done it? The rape of Proserpina. Who guessed that? I saw that in chat. Someone guessed that one. It's the rape of Proserpina. Again, Zoop rapes all the people. But I'm trying to find a good shot of the grab because it's her thigh, and it is. If you've never seen it, it makes you kind of just like. I don't know. It's wild. I don't have words for it. It's just insanely cool how people did this with marble, I guess. I don't know. I don't have words for it. This, to me, that I touched it. I did. You can. I mean, no one's there telling you not to. It's crazy. It's just out. No one cares. Yes. Oh my God. Thank you. I didn't have chat up. I was looking through fucking links. Yeah. Where there's a hole, there's a goal. Zeus just turns into a swan. Hell yes. Oh, working from home. Fuck yes, Robo. I'm gonna try to finish that fucking boyfriend game because my voice doesn't seem so bad. Thanks for hanging out today though, and I hope you have a good one. Be safe. Carved by, oh God, I'm gonna butcher this name. Gian Lorenzo Bernini. Yeah. Is it Gian? Gian. It's like John, but it's John. I feel like I'm talking like one of the people from something that I'm not trying to be foolish. I'm really trying to say it. Yeah, it's like John, but say it with an accent like from What We Do in the Shadows. John. Like his horse John. Isn't that wild? Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see. Greek ass. That's literally what I googled, but it came up with all the pictures over here. I was trying to find it just a more see, all the pictures are super small, but if you see it up close, I mean the high def, I mean it's just this. Bernini took a cube of marble, saw this, and shaved away to it. And that blows my. Seriously? I did Greek ass grab sculpture. This is why we're friends. We're bonded forever. Get the fuck out. Yeah, it's William in French, so I assumed as well because they're like both romantic languages. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. This is one piece of marble. And it's one of the most famous, like if you take, I mean, an intro to art history class ever, I guarantee they would talk about this piece. It's so famous because it's unreal and no one has done anything to compare to this day with their hands. Like, yes, we have 3D printing. Yes, we have all these modern tools and stuff. But this person did this with like a hand chisel and candlelight. You know what? ZL, how you doing, love? How are you? I'm sorry you got ads. Oh, do we need to run a... Is it break time? Already? Boo. I feel like that was... I don't know. I have no sense of time passing. ADHD blindness. Time blindness? Not an excuse. Look at the other hand, though, right by the pinky. What am I looking at right by the pinky here? Oh my God, the skin right there? Shut the fuck up. That's unreal. It looks so... I wonder if we can get a better angle. Dude, shut your face. The finger pressed into the rib right there. I mean, it's just, you could look at, that right, it's just, and I mean, like, the body aside, look at the thin ass cloth. That is also marble, made of the same hunk. Like, all the toga falling off. Look. How? Though, how? Like, in conclusion, right? Honestly, this was just an excuse to look at a naked bitch for 2 years straight. And clever. Clever girl! It's sexy as fuck. And then when you think about the way they did it, it's like, out of a hunk of marble, you saw that. And just like did it? Sure. I blinked so hard it fucking hurt me. That's the veins in the arms, the wrinkle, the hands. I mean, if you just look at your hand in the light, they're exactly anatomically correct. I mean, the anatomy like study of this is, and I'm not kidding, it's in a dusty ass old courtyard at the Vatican because they stole it. They steal everything, and if they didn't steal it, it was gifted to them by someone who raped and pillaged the village and stole it. It's mountains of it. Dude, right? This is what kills me. Like, why are none of us being like, sculpt me like your Bernini? Like, we're all like, paint me like one of your French girls. Like, Jack wasn't that fucking impressing. Sculpt me like a Bernini, bitch! Those hands are a little unrealistically large. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think no bitch back then had manicured cuticles, but who am I to judge? I just love to look at them. It's just so wildly impressive. I can't sculpt. I didn't like doing it, and I was bad at it. Don't show me a penis. Will I get in trouble even though it's an ancient sculpture? How come a Krang rape face became the effervescent coming face in porn? But like, we all know what's happening. Hey, Cocky, if you can isolate the audio, I don't know how to oscillate. I don't know how to do it. I'm not smart enough, but I'll make it a soundbite. Scold me like a Berdini! Bernini, bitch. Like a panini. CL, fuck yes. Welcome back to Blue. My favorite thing I learned when I was learning about like ancient Greek sculptures and stuff is that they all had super, like, what we, would deem as a teeny weeny peeny these days, even though, flaccid size means bullshit, my dudes. Get educated. Anyways, they thought big soft dicks were hideous. They thought they were grotesque. So even if you had a big soft dick, they would shrink it down for your sculpture, which I think is fucking hilarious, considering where we're at in society nowadays. And we're like, big dick energy. Look, it's little Serby. Cute. Oh my God, Cocky, that's beautiful. I've been trying to get the right one, but the other, let me see. Oh, who did this one? I know about, I've seen this one. This one also literally blows my pants off. I can't. Hold on, I want to pull it up on this monitor. Yeah, this one. Who did it though? Who done it? Not this one, but the one Lizzie gave me. Look at the stomach. The folds of her stomach and where her belly button is like real stomach folds. It's incredible. All of it. I mean, maybe he's a little stylized, but honestly, she might have been stylized too. Like, who knows? They didn't have like a lot of calories back then. I don't fucking know. I can't say only one was, but I can say that the hand on the thigh and the side is just like one of the most phenomenal things that a human being carved out of a hunk of marble in the dark with candlelight. And like a chisel. That's wild. To me. I couldn't do it. Ooh, Luo Li Rong. I like that name. If you want to press me like a panini, you gotta scold me like a panini, bitch! Fuck you, that's so good. Elegance. Oh, no shit, Scott. Was that actually? That makes so much sense. That's hilarious. I mean, it's hilarious, but that makes so much sense. You were a quote unquote real man if you were small when soft because this meant you could keep your manhood in check. Is that real? I didn't know that. That's fascinating. Yeet! Yeet got the sound. I'll keep it. And if I'll try to I'll scold me like a Bernini, bitch! I'm so angry. Mine's actually been it's very washed out. I was looking at it this morning when I woke up. The ends. Who I think it was it Anubis? Might have been Anubis, like coined it. It's the corpse blue. It's not actually corpse blue. It's just very, very faded blue. But I like the term for it because it's like the Corpse Bride blue or like any Tim Burton film blue. Just fades to this kind of like deathy blue color. I don't know. It doesn't look terrible yet though, right? I try not to dye it too often because I don't want to like get stuck. I might want to change my hair someday. Mimi. He ate? Wait, what? The Belvedere torso of the Vatican Museum, that's an ancient sculpture that was heavily studied, but is that the one we're thinking about that I'm looking at right now that has like the drapery over? I just don't know who did it. Kel, I don't know if they ever think they can. Like, do you think they really think they can? Yes, also foreign men had large savage cocks, like animals. I'd be windmilling that cock all over the place. I need to find a way what's called. You're welcome to take it. It's yours. I don't know what to do with it. I'll try to put it on my soundboard though. I like it with the faded ends. Looks purposely like you had a color gradient dyed in. It's weird how it does that. I think it's because of the heat. Probably heat exposure. Like, like round brushing it when I get out of the shower. Because the ends do fade more. I've never really noticed that. What's weird to me is that the top fades really fast, but there's this layer in the middle that stays super blue. Like this band is always way bluer than any other piece, and I think just sunlight. It doesn't get any sun ever. Beautiful, you're Mayo, you're beautiful. I said beautiful, you're a Mayo. That's what my brain did. Katie, stop it. So this was Italian sculptor Raphael Monti, who came to live and work in England in 1850. Damn. Is this called the torso or whatever? It's an appropriate name for it, but I've seen this. This is wildly studied because it's phenomenal. Is this the Veiled Virgin? I don't know the name, but I know we looked at it a lot because this is also marble. And that with hands, like someone with hands did this out of marble. And that's fucking wild. What the fuck? How? And this is a picture of it like how many years old as well. So the wear and tear of being touched, human hands, da-da-da, whether or not it was outside and acid rain got on it. Well, not acid rain, but just rain in general. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's fucking amazing. Same concept. I think there's a few veiled sculptures that are all, they're famous because look at them. I mean, how could they not be? It's just crazy cool. Right? The patience, the sheer patience to do this and not fuck up. Because even back then, how much did it cost for the artist to buy a cube of marble? And then what happens if you fuck up? I don't think you get paid for your fucked up marble, right? Tell me that these aren't a copy. Oops, wrong screen. Like, if I could just tilt this other one's head the other way. I'm not saying plagiarism, but like... I mean, it's just the head underneath, I guess. It just looks super similar, but it could be very generic. I take it back. I take it back. It's not identical. They're both beautiful. I mean, the skill to do it is this. I don't know if it's just the picture quality and the lighting quality, but this one like it looks like somehow they made the marble look gauzy in certain places. You know what I'm saying? I love them both. They just looked hella similar for a second, but I don't think they're the same anymore. I take it back. Like this, do you understand what I'm saying? Like it looks almost transparent, and I don't know how they did that. If you fuck up, you buy more marble and hope your patron foots the bill. Dude, fuck. I mean, I imagine you'd be fucked. Because that'd be insane. Marble doesn't hold up to water at all. Oh, no shit. Is that why statues tend to like get that grainy look and tend to disintegrate no matter what? Sad. Don't put marble outside. They used a marble 3D printer. I mean, I don't even think a 3D printer could do this. Look at those. With a chisel out of marble. It's just wild. Much respect. It's crazy. I mean, at a certain point, the famous artists that were probably got to this level of like talent, yes, they probably got sponsored. But you had to prove you were this level of talent before you ever got sponsored. So I'm just thinking, like, for a poor, starving artist, how much money they wasted on like fucked up marble to get to this level of talent. I don't sculpt, but I paint a lot, and you definitely fuck up a lot of canvas before you get anything worth a damn. You know? Damn, I don't know how they trained either. I'm imagining probably not on the best. I'm imagining there's like bad chunks of marble that have flaws or whatever in them. You know what I'm saying? I watched a short little documentary one time on like the marble quarries and how they get a chunk off and choose what to use and all this. And there's probably some chunks that aren't as good. They probably give those to like the youth, right? I think marble is really porous, which is why it can have like this really cool translucent and light can go through it. But I think it's porous, right? And if water gets into it, it just slowly starts to like bust it apart. Did they have sandpaper back then? I mean, can you sandpaper marble? Sure. Even with sandpaper, I'm still dumb impressed. Marble is formed by ancient ocean sediment being compressed into rock. So it's pretty okay. So is that why it's like microscopically super porous? I know it's porous because I remember my parents getting countertops and they were like, "We're getting marble," and I was like, "No," and they were like, "Fake marble," and I was like, "Okay," and then we learned about it. That's why so many statues have missing arms and shit. Yeah, I imagine like they probably can't hold up to that much, just the weight of life. That's what like. I can't. My brain can't even begin to wrap around the idea of taking a cube and chiseling away at the cube, getting to that. My brain is so set up to go the opposite direction, like sculpting up, like, you know, starting with a wire form and then squeezing clay onto a wire form and then, you know, compressing it and then forming it. And then once you get enough of that on, then you start, you know what I'm saying? I think of like that direction. My brain can't go the other way. I don't even. Because, like, if you cut too much away, you fucked. What if you got all the way to, like, almost before this point, and suddenly there was a flaw in the marble? Do you just die? This is what I sculpt in clay. My mom sculpted in stone. No shit, your mom sculpted this kind of shit out of stone? How? That's amazing. Yeah, building up, not subtracting. Exactly. That's how my mind thinks in terms of art. How do you grow back a marble nose? Yes, impressiveness doesn't describe it, and you just kind of wonder, like, I think because this is just conjecture, but in my limited knowledge of the time and place where things like this were created, it was like if your parents, you know, put you in a what's the word? You're like the little artist's bitch. The an apprenticeship with an artist, it was like you either got good or you starved to death and you die. And I imagine that would push a lot of us to be probably a lot better at whatever we're doing. If like death and starvation was the like opposing. Know what I'm saying? Hi, Odious. How are you, love? I cannot. Oh my God. Did I miss this? Dude, Lizzie, thank you. Bill. Why is that so funny? Yeah, let's take a quick fucking break. We should. Just so ads. I hate when people get ads. They're so stupid. She did plaster stuff first, but I think it takes a certain mental ability to visualize. Yeah, it's all about the negative space. I think there's some people who naturally drift towards, like, they focus on the negative space, and some of us don't. And I have never. I don't know. Break, smoke, statue, repeat, boom. This is your career now. Exactly. I mean, what else do you do? No one in ancient Rome or Italy said, "Oh my God, I'm so jealous. You have like so much talent. I could never do that." Because they'd cut your fucking head off and probably eat you or sell you to a brothel or just like fucking kill you because you're useless now. Like, no one said that. Imagine. Oh my God, I'm like so fucking useless today. Good. Done. Next. Nobody had fucking imposter syndrome. Everybody was the best at everything because if you weren't, you fucking died. Quick break, my dudes. I gotta pee. Stand up, stretch your dicks, load a bowl before 4:20. I'll be back. I liked songs. I just like them when I'm like, I put on lists when I'm in the shower and try to like things when they're there. If I hit something that I like, oh, so many likes. I'm so sorry. Back then, education was only available to the rich, royal, or the elite. The perception is that even this craft has had a school or a master who only taught those who could pay for it. If you had the natural talent and were lucky enough to be recognized, people would see a way to profit from you. Isn't that basically the way it is today? First thing, I mean, just reading that, first thing that pops into mind is the fucking music industry, right? They like prey on that. I mean, the scene has changed, obviously, and we have like some things that are better, but for the most part, I mean, have you ever seen that documentary about boy bands? It's really interesting. It's so hard to even bop along to anything by Backstreet Boys anymore, circa 1990 anything. Oh God, they were fucked. It's crazy. That's true. I mean, stealing a marble statue, you essentially have to pillage and burn the city down to get it. I mean, no one's going to sneakily get a marble statue out. I can't imagine. Can you imagine? That reminds me. Thank you. I was going to try to see if there was like, I mean, I know you guys would be cool with this because we all like art and stuff, but I was going to see if there was like not too long, but like a time lapse of a marble sculpture on YouTube. Because I'm real curious, like, how do they start? It's fascinating to me. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks, guys. How are you doing? It's hard to get people to care about pretty art when the Internet of Things exists. I mean, especially with this AI. I mean, I guess that's like the one perk to sculpt. Well, I don't even want to say it. Someone's going to do it. I bet there's AI like 3D printing now or something. Fuck. AI can do anything. What art can't AI touch yet? I don't know. Happy 420 and cheers, my friends. I hate this AI stuff. It scares someone did an AI of Zach, and while it was really funny, it on a daily basis, I'm thinking it's so creepy. Like I don't know what I would do if someone made one of me. It's so like, but beyond that, like someone was telling me in stream the other day that people are actually selling AI generated art on Etsy. I just don't like, is the AI getting the money? I don't know. It's so fucking weird. I don't know what's going on. Cheers. I've seen some funny AI art, but I don't know about it. Cheers. AI, artificial intelligence, for those not catching on. Cheers. Shut up, Silver. How are you, bipolar bear? Cheers. AI is really frightening, as we're all nowhere close to understanding. I mean, have you seen like? I mean, I've just heard like the headlines, but I heard this morning, and I don't follow like I don't follow social media very much. I literally just get tidbits of the highlights of what's happening via like watching Stephen Colbert and shit like that in the morning. I watched their previous night show and they were talking about how, correct me if I'm wrong on the names. I don't listen to either of these people. Well, The Weeknd and Drake, yeah, they put out a song that got massively popular super, super fast. I've never heard it. I don't even know if it's good. I think it's just because it's them. But they're under fire because someone outed them as letting everyone know it was not written by them. It was AI generated song. And the world's like blowing up. And like, I've seen AI generated like PewDiePie videos. Someone made one of Zach and it is freakish. It is freakish. His voice, his face, everything. It is not Zach. That is not him, but it is. It's so, I mean, like theoretically, someone could do it with me and have me on my stream say anything. And I don't like that. And it's, if you're real good at, I mean, it looks so real. Like, if you know what you're looking for, if you know what you're looking at, you and I would know it's AI generated, but my parents wouldn't. And that's scary. I don't like that at all. Convincing people to harm themselves, that's horrific. Oh yeah. Hi Poop Deck, how are you? Lizzie, on that note, I was I can't remember if I was reading about this or if it was one of the late night guys were talking about it, but there was some sort of sex working person on the internet. I can't remember what they did. If it was like they did private video chats or private calls or something like that for like millions of dollars for lots and lots of cash. And they were making bank. And then somehow, someone figured out it was an AI generated person. Like this person who was, having men fall in love with them and stuff on the internet and getting their money was a fake person run by a man. Like a dude built this AI and was, I mean, it's just wild. Oh. Yeah, it's just I had no that's just fucking just I didn't even know. I mean, at this point it's like what won't it do or what can't it do? Dark or light. It's pretty scary, right? I don't know, man. It's wild. All the OpenAI stuff has protections built into it now, but other variations don't. So it's like, what's the point? I mean, if all the other people will just build a variation without protections in it, someone will always do that on the internet. I know the Jibby ASMR, who does no sex work whatsoever, has deepfake AI pornography made of her likeness on porn websites. I believe it. I mean, they've been doing it with celebrities for ages. One came out of like Billie Eilish a while ago, and she was fucking pissed off about it. There's an entire like OF account that is like an AI generated Ariana Grande or something like that. Like it's pretty wild. And it really like I can tell. I don't know how. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about me that I can tell. I think I'm just an internet person and I know what it is. So I know I know what it is when I'm looking at it. But my mom has already sent me a few Instagrams that are absolutely an AI generated person talking and she thinks that's a person and I have to be like, that's not a person, right? And she'll be like, yes, it is. I'm like, no, it's not. But she just can't. I mean, she just can't tell. And it's scary. And that's no shame on her. Like she just doesn't know what to look for. She's not an internet person. I'm so fucking sad for you, Viana. That's fucking horrific. So what happens? I mean, what happens when that happens? Like now what? There's no person. The AI generated voice tools from scammers that convince someone, yes. Yep, I've heard about this. These calls that convince someone's held for ransom or like that they'll call an elderly person and convince them that their grandson or granddaughter's in jail and that they have to wire money. People gonna make deepfakes about our car. Dude, extended warranty or our student loans. They're gonna do it for I mean, at this point, that's the scary part is there's like, yes, they can regulate the official ones, but like someone will just go make an unofficial one. You know? It's fucking terrifying. It's fucking horrifying. I mean, I can't remember the last time I answered my phone. So, like, I'm not worried about it on my phone. I only answer my phone if it's a number I know because literally the last 200 people to call me were fake spam numbers. I don't get called by real people. Like, that doesn't happen anymore. If someone's going to call you, normally I think they text you and, like, hey, you free? I'm going to call you. The fact that they're also just paying people off to make sure none of this stuff gets regulated, outlawed. Oh, I mean, of course, right? It's going to be lobbied by someone who's making money out of it is going to use some of that money to lobby it back into existence somewhere. It's just like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but the population of people that don't know what they're looking at is probably a lot larger than the population of human beings who identify it for what it is. And we're like, no, that's AIR. Like, you can just see it. I don't know what it is. I can just tell. But I feel like there's a lot of people that just fucking won't, and that's sad. And I don't think that's any fault of their own. They shouldn't have to. Yeah, it feels icky, but it's like, I'm on the same page as you. Like, what do you do? It feels so gross. It's because I'm being pulled over, right? In prison, pulled over, etc. Absolutely. And in which case, I would look at my phone and be like, oh my God, are they dying? Like, like yeah, understandable. But if it's a 1-8 any number, it's fucking spam and it's constant. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. What car? One interesting note is that nothing produced by AI is copyrightable, apparently. The money selfie case a few years ago established that only works created by a human can be copyrighted. But who's in charge of like judging whether or not it was created by a human? You know? How will they know? There's got to be a way to know. Yep, the mouth of the AI overcompensates and moves oddly, and the voice speaks as a run-on sentence. Exactly. And a lot of the times, if you look at the edges of the head's not actually turning. It's like the program is morphing the pixels of just the face to move the shadows, so it looks like a face is doing this as it talks, but the edge of the head never moves. There's like, and some of them are way better and more convincing than others, but for the most part, there's like something odd. It's like that uncanny valley, something odd about it that you can definitely tell. But I definitely don't think my parents could because they're not looking for it. They're not aware of it, you know? Time and welcome back, love. Exactly, deciduous. It's only a matter of time until it's so good that I won't be able to know anymore. I mean, I've seen some animation and some like animation in like Love, Death, and Robots where it takes me a second. I figure out, but it takes me a second. And I'm like, holy shit, I didn't realize we're here yet with animation. It's wild. And that was animation, not AI. Only the actual Beddit could afford creators block back then. And even Michelangelo had to be dragged back into the Vatican to finish the Sistine Chapel to finish it after he grew tired of painting and wanted to do sculptures. Like, I don't care if you're Renaissance prodigy or a Ninja Turtle, you don't leave shit half finished because a painter's block, fucker. So saith the Pope. I listen to a shit ton of podcasts, while I'm just doing stuff. I listened to one recently that talked about him. And you know how he allegedly hung upside down to paint the chapel's ceiling, on this weird little made thingy that he could hang upside down. But allegedly, he bathed once every 10 years because he was forced to for medical reasons, not because he wanted to. He didn't believe in bathing at all. And they burned that little platform that hung from the ceiling afterwards because it was so soaked with lice and dead lice and grease from his body because he was the epitome of filth. Still a great artist, but damn, man, just a rinse now and then? I don't know. Oh my God, trouble, right? We just need to arm artists with good AI. Right, just arm them with the good AI, and then the bad AI won't have a chance to go criming and stuff. It feels so dumb, even like that. I know. I don't like it either. It's just I don't see a positive potential to any of it. I'm curious about what our generation is gonna struggle with like the boomers do, other than skinny jeans and side parts. That's a really good question. I feel like I already just struggle with finding normal clothes. Like, I feel like every couple of years, there's this beautiful hot zone where it's like, "Hey, look, normal jeans and normal things came back. Oh, and it's gone. Now it's cut up again. Nope, we dipped it in acid or whatever." I find it really hard to not I've never been into fast fashion. I like it, just like all the over accessorization shit. Like, I just am so basic, but it goes away for a while. And it's like just this one style comes in, and I'm like, none of it looks good on my body at all. I hate all of this. I don't know. It'll be interesting. My mom seems okay, but she's a super boomer. Her and her fucking mom jeans. I'm Gen X. The younger generation seem way better than the boomers to me, but what I think so too. I've like I feel like I'm categorically a millennial or an elder millennial or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But I feel like we get attacked. Like millennials super get attacked because we won't buy a house because of our avocado toast, allegedly. But I don't feel that animosity towards generations younger than me at all. So I don't know where it comes. I don't know why. I feel like the generations below me are going to be so much fucking smarter than me because when they had a question, they didn't have to go find their mom and dad's encyclopedia if their parents were rich enough to have some fucking encyclopedias. They can just scream at their phone and they get the answer. Like the access to just sheer knowledge and information is so fucking rapid. I think they're going to be smarter and I think they're like because of things like TikTok, I think the younger generations are more aware of what's going on as a globe as opposed to only having, like, their parents to tell them what's going on or just the local news. And because it's this short form content and a lot of the time it's, like, edited to make it funny, it's easy to consume within a few seconds. Like, you don't have to wait 15 minutes to get the point of the story, you know? I kinda, like but I don't know. I always assumed it was like, "Oh, every generation just hates the younger." I think the younger generation like, I don't know if they can fix what's happened, but, like, they seem smart as fuck, and they seem to care. I mean, when I was in my 20s, I didn't know who the president was probably. I didn't know anything. I knew nothing. I was, like, trying to survive college, but I knew fucking nothing because I had nothing. I had access to nothing. Like Reddit, which is, hit or miss at best. I won't buy a house because I can't afford a fucking house. I mean, that's the thing, like, when people say shit like that to me, I'm like, "Dude, my student loan payments were around $1,300 a month just to put $10 on the principal. Where the fuck do you think I have money to buy a house?" Just lactate it? I don't fucking know. What do you want me to do? I know, Danica, dude. I was talking to Zach's mom. She visited us for a couple days, and I was telling her, I was like, I can remember the exact moment I signed my life away on those goddamn student loans. And everyone, like, it was literally like 3 or 4 student loan officers and my mom, and everyone was like, "It's gonna be great. This is your future. There should be no price tag on education. Education doesn't have a price." But and I was just sitting there like full of hope and optimism because I was 18 and my nipples pointed forwards and I was so excited for my future. 100 grand later. I've never had avocado toast. I'm not a big avocado fan. I don't understand it, but to each their own. Are you kidding me? I'm pretty sure toast isn't what's doing it. It's not really like a full on attack, Mishy. I just hear it in general, like, how would you word that? Not comparatively content wise, but it's similar to the way that like Fox News uses woke is the way like my parents and her friends like talk in terms of millennials. I just hear it a lot. It's never, I mean, them damn millennials. It's that. I never hear it in a like it's just like always got this negative tinge to it, but they never say that them damn Gen Xers or them damn Gen fucking whatever. It's always them fucking millennials, and I'm like, it's just off comments, not to me, not at me, just around. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't feel it personally. I've never had anyone come at me and be like, it's because you're in a millennial, right? Like, none of us care about that shit, right? We know that, right? It's almost as fucked as astrological signs. There is something to be said about the generation you were born in and how you were raised, but $10K down on a $50K house, that's a storage locker. Dude, is there a $50K house in the world besides a double wide? Really? I'd shit my pants. I think, I, I don't know what's like, it's so varying because I know people will go to like some places in Texas and buy like a 3-story fucking mansion for 250,000. It's insane. And the same house here would be millions, billions. So it's super, I don't know, it's so hard. Everywhere I've lived, houses are so vastly different, and it has nothing to do with the house itself. I think it's just the area. Gen X, we get skipped over. We're the middle kid. Whenever I think of Gen X, for some reason, I always think of Fight Club. Not the movie or like the whole concept of it, but just the speech when he says, "We're the generation, we have no big war, we have no purpose, we have no fight." I feel like, not that that's been your entire life, but like I feel like a lot of humans, like, we kind of develop the main core of who we are when we're like in our youthful stages, and whatever's going on in the world during those stages, we tend to get either blamed for, or that's the reason of, or blah, 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 blah. I always think of that. Like, you kind of, like, the people who were, like, teenagers or, like, young adults in the 90s. Like, I was young in the 90s. Like, I was like, scrunchies, middle school, hair braids in the 90s. Like, I was the youth of the 90s. But the people who were a little bit older that age, like, I feel like that, it really was kind of just this era of, like, I don't know. I don't have a better word for it. I think of that a lot, though. Double whites here are $80K. No shit. See, it's been a really long time since I looked at the price of houses. Wow. They made student loans not subject to bankruptcy, so zero risk for banks, but then all the colleges raised tuition since they knew students. Oh, when did that happen, Trouble? That's fucking disgusting. A mansion or a McMansion, I mean, we're talking like, to me, they always look like plantation homes because they put those fucking white ass pillars on the front of them. I don't know if they're doing that on purpose or if that's just like a design of Southern homes that are like nice. But maybe you look like a plantation home. I don't know how else to put it. It fucking is weird to me. There's been no other place other than like Greek structures and plantation homes that had Greek columns. I can't think of another place. Where? Is it Versailles? I don't know. No. I don't fucking know. Next hurricane to land in Georgia. Jesus Christ. There are still places you can get super cheap houses, but you don't want to live there. And that's the thing. I think you're right. And I think it's for multiple reasons. But I think a big one that I know one of my sisters fucked up. She moved to Texas, got a fucking McMansion for 250 grand, but didn't realize it's because her cost of living is going to be very low, but so is her wages. She's a nurse and she makes nothing like any nurse she makes nothing. She is a baby nurse. She makes nothing. And it's because the cost of living's so low, and it's like you get trapped. Now she's trapped because she can't save up enough money to move literally anywhere else that isn't the same cost. Like, she's too used to having McMansion. She can't size down. And it sucks. I mean, in her mind. You know what I'm saying? Right, Glut? I don't remember a time of peace, a time of, like, economic rest or just, peaceful time economically in my lifespan. I can't remember a time. As a millennial, I think we were just born into shit. I don't know. Not anyone's fault. I think it was just like, it's been shit for a while. There are still places you can get super cheap houses. Yeah. I mean, Baltimore, you can find some super cheap houses, but I wouldn't. That's a good speech. And then 9/11 happened. The world fucking changed. Word. Hard word on that one. Yep. No shit. I was convinced we were going to die in World War III until 1989, born in 74. I mean, what's that quote? I don't know what World War III will be fought with, but I know World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. They are, I mean, it's like an unspoken, like, design, right? The pillars. I don't know why else anyone would want that shit. It's just, it makes me feel creepy. I've known people that moved into houses with them and they get rid of them. I'm like, yeah, I would too. Because they don't, other than having a very Greek, if you are like a Greek Orthodox motherfucking off the boat Greek who strictly embraces Greek culture and you want the Parthenon as your house, go for it. Other than that, I don't know what else. The 90s, I mean, the 90s they were kind of like the 90s, like a portion of the 90s, I think was, I mean, it was kind of, what would you say? It was like fake good times. You know? Sorry, I was getting a Q-tip to clean my bowl out. It was like, it was an economically great time, but it was inflated falsely by the stock market, right? To say it in very layman's terms, correct me if I'm wrong. I was very young and I've just read about it. I was too young to realize these things were happening at the time. I was literally like getting my period and stuff. And that's why we had such a terrible crash when the stock market was like, oopsies, we're evil. And Katie lost all her tuition money and ended up $90,000 in debt. I'm not bitter. Yeah. Yeah. Was it the bubble? I don't know. I really was too young. I just have read about it and, Yes. Yes. Where they yep, exactly, Glut. Yes, that. I'm brown. I just avoid Greek columns for personal safety. Honestly, probably, like, I hate how real it is, but probably wise. This is a horrible country full of systemic and endemic racism. My God. I kind of feel that way if I see someone, and this is horrible. Like, I'm not anti-patriotic, but if I see someone flying an American flag in their yard, I just kind of assume you're an asshole and you'll probably shoot me if I get too close, so I avoid you. By the way, did you guys hear about that innocent human being who pulled up to the wrong house looking for their little sibling they were picking up after school and got shot by the homeowner? Like a teenager? It just happened. Why are you so scared of the world? You got to shoot everything at the front door. Oh yeah, shot down. I mean, I don't want to go into details. It's fucking horrible. There ain't no fucking excuse. It's disgusting. No shit. I didn't know that part. They went to 3 houses before anyone would help them. And he was 16. They took the shooter in, took his statement, and let him go. That doesn't shock me. With all the true crime I've listened to, literally every single serial killer you can name was let go at one point. Serial killers. Everybody's let go. It's insane. Like, unless you are literally unless you go up to the cops like, here's my dead baby I killed, you're gonna get let go. Every single one of them. The legal system in America is fucked and always has been. It is broken. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. Oh, he's alive. Luckily, they're expected to recover after being shot 3 times. That's fucking phenomenal. Wow. The baby's home. No shit, Viata. Oh my God. So they're okay enough to be home? Timon, I was gonna talk about that one next. That was the second one. A teenage girl was shot and killed, I believe the day before yesterday for turning around in someone's driveway. America. Fucking what? Disgusting. There's no excuse. You don't deserve a gun now. I mean, if that's your attitude, you don't deserve what? What No shit, Trouble? What the fuck? I'm just glad that one baby's home, my God. The boy is home now after, I think, 4 days in the hospital. What a fucking superhero of a creature, being shot 3 times and going home. That's incredible. I don't know how else, I don't know how to say, I fucking hope they are okay mentally after this instance, because how the fuck do you recover from that? How do you ever knock on a door? This music's not appropriate. How do you ever knock on a door again? You know what I'm saying? How? There's, I just, yeah. The pregnant woman shot by the store clerk cause she was shoplifting, quote unquote. 2 cheerleaders were shot and killed for opening a car they thought was theirs. I've done that before. I haven't got into the car, but I've definitely tried to open a car that looked exactly like mine. Wow. The NRA is so stupid. Did you guys see that clip of one of the women talking at the NRA? I think she was like a senator for North Dakota or something. Which, like, are there enough people in the Dakotas to need that? But anyways, and she was like, and my 2-year-old granddaughter, blah blah blah, already has a pistol and a rifle or some shit. And I was like, why? I think empathy, I think people, I don't know. This is just because I think about that as well. Like, I can't help but care about human beings and kids. And, like, I don't know. Even though I don't have them, I still feel like empathy for the world. I feel like some people are somehow able to, like, compartmentalize their empathy. Like, I can only have empathy for you if you fit in this box of what I consider a proper human, i.e., white, Christian, blah, blah, straight, blah, blah. And a lot of people do that with a different box, whether it's subconsciously or consciously, and it creates a safe space in their own head. You know, it's a false reality because, you know, the unknown or things you don't understand, I either make you scared or they make you feel stupid when, like, you know, you could just, like, educate yourself. I don't know. I have a lot of opinions, but that's all I can come up with. Is there is like a false sense of security in creating a strange box of reality that's not real, but as long as 1 or 2 people fit in it, then you can convince yourself it's the way it should be because it makes you personally feel safe. I don't know. I wasn't taught to be scared of everybody, so I don't know. I know that I'd be in deep shit if I shot someone who didn't come into my house, like a scary criminal, not just anyone coming inside. I can't shoot them if they're on just my front porch. And why would you? I mean, obviously there are obvious reasons why you would, but a kid knocking on your door, I just don't understand that. Meanwhile, Iowa's legalized raw milk and child labor. Also, child marriage, yeah. I think you can marry your 12-year-old or something like that, because some white guy got up there and was like, I know a lot of married 12-year-olds and they're still married and having a great time. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kansas did it too. Thing is, it doesn't take long to realize it's not your car. It's scary how quickly. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. I've done it, and literally, I like grabbed the door handle, realized it didn't unlock, and then realized what was hanging from the rearview mirror was not my little dangly air freshener, and I backed away and was like, oh my God, that's not my car. But that's enough time for someone to unload on me. And that's horrifying. What the fuck? Quill, I've thought about that. It's like a kind of Cold War, just person versus person, but not so cold, I guess. They're watching Fox News and reading scare stuff online, and they're basically paranoid. Why would you do that to yourself? That just seems so stupid to do that to yourself. Yeah, Viata, I did it. I did that one time in high school. Shut the fuck up. I did that. No shit. What Viata says, hold on. Back when you unlock cars with keys and not push buttons, you could actually get into cars, not yours, but the same model. I did that. I had a cheapy, like a cheap old little Saturn LS. Like one of those, it was fiberglass, you know, with like the plastic bumpers, which honestly are great and super easy to replace if you crash your car a lot or live where there's deer. But that's what I had, which means, I mean, it was basically like the Honda Civic. Like the Honda Civic was notoriously the easiest car to break into ever. Saturn LS, every Saturn LS key could go into every Saturn LS. There were no chips in them or anything like that. There was no technology. And I straight up almost got in a couple of the fucking wrong cars. And the only thing that clued me in was like, I opened the door and it smelled like cigarettes. And I was like, not mine. And I think the other one smelled like cats. And I was like, not mine. Plenty of time to shoot me. which is crazy. Dude, right though? My God, anti-trans dude that calls LGBT people pedos and believes in 12-year-old brides. Good old Missouri sicko. Yeah, I definitely did that back when you used keys for cars. Yeah. Fuck, dude. Thing is, my sense of hearing is pretty fucking fantastic. If somehow I unlocked a car that wasn't mine unknowingly, I'd be able to tell the moment the engine turns over. I mean, I would know it before I even got in the car. I think most people know it. You just know the smell. Like, your car, to you, doesn't have a smell because it smells like you. And if you get in a car that has a smell, you immediately know it's not you. It's not yours because you can smell it. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, it's just anybody else's scent. Maybe mine's my nose. Maybe that's my strongest sensory organ. I don't know. But I know it just by I smelled it. It was not my car. I used to hang out with a guy. Oh my God. I used to hang out with a guy who had the exact same car as me, and we switched for a whole day, but used our own keys. No one noticed. That's fantastic. On purpose, though, right? Or you did it and didn't notice, because that's even funnier. Oh, I love work. Oh, God. Hey, someone was admitted for chemo yesterday, and we forgot to tell you guys. So you have to build the entire system right now, and we need it in stat. That's not the best. That gave me angry bumps. Trouble, 100%. They're more statistically in danger from that man sitting in judicial court talking about how he thinks 12-year-olds should get married. Like, that guy's straight up in a court admitting to being a pedophile. But drag queens are grooming or something. Like, whatever the fuck they're saying. Like, I have no answers. It's fucked. Their logic is broken. And they don't care anymore. Every car. I mean, when you're in it for so much, I think it's really just, it's kind of like your house. Like, you don't smell your house unless something goes off, like a dog shits or, like, you know, water damage or something weird is going on. But you don't smell your own home. But every time you go in someone's home, everybody's home has, like, us. It's not like an overbearing odor, but it's just like them. It's because you live in it. It's very, and when you smell anything, it means it's unfamiliar. And I've known it the moment I got in a car. I was like, oh, God, no. Dude, Frem, I was going to say, we used to get that pretty regularly, which was fucking infuriating. But a patient would literally be in surgery for 8 hours. 8 hours. Which, for those unaware, not in the medical system, that means that that team had 8 hours to tell me that I was going to get a ventilated patient somewhere in that time frame. And they would roll through the double doors with this patient, critical, like one of the flaps, you know, or some fucking shit, and be like, where they do this. Where's our tea? We need a vent. A vent. Where's our? And they start doing that, and I'm in the next fucking room with a patient or something, listening to the whole thing, and I'll just come around the corner like, just a minute. Fury in my soul. I mean, that's being generous. I mean, really, they had 2 days to tell me. They had weeks. Whenever this surgery was scheduled, they had that much time to tell me. And it's like, to do a good ventilator setup, it's a 30-minute process. You set up all the new equipment, you get the machine, and then you put it through a test to make sure nothing fucked up happened while it was getting cleaned by the manufacturer or whoever the fuck cleans your ventilators. And if you don't do that test, it won't start. No ventilator made after 1990 will go until you do that safety test. So you could have a patient coding, dying next to you, and you're sitting there going, 1 second. Sorry, I just have to simulate holding my breath really quick for this. Oh my God, 30, 29, 20. Can you just like hold on? Huh. You're just watching someone die. It's because they just, 8 hours wasn't enough. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. A lot. All the time. And you just have to I got it. and then you have a stroke and you die on the floor. And maddening. I hate depending on people. Can we all just fucking agree to protect children from sexualization? 100%. And the fact that kids are needing to speak up for themselves right now is disgusting. Kids' jobs is to be a fucking child. Period. Our jobs as adults is to protect that right for them to be a child. Period. 100% agree. I was saying that earlier. Like there's this, I think it's Kansas State who did it, but they actually did. If not, they're very, very close to passing that regulation that says if your child is 8 years old or older and they want to play a school sport, the coach and the school staff administration can request to do an not kidding, an internal and external examination before they are allowed to play such sport. To which I responded, I'd be in jail for murder. And it wouldn't be with a gun because I wouldn't want to give them the fucking satisfaction. Donna, same. It's not logic, it's projection. And people like them know what they're doing. It's all about having all the power and all the chips. That's why I think it is too. I mean, we never know. I can't crawl in their brains, but that feels right. I mean, in a wrong way, you know. There's also pheromones. So some people always smell so strongly or horrifyingly, which is amazing. I've watched those studies where they'll have a lineup of sweat in mason jars, like sweaty t-shirts, but they'll hide like a brother, like the person who's going to go through and smell the shirts and rate whether or not they smell good based on pheromone levels. They'll hide that person's brother's sweaty shirt in there, but they won't tell them it's going to be there. And 10 out of 10, they always say that one smells like a dead animal. But they don't know. It's something inherent in our bodies that says don't fuck your brother because there's no biological advantage to that. Don't double down on the same DNA. That is dumb. Go get some new DNA and get better. You know, like improve the species for fuck's sake. Pretty cool. I mean, wild. Glut. Oh my God, is it really? Holy shit. Thank you. I didn't even realize. I love you. Be safe. Drive safe. I love you, boo. Hey, buddy, I need you not to die while I calibrate my machine. Dude, Frem, right? And you're like just sitting there trying not to sweat bullets because you don't want anyone to think you don't know what you're doing, but also you're just like, I hate you. Yeah. Fucking shit drives me crazy. Be good. I mean, you know, by be good, I mean just like don't hurt anyone. Kiddos should never have to advocate for themselves. Absolutely not. I agree 100%. It's disgusting. My bare hands are enough. How can you deny children the opportunity for 10-year-olds to get a head start on their careers by working overnight shift at the meat packing plant? I laugh because I'm uncomfortable. Because it's real. That's the world. I mean, I have for those of you out there who have young children, Satan bless your heart and your sanity. I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know if I could send my kids to school today. I don't know. Because there is, like, you know, when I was a kid, and I guess, like, I wasn't born into the no shootings. Like, shootings have been happening for quite some time, you know, even before Columbine. But, like, it was kind of just an understood, like, when you go to school, it's safe. Everyone there is there to keep you safe. And your parents thought it was safe. And I don't think it's a fucking dark topic, my dudes, but damn. Katie, don't fuck your brother. The monarchy wants to speak with you. Can they speak to me with that Habsburg chin? Because I don't even know if that jaw functions anymore, if you know what I mean.
Katie, we lost a conversation about a head of the English of the military.
You know what I'm saying? Does it move? I don't know. It doesn't look. Oh, Tara, I was talking about you earlier and I love you. I'm trying to find a frame for my fucking Thestral and it's so hard. I love you so much. It is hard. I cannot fathom. I mean, if I could give some of what little sanity I have, I would give it to parents. Because it's such a. I mean, where the fuck are. Kids should be safe everywhere. Can we agree on that? There shouldn't be a place in the world that kids aren't safe, just inherently, period, end of story. And it feels from the outside, I don't have kids. Again, I have friends with kids. I don't have kids. But it feels like elementary schools, like public school has become maybe the least safe place to send a kid. In terms of just like the stats on where they're dying the most. I don't know. It's gross. I don't know what to do though, so I don't like to talk about it. Cause like, if you don't have a solution, why the fuck are you bitching? I don't know. It's just so fucking broken. Ugh. I feel like Charles would end it just so he doesn't have to give it to his son and he can be the last in history because he's a narcissist. I could see that. I could see that hard happening. No, Tare, it's not a stupid shape. It just deserves a frame that isn't like, fake fucking driftwood from Michael's. Absolutely. Shut up. No, it's beautiful and it's perfect. That's Timon. I feel the same. I don't even know how many nieces I have anymore because I have brothers that won't stop breeding. I think I have 7 nieces at this point. No. I have 5. 2 are nephews. I just haven't even met them. I know. We won't go there. I have got a lot of nieces and nephews, and I would step in front of a bullet and I would harm someone for all of them. Honestly, if I saw a child out in the wild that I didn't know personally and I saw an adult try to harm them, I would harm that adult. I think I thought it's like one of those weird animalistic instincts in us. Like one of those things that still defines us as a mammal part of the animal kingdom is that regardless of how much I like to joke and laugh about how much kids screaming bother me and they talk too much and they're sticky, I would die for one. Like that is an instinct. We protect the foundlings, right? Like, oh, weird and Star Warsy, but I'm weird and Star Warsy. You know what I thought. That's something in us that's like I feel it. I've definitely gone to fucking fisticuffs with kids over their shitty parents at hospitals and stuff like that. Like, I'm well aware it's in me, and I just assume that was something that's in people because I don't have any kids. Like, it's not like motherhood kicked in. It's just like, oh, a child that is not safe, protect. It's like if you see a kitten in the road, you stop, you pick up a kitten. No one just drives by the kitten. You know? Hi, Spiff. Sorry to go on a rant, but you know what I mean. I just get real heated because it's not fair and it's fucked up. And I feel for all of you that have children, I just don't have a solution. It's so fucked up. And I know you don't either. And it probably just stresses you out to talk about, which is why I try not to bring it up too much. It's just fucking horrible. I just want you to know that there are those of us who don't have kids who still think about you all the time. I'm thinking about your kids all the time in not a creepy, I want to look at their genitals before they play softball way. I'm thinking about them in terms of like, oh my God. Fuck. You know? I know, it's like you have to go on a diet of the news because it's just shitty everywhere. If your answer to would you give up all your guns to stop children getting shot to death is not yes, you're part of the problem. Yep. I've said that too, and I mean, you can't generalize personal experience ever. And I know that, you know that, and I never try to tell personal stories like, and this is why it should be the way it is. I just tell them because I think they're good examples sometimes. But like, for instance, I grew up in an area where gun safety was part of school curriculum because everybody has guns and it's just safer if everybody's educated because even if your family doesn't have guns, chances are every neighbor within a 30-mile radius does. So educate them all. That being said, I don't personally have any guns and I don't shoot them because the loud noise makes me anxious. That's it. I have no problem with people who are hobbyists. And I have a shit ton of family with a shit ton of guns. Lots of backwoods rednecks who hunt a lot. And 100% of the ones that I still speak, I mean, I have some uncles and stuff that have like died, but all of my family members who are hunters who still hunt, i.e. my brothers, my dad, my uncles, every single one of them, I have heard it with my own ears. They have said, dude, if it means kids stop getting shot, take my guns. I don't give a shit. Without a fucking tear shed. My dad laughs. He's like, I'll find something else to do, Kate. I'm sure of it. Like, it's like, giving up his guns if it meant like regulating guns and stuff like that or whatever you're doing. If it meant his guns had to go away for a while, that's basically his attitude. He's like, that's fine. Like, I'll go learn photography. Like, hunting isn't my be all end all. It's not like the end of the fucking world. And he's never had guns. I mean, none of my family has guns because they're, i.e., protecting or shooting people or whatever. To each their own hobbies. I mean, but the problem is that like, shitty people ruin everything, right? It doesn't matter how many. Unfortunately, if your hobby is guns, 1 or 2 shitty people super make your hobby look bad because it tends to be murder. As opposed to like if your hobby is like scrapbooking, it's relatively harder to make that look bad unless you like kill someone with your scrapbook collection. I don't know how the fuck to do that. But you know what I mean? The children are the future, dude. And I mean, the thing to get last thought before the end of stream, because I know it's the end and I know a lot of you are taking off. For those that are, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I missed you severely, and we will be back tomorrow for a great 420. We're gonna get hella high and be responsible adults and not buy excessive weed. Um I'm trying to think how to word it. My chat keeps jumping. Stop it. Don't do that. I forgot what I was saying now. Sorry. My chat did the pfft. I hate when it does that. We just got a gun safe this past weekend. Bought it from a friend because we have a small niece and nephew who'll be getting big enough to find those guns. Good for you. My dad was the same way. Like my stepdad, he had 2 gun safes, 2 like 6-foot gun safes on either side of him and my mom's like joint closet. One side was the guns and one side was all the ammo. They had separate combinations and everything. But like my dad never made it like a taboo, secretive thing. Like we were definitely welcome to come hunting with him if we wanted to. And because guns were like, it was taught to us as part of our curriculum in school, they weren't like this fun, interesting, like, ooh, we've never seen that before thing. They were just so prevalent. Like, if you were into it, you're into it. And if you weren't, you weren't. You know what I mean? It's like the more, I don't know how to put that though. I have loud thinks about this, and I'm always so happy you aren't afraid to talk about this. Dude, I mean, I love you. It is hard to talk about. Like, I get nervous about it all the time, but whenever we talk about it, even though a lot of us have different views of a situation and we're all coming from different angles, like a lot of us grew up with guns, a lot of us did not. A lot of us are super polar against firearms. A lot of us are like me, where we're just like neutral. I mean, obviously, we don't want this to happen, but like before, there's no before. I've just stayed neutral on it, but I'm absolutely for keeping kids safe. And then there's all sorts of ways, but it's awesome that we can have a conversation coming from all those points and we educate each other and learn from all those different views. It's such a unique kind of forum to have that conversation that I think it's worth the risk mentally, even though I'm anxious about talking about something like that. You know what I mean? We didn't need a gun safe because it's all adults here and the big ones aren't easily found by a thief, but little ones around. Yep. Nope. I would never risk it. Even if I had kids that were neighbors, I wouldn't risk it. Kids are so stupid. In the most wonderful, I love kids' naivety unless it comes around firearms. Yeah, no, you're smart. That is very, very smart. I too am a gun owner, but won't hang out with folks so terrified of life theft, open carry to check their mail. I've straight up stopped, like, I was dating someone and I stopped dating with someone because they revealed to me they conceal carried. And I was like, and they lived in like a very snobby, very nice suburb of Seattle. Like, and I was like, why? And they were like, one time my car got broken into and it made me nervous. I'm like, so now you carry a murder weapon? Well, I'm not going to kill anyone. I'm just going to threaten. Absolutely not. Anyone that knows anything about guns, the moment that gun is loaded, you have intention to kill. Period. And I was just like, boop, boop, later. I'll find another dick to suck. I'm fucking out of here because I don't want to be around anyone that afraid of everything either. Because what if I make a strange noise in the middle of the night? They're going to fucking shoot me? I don't know. I just wasn't raised to have that reaction to fear, I guess, to shoot it. I have a single shotgun in a locked case. Ammo's on the other end of the house. Good. None is in the house going to accidentally anything with it. Good. That proves to me you've been educated. I mean, I think it's all about education. Really. I drove past the crime scene without, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. Without knowing what it was, my God. The idealistic and romanticized concept of American individualism will be the death of this country. It's so weird because it's like there's only a portion of people who really buy into it, but I don't know. I have to hope they're smart out there. I'm also a gun owner. Goon owner, Katie? Goon owner. I can own too. And my take is that it's not a right. You need to actively prove you're responsible enough to own and operate one on an ongoing basis. I agree. And I think, please don't come after me, but I think you need to justify why you need 200 different guns in your cellar. to have 200, like, you know, it just seems like not a great idea. Get a fucking blasted gun, you pussy. Get a squirt gun. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I used to have to walk through a really dark parking garage at nighttime sometimes to get back to my car when I worked at the hospital night shift, like if it was in the winter, and I carried a squirt gun with ammonia in it. That's gonna get rid of someone way faster than a firearm. Let me tell you, spray ammonia in anything's eyes and it will never ever come back. I guess you could say you dodged a bullet. Holy shit. Oh, it's beautiful. They'll fucking tell you they're carrying which defeat. I mean, the concealed carry is just a braggart at this point. I don't understand the point. 100% never point a gun. I mean, that's like first. Anytime I see someone swinging a gun and not pointing at the ground, I immediately assume they're a fucking idiot. I know we have to renew our driver's licenses. We have to renew basically pretty much everything. A gun's not not fundamental to human existence. Objectively, it's a privilege, not a right. I agree, and I think humanity at its core keeps proving exactly what you're saying over and over and over again. And they're like, no, it's my right. Shootings, death, murder, blah, blah, blah. But it's my right. Shootings, death. And it's like, it doesn't look or feel like a right anymore. It looks maybe like this should be something we should look into. Because there's one thing about being a responsible gun owner. And then there's another thing, getting a gun on eBay and shooting a tree in your backyard and thinking you're a fucking 007. These are not the same. I mean, Trouble, there are a lot of places where you can actually, just give them, like, police. I think police stations, honestly, will just take a gun. If you don't use it and don't want it anymore, my dad's done that. He's literally like, I think he bought a new rifle and he was like, you know what? I've got like 4 rifles and I'm the only person that hunts in this household. And he literally just gave them because they were so, old, whatever, not nice, like fancy, whatever. He just gave them, like, surrender's the word. He was able to just surrender them, I think, because they have serial numbers on them that are associated with his name and he didn't want them being used for murder or whatever. Oh, nuh-uh. She made it to regionals? Shut the fuck. No more injuries, though, after the arm? We should have known it. She's such a little spider monkey. Hell yes. Oh, that's so exciting, Scott. Is she fucking over the moon? Hell yes. Oh, I'm so happy. Literally, I'm like late on going off stream to walk my dogs and shit, but I'm so happy I am because that makes me thrilled. I'm happy she's okay, too. You know what the first thing I do anytime someone hands me a firearm? Check the chamber to make sure it's not loaded, even if I just saw you unload it. Yeah. I honestly go, no, thank you. That's my first thing. And then that, if they force it, which what the fuck are you doing? Frankly, the reason I own a gun is because other people own guns. I wouldn't need one if they took them away. I get it. I'm honestly like responsible. And I know a lot of people are very polar on guns because it is it's so horrible. I mean, they're horrible. I personally have never had a problem with guns because I grew up around very responsible gun ownership. But you cannot generalize personal experience, and I understand that. Not yet, but I bet she fucks something else up. I mean, that's going to be the story of her life. And then when she's my age, it will all come back weird, and she notices her shoulders are uneven because of that weird injury when she was 12. It's going to be fun life. She'll have fun. Yes! Dude, I'm so excited she loves rock climbing. We were telling Zach's mom all about her and her back and like how pissed she was that she couldn't keep competing. She's just a little rock star. She makes me so happy. We own a shotgun and a rifle because we have bears, wolves, coyotes on our property, and we like to walk in the woods. I mean, that's basically why my dad has them at this point. Samesies, woods, wildlife. He don't want to die, but it's like, that's it. Right, Nick? I mean, that's like lesson 1, right? We should, honestly, I would love to do another music bingo night. That one was fun. And those burgers are so good. Literally what the sheriff told me, best reason to have it is to avoid a dumb gun charge. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. It's the only, I mean, I know people that have legally sold their firearms and they, 15 years down the line, they're getting a call saying, hey, this gun with the serial number tied to your name just showed up in a murder case. We need to interview you, or you have to prove you sold it. And you're like, do I have that return receipt from 15 years ago? And it was totally above board, but some kid forgot to put in the serial number, fucking whatever. Like, I mean, if you're not making a bunch of money off it, what the fuck are you doing? Why even risk that stuff? Just get rid of it. I also live in South Philly, so it's an actual thing. I know. Oh, you're talking to a girl who live in Baltimore. Bitch, I know. I get you. I feel you. It's kind of like don't have a nice car some places, like it'll be stolen. You're just asking for it. Don't walk around with a real Louis on your arm. It's going to be fucking swiped off your arm. Don't walk around with your phone out like a fucking dumbass. It's going to be swiped out of your hand. It's going to be taken. There are certain places where there's common sense. I mean, it sucks. It's not an excuse, but I agree with you. If they just made it so you couldn't have them, then you wouldn't. I get what you're saying. An excuse to eat the food, dude. Bye. Have a good one. That burger is so good, though. It's 1 minute till 4:20. Then we'll call it. We had to wait till 4:20. Thank you for the follow, Venom. That didn't know. I would assume most people would keep the receipt, especially when it comes to something as important as a gun, but who knows? Gun buybacks are amazing. The state-run ones or whatever. Yeah, and then the serial number is not tied to your name, and you don't have to worry about like a murder popping up or some shit like that. I chased some dude away. I was trying to break into our house like 10 years ago. Oh my god! I realized later that guy was arrested a couple months later as the South Philly rapist. Oh my god, you asshole! That's terrifying. Oh my god, I'm so glad you weren't South Philly wrapped. Not to make light of that is horrific. That is so fucking scary. I mean, trouble, this was before cell phones. Before picture phones. Literally. So it was when I worked at Lowe's, which was, like 13-ish years ago. And then, before that, it was before picture phones. But nowadays, yes, that is the way to go. 100%. Dude, can you even fucking imagine? That is so scary. That is fucking scary. That reminds me of this story of like the creepy murderer running through my parents' backyard. Like, what if he had picked my parents' house instead of the other neighbor? My sisters saw him run through our backyard. Like, that shit, this was before I was born and it still freaks me out. I wouldn't be here today. Fucking creepy. Just random choice. Wrong choice. Is it happy 420? Cheers, motherfuckers. I can never tell because it's this little analog clock. Cheers. Zoe, now what are you going to collect? Used condoms again? Recycled IUDs, maybe? Expired tampons. Ooh, yep, Rod's Cummies could be a good one. How do you preserve them, though? Like a resin type thing? No major plans. We just had company. Zach's mom and aunt were in town for a couple days, and I'm like emotionally sapped of energy. Like I'm drained of just being around people. So I'd probably just like smoke weed and hang out and be high. What else do you do on 420? I don't know. Smoke, have fun. I have no idea. Ooh, a cum box is a good idea. As long as it doesn't. Have you ever read about the cum box on Twitter? I mean, on Reddit. I guess it wasn't a cum box. It was a pair of boxers in a shoe box. But this dude came on them for like years. It was horrific. I have many things I collect. I've collected keys since I was a tiny girl. I'm obsessed. I don't really collect anything, I don't think. I have a few sentimental things here and there, but I don't have a lot of room. You can't get into your medical marijuana card and have a permit to carry a gun. That's only in some states. I could carry a gun because I don't need a card to buy weed. It's kind of interesting that, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, if you have a card to buy medical weed, you can't get a gun, but in states where it's recreationally legal and you don't need to have anything special to get the weed, I could go get a gun today if I wanted to. Interesting. Is it? But it's got to be just be medical because you don't register for recreational. You just have to be over 18. They don't even scan our licenses or anything. Or I mean over 21, excuse me. You just have to be of age, but there's no like putting you into a system or anything like that. I know a lot of pothead gun owners. A proven use. Oh, and they're still federal. Ah, it's that fucking federal shit. Ugh, always gets me with the federal. I forget the federal. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's that fucking federal. Gets me every time. There were years of just, dude, I can't. Was it years? I wanted to say it was years, but I mix up. Because you know the story about the kid's bed? There was a story where a kid like jerked off and came against the wall that his bed was up against for so many years that when his mom pulled the bed away from the wall, the cum had cemented to the drywall and pulled a chunk of wall off the wall. And I can't remember how many years that one was. I forget those ones. They're all wild. Yep, nope. It's fucking federal. Well, I've heard sniffings that what's his fuck? You want to say bye to everyone with me? I've heard whisperings that Biden is kind of making some moves to, I don't know. I don't know if it's eat the deodorant, bitch. I don't know if it's, if it's like federally legalizing, weed across the board, or if they're just making it not a section 1 or whatever, article 1, like heroin. I don't know the exact specifics of it. I haven't really had time to read on it, but I have heard stuff about it. Schedule 1, thank you. I've heard, I don't know how far it's going to go, but the fact that it's a conversation is nice because I know Biden, I mean, previously in his political career, he's been vehemently, that word is hard to say, vehemently, I gotta stop. He loathed pot. He thought it was the devil. And the fact that he's not so fucking against it is pretty cool, so. The way it is right now is just so stupid. It makes America look stupid. Like the state by state, like the fact that I can buy weed in one state, like literally on the border of a state where it's a federal crime, I mean, still like a felony or something, is stupid. I mean, it's stupid. Alcohol is, I mean, it's, yeah. They're going to try and get it changed. Why are you eating my deodorant? Am I sweaty? What's going on? That's gross. You don't lick me now. Ew. You got deodorant mouth, Bubba. You're very cute, though. You just don't hide. I did this so they can see you. Why you gotta hide? Come here. And now Lil, this is a PG-13 stream, madam. It's either my armpit or my boob pit, always. I think he senses like warm, sweaty places. Dogs, they're the best. I mean, it's not top 10 reasons, but it's still silly. I mean, it's one of them. One of the millions, right? I mean, it's up to me, it seems silly. It's silly. It's stupid. We don't have border checks. There's no border guards between states. I've driven across this country multiple times with many potential felonies in my car. And unless you get pulled over for a fucking speeding ticket and they smell pot, it's just, I don't know. But getting it out of Schedule 1 means that scientists can actually start testing it at high levels of THC, like actually breaking down the different cannabinoid profiles and what's the other word? Not cannabinoids, the not terpenes, the cannabol, no. Man, brain. Anyways, they can actually look at it scientifically because Schedule 1 in America basically means nobody can do anything with it. It's so dangerous. There's no potential good side of it, i.e., that's where heroin and meth is. And because of racism that is systemic, endemic, however the fuck you want to put it, they put weed in there and it got stuck. And because no one can study it to prove it's not heroin, because it's a Schedule 1, it can't get out of Schedule 1, cycles. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Cannabidiol, is that the word I'm trying to think of? I think it was. Cannabidol. Cannabidol. I'm really bad with the words. Cannabidols. Cannabidiols. Is that, or is it bidiols? Or is it bidiols? Bidabiol. There's too many eyes. Hard eye, soft eye. Cannabidiol or cannabidiols. Like cannabidiols. Cannabidiol. I don't know why that word has been hard for me for my entire life. Ever since I knew it. I don't know. It hurts my mouth. Hell yes. Cheers, Honeybean. I was just looking for someone cool. Actually, I'm gonna raid Zach. He's still playing Earthbound, and I've been very into watching him play Earthbound. It's been kind of a kick. Cannabidiol. Someone make a rap. It's Schedule 2 and they prescribe it as stop it. Well, okay, stop it. Fuck. You're right. You're just making those fucks that say that my ADHD medication is basically meth much more correct. Get the fuck out. You're right, though. You're right. I forgot. The full form of it. Abso-fucking-lutely. You're right. Like, I didn't know that. Dude, I'm gonna read about that. I didn't know. That's actually fascinating. I'm gonna read about that. I do have some friends who have been on ADHD medication and had, like, ADHD medication-induced anorexia, and I wonder if it was something like that. Dude, Donna, I've seen Eliza swallow, like, horse pills. It's impressive to watch. You guys are like snakes. No, deuces, cheers. I'm gonna raid Zach. If you guys want to check out Ezekiel_I, either like hang out with us or just go there before us, but I'm gonna raid him. He's playing Earthbound, which is a game that Crispy won as like a prize for like just being an awesome person in Zach's community. Crispy got to choose whatever fucking game he wanted Zach to play, and he picked Earthbound, and I've actually kind of had quite a fun time watching him play. It's a pretty fun game. Tomorrow, Thursday. Thursdays are usually pretty slow for some. I have no idea, but across Twitch, they're really slow. However, it's 420. So I will be right here, bright and early, with coffee and a bong and some weed. We're going to get high. I don't know what else to do. If you guys have ideas, let me know. Maybe we'll play that Kingdom game Zach's been playing. That'd be a fun community game to play stoned.